All live, all local. This is Show Me Live.
Get peace of mind with health, supplemental, and life insurance benefits from ML Benefits Group. Protect your business, family, and yourself with our comprehensive coverage. Contact us at 314-270-2856 for a free consultation. 314-270-2856. Think you know Mineral Area College? Think again. We're more than you expect. Whether you thrive in the classroom or excel through hands-on learning, MAC has a spot for you. Come see for yourself. Schedule a tour and discover all we have to offer. Meet instructors who are ready to inspire, explore facilities designed for success, and learn how we go beyond to help you reach your goals. We can't wait to show you around. Book your tour at mineralarea.edu and experience the MAC difference.
Complete Vision Care in Leadington and Festus. Did you know we recommend a child's first eye exam at 3 years old? Sooner, of course, if you notice any problems. We are here to serve patients of all ages.
Every 40 seconds, a child goes missing somewhere in the U.S. You can help in the effort to find missing kids simply by donating your car or boat to Find the Children, a nonprofit organization dedicated to returning missing children to their families. Find the Children works closely with national and community agencies and organizations and helps distribute flyers and posters that are directly responsible for recovering missing kids. Your car or boat donation helps protect and recover children in every state and community by sponsoring child safety and recovery programs. For fast, free pickup, call anytime, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Running or not, your car, truck, van, RV, or boat will be towed away free of charge. Fast, free pickup, plus it's tax deductible. Everyone wins when you donate your car or boat to Find the Children.
Call right now. 800-466-8813. 800-466-8813. That's 800-466-8813.
Hi, this is Tom Innes with an invitation for you to join me Sunday mornings for the world's best music. It's the music that puts a big old smile on your face and takes your worries away. It's Southern gospel, it's country gospel, and it's bluegrass gospel, and it's all right here from Show Me Live Radio. Of course, the Bible story with Davey Lee. We start off on Sunday mornings. Get your Sunday mornings started the right way with all that good music. 8 o'clock on Sunday mornings. If you miss us on Sunday, something brand new. We repeat the show on Sunday nights at 6 p.m. from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. So if you miss us on Sunday, you can catch us on Sunday nights at 6 o'clock. It's all right here from Show Me Live Radio. Join me Sunday mornings, 8 o'clock. If you can't do that, join me Sunday nights at 6 p.m. All right here from Show Me Live Radio.
Southeast Missouri and Southwest Illinois' first choice for local news, sports, weather, and country music. Show Me Live.
Man, what a year it's been. Keep on bluffing, but I just can't win. Drown my sorrows, but they learn to swim. Man, what a hell of a year it's been. Head in a bottle, put my heart in a case. It's getting harder to act my age. Play a sad song on a tiny violin for the man at the bar confessing his sins. I need some good news. Sitting here sipping on cold truth. Nobody knows what I'm going through. If the devil will walk in my shoes. Wish someone told me living this life would be lonely. Trying to get away from the old me. Still stuck singing these blues. All I really need is a little good news. Love keeps knocking, but I just stay home. I ain't picking no flowers for the seeds that I've sown. They say it gets darker when you're coming on door. Still looking for the right at the end of my road. At the end of my road, I need some good news. Sitting here sipping on cold truth. Nobody knows what I'm going through, but the devil will walk in my shoes. Wish someone told me living this life would be lonely. Trying to get away from the old me. sitting on cold truth. Nobody knows what I'm going through. Bet the devil wouldn't walk in my shoes. Wish someone told me living this life would be lonely. Trying to get away from the old me. Still stuck singing these blues. All I really need is a little good news. All I really need is a little. Something bring me back to the middle. All I really need is a little good news.
Hitchhiked up to Memphis, a young boy in my prime. I thought that big old city could ease my Georgia mind. After just 1 hour, I met this southern girl. She said they call me the Queen of Memphis. Then she took me around the world. And I saw stars dancing on the water. I heard Elvis singing Blue Suede Shoes. That old muddy river was my witness. The night I fell in love with the Queen of Memphis. I woke up the next morning, a prisoner of her charms.
Good afternoon. I'm Matt McLean in the Show Me Live Weather Center. Thanks so much for joining us. And yes, we do have some severe thunderstorm warnings taking place, I should say, across portions, really the heart of our area. Kyle Douglas also joining us here. And Kyle, it looks like you're right under this particular warning as well, or at least pretty darn close. One thing that we do want to point out is that we are really seeing some pretty intense returns on the radar regarding hail, up to 3 inches in diameter. And this new warning that has been issued for basically the rest of Washington County and portions of St. Francis County carries what's called a considerable threat to that. And what that basically means is this is a big deal. Even if it's not showing a tornado warning, 3-inch diameter hail, 1 3/4 inch diameter hail can do some very serious damage. 3-inch diameter hail could literally take out windshields. So these are the things that we're really watching very closely this afternoon. Understandably, for those of you in Perry County, for example, and on into southern Illinois, you have a tornado watch until 8 p.m. Where these thunderstorm warnings have been issued, there's no watch box in any way, shape, or form, proving that the weather this afternoon is a bit ominous, to say the least. So this thunderstorm warning in effect for south central Jefferson County, southeastern Washington County, as well as northwestern St. Francis County until 2:30 this afternoon. A severe thunderstorm located just to the southwest of Potosi, moving east at 45. Golf ball size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. But again, it carries a considerable threat, which means the National Weather Service says take this one pretty seriously because it's a really big deal in their eyes. And again, looking at that radar at this point, we are seeing this area right here that I'm basically moving around. If you happen to be watching us on one of our video streams, this is the area of concern for the majority of that hail core, if you will. And again, radar returns at least a few thousand feet in the air, showing up to 3-inch diameter hail. The Weather Service pulling that down just a little bit and indicating right around that 1 3/4 of an inch. So they're decreasing it. That's what they believe is going to be hitting the ground. But that's ping pong ball size, and that's certainly worthy of doing some damage to siding as well as to some vehicles. Kyle, are you able to see anything from where you are right now? I think I see you heading outside. I figured that's the noise I was hearing in the background. You are
Yep.
actually a trained weather spotter with the National Weather Service, on top of being a history teacher, on top of being a baseball coach, on top of being a basketball coach, and on top of being a sports person. You carry many, many hats. So what are you seeing right now as you're looking off to the west there from Park Hills?
Well, I'm actually located in Deloge, right by Big River. And what I'm looking at right now, as a matter of fact, I had to go out and get my son from playing basketball in the driveway. But right now, it's kind of a mixture. You look off to the northwest, and it's very dark clouds. And I look to the west, I see a big break in the clouds where it's sunny. Now I look to the southwest, and there's some grayish clouds kind of moving in from that area you were discussing there, just kind of to the southwest of Potosi and everything. So if you're out here in the yard and you look north and northwest, you think, man, they're getting just hammered with rain. And you look down to the southwest, and it's like, well, it doesn't look that bad, as now the big raindrops are starting to fall here now. But that's pretty much what I'm looking at right now. The winds have kind of blown around a little, kind of swirly, blowing around a little bit. Nothing really coming on. As a matter of fact, it's actually getting very calm right here.
Yeah, that's
and,
always an
Deloge.
indication right there that you've got some severe weather on the way on a day like today. That calm weather is always it kind of almost unnerving a little bit when you know that you've got something moving toward you.
Well, you can almost feel it. I guess if you've done this enough and have just paid attention enough outside to the weather, sometimes you can almost, somebody will say, it just kind of feels like it's going to do something. Well, that's kind of what it's felt like all day. It just kind of feels like there's a lot of energy in the atmosphere right now. And I can hear some thunder now off to the north, but yeah, it's just really kind of, it's raining here a little bit, but it's big raindrops, almost like they're almost became hailstones, but not quite hailstones. It's not like, with the typical little sprinkles you get, just real fine rain or mist or anything like that. These are actually very big raindrops that I'm seeing right now.
Yeah, it kind of makes you wonder if maybe up in the atmosphere, those very big raindrops aren't maybe some hail that's melting as it's coming on its way down to where you are.
It's a good bet that it might be. It's just hard to really say right now, but yeah, it's been very hit or miss. I know I commented earlier today, kind of in our group chat, that we missed the first little round of storms this morning. It kind of went off to the north of us a little bit and kind of just didn't really do much here. And I was like, boy, if it is going to do something, it's going to have to hurry up and do it. And I went and got lunch, and I came back from getting lunch, and I looked, and it just like blew up as the front had already passed. So there's a lot of energy out there still for there to be some potential for some rain, and we're starting to see it kind of blow up there now.
Yeah, I am watching, for those of you in Viburnum and east of Salem in our listening area, I am watching on radar. In fact, I'll zoom out just a little bit, and maybe Kyle, I don't know if you're able to see your screen or not, but
I am.
We are seeing some trailing redevelopment basically near Dillard at this point and off toward basically between Viburnum and Salem along Highway 32, and that's going to train right over the same areas that have the current warnings right now. So it's gaining a little bit in intensity as well on the radar as it's moving off in a easterly direction. So for those of you under the warning boxes right now, basically all of Washington County, well, southern and central Washington County and portions of northeast, as well as southern Jefferson County and northern St. Francis County, you're not really, this initial round will make its way through. And it is continuing to morph, if you will, as storms typically do. That hail core is just the area of concern. Go ahead, Kyle.
I just had a report from my sister who lives in Farmington, Missouri, about 10 to 15 minutes from me out by the Crown Point Golf Course. She just had hail at her house, and I'm looking down that way now, and you would never know there was anything there because it is clear and sunny. But I do see a pretty tall storm cloud that looks like it would be to the northeast of Farmington now. So she didn't tell me how big it was, but she said there was just a little bit of hail in Farmington just now.
Yeah, that's kind of showing on the radar. If I've got it in motion right now, and you're right, about 10 to 15 minutes ago, that's exactly what went through. and it is showing just a tiny bit of hail. Nothing warned on that as of yet, but again, the day is still young. For those of you, again, you have to wonder if the thunderstorm warnings, for example, they've even extended this thunderstorm warning now, a brand new one that's been issued for the following. Southeastern Jefferson County until 3 p.m., as well as our folks in Monroe, Central Randolph, and Southeastern St. Clair County in Illinois, also until 3 p.m. Quarter-size hail with those particular storms. So you almost kind of wonder, seeing all of these storm warnings beginning to develop outside of a watch box, if the Storm Prediction Center isn't maybe going to, at the very least, issue a thunderstorm watch box. But of course, that's just, I haven't seen anything on the discussion from the Prediction Center as of yet. But it is certainly something you just kind of wonder at this point, because we've got one.
I'm looking up there towards Jefferson. Yeah, I'm looking up there towards Jefferson County now. Sorry, I didn't mean to talk on you there.
No, you're good.
It's pretty dark up that way from where I'm standing. But again, I'm on kind of the backside of that. That could be a little bit of the sunlight making the clouds look a little darker than what they really look like. But looking back down towards the southwest, west southwest area, you can kind of hear it rumbling a little bit, and it looks like maybe another wave might be headed this way.
Yeah, that's actually probably the severe portion, or the core of what has caused and prompted the warnings, if you will. And for those of you in Potosi, Bates Creek Camp, off towards Shirley, just north of Delbridge and Belgrade, right along Highway C and Z near Palmer, or Palmer, depending upon how you want to pronounce it. Growing up in that area, we heard both. So I'm looking at that particular hail core, if you will, that is moving off right across Potosi right now in Springtown. You folks basically from, let's say, the high school in Caledonia, or the Valley R6 campus there at Highway 21 and Highway C interchange, off to the north through along Highway 21. If you're listening on the radio, which if you're driving, we hope you are listening and not watching us. So we're going to describe it and paint the picture in words. But basically, from Valley R6 all the way on Highway 21 through Potosi and toward Old Mines, it is nothing but a wall of severe weather at this particular point. It is moving off relatively quickly to the east at around 45 miles per hour. So this is certainly something that isn't going to stick around for very long. However, these storms, again, are indicating they've got that considerable tag with hail. And again, up in the atmosphere, they're talking, 2.25 to 3 inch size hail. By the time it falls and gets to the ground, they're thinking more ping pong size. But a ping pong size is about 1 3/4 inches in diameter, and that's not exactly something to laugh at. I mean, that's certainly something that can do some damage to vehicles, and potentially even some of the vinyl siding if it hits and the wind is blowing just right, smacking that into the side of your home. That can happen. So for those of you in Potosi right now, your basic threat, high winds, as well as that hail aspect, pretty much. There's not a lot of circulation that the radar is indicating right now that could indicate there's a little bit, but that's not really uncommon when you get that far away from the radar and you see these storms spinning up. You see just a little bit of rotation, sometimes way up in the atmosphere. So that's not entirely uncommon, but really the predominant two threats, 60-mile-an-hour plus winds, and up to ping pong ball, which is 1 3/4 inches diameter hail. So it is something to really take into consideration if you're able to maybe park somewhere, if you're driving along Highway 8 leading out of Potosi toward Berryman, or maybe you haven't reached Caledonia. Maybe you spent part of the day at Elephant Rocks and you're on your way back to St. Louis along Highway 21. Might be a good moment to maybe stop at a shop or something in Caledonia and let that storm blow on through, because you certainly don't want the hail hitting your vehicle as you're driving down the road to kind of really kind of impact your vehicle in an even bigger way because your vehicle is in movement. So just play some safety there and make sure that you're cautious about it. But really over the next couple of maybe 20 minutes, 30 minutes or so, this will have blown through, and you can maybe safely navigate off toward the north, toward the Potosi and Mineral Point area. I would think by now in Deloge, Kyle, looking due west, I would say in the very near future, you're going to be seeing some pretty dark and ominous clouds moving in your direction. That's the thought process that I've got there. Some pretty dark and ominous clouds, I would assume you've got off in the west that's starting to develop.
Yeah. Sorry, Matt. I hopped off for just a moment. I'm back on now. I was throwing some Facebook messages out there to people on like the community pages and my own page for people to tune in if they're wanting to get a up to date weather information on there. So little public information thing there that I did. I had to hop off for just a second to do that. I'm back on now, and yeah, it's really getting dark off to the west northwest of me, and I'm looking over here to the basically due west southwest of me now, and those clouds are starting to come in. I can actually kind of see some from the top of the thunderhead, or what we would call a cumulonimbus cloud. You could see how the jet stream has sheared some of those off and turned them into almost like cirrus looking clouds that look real thin and wispy. And that's generally the indication there's a lot of wind shear up that way. But you can see like these clouds off to, I don't know if you can see it behind me, but right behind me there, you can see those clouds kind of building up real nice and neat. Kind of looks like a gigantic cotton ball.
Yeah, and in fact, it almost looks like the storm cycled a little bit. The radar, the latest sweep, just kind of pulled it in basically near Bates Creek Camp, if you know where that's at, just southwest of Potosi, there on Highway P. Another big hail core just forming there. It's certainly, I wouldn't be surprised, and you know exactly what I'm thinking of probably there. Here in another 5 to 10 minutes, you might start seeing a little greenish hue to the clouds, or a pinkish hue, courtesy of the hail core that, if it holds itself together and makes its way probably just barely off to the north of Deloge. You folks in Bonne Terre, that's going to be an area of concern, but I would say Deloge, maybe around the North County School District, and off to the north from there, Bonne Terre.
It'd be around the K Highway area there. And
that's the area I think this is going to start moving toward. Deloge, maybe I don't want to call it, maybe the north end of Deloge again, where the North County School District's high school is at, maybe maybe a little bit of that. I think anything off to the South Park Hills, you'll probably escape some hail, but you're certainly going to get some wind and some rain. And then Farmington, it may not even rain there from this particular storm with the way that it's moving. So it is very strong, to put it mildly there. Let me see if I can get and if you jump in anytime, Kyle.
Sure.
If you need to.
Yeah, I'm just kind of walking around observing. I'll try not to talk on you if you're going, but I'm just kind of outside looking right now. I haven't seen any lightning yet, but with the thunder, you know it's out there somewhere. It may just be in the clouds right now. But, yeah, I'm definitely looking off to the west. I can almost see directly west there, which would make my vantage point about the Terre de Lac area, probably from my viewpoint, probably a little bit of Potosi.
Yep.
That area. It's definitely pretty dark right there, but you can kind of see where that dividing line is between the two storms. It's kind of like dark here, and then there's a little light patch forming, and then you've got this big gray cloud that's forming over here just down from that. And I would imagine that's probably that just south of that Bates Creek area. It's maybe more around like Irondale in Washington County.
Soon to be, yes. In fact, the hail core, if you will, is approaching Highway 21. There's the latest sweep. It's just now popping in, and that latest sweep is going to take it basically right over Highway 21, the beginning edge of the hail core. And our radar stuff that we use, it's only about 10 to 15 seconds behind what the actual radome, or whatever that you want to call it, there in Weldon Springs for the National Weather Service in St. Louis is actually seeing. There's about a 10-second delay, so it's about the equivalent of live radar as you can get nowadays with all of that. And so basically the leading edge has just approached Highway 21. Let's say from, well, I can tell you exactly what roads we're looking at here. Let me zoom on in and see if I can get right down Hancock Road. Basically from Hancock Road and Highway 21 all the way toward Potosi, a few miles, maybe a little bit further south of Hancock Road. The hail core, if you will, has made its way there. Let me throw a little bit of a wind category on here, if I can make it kick in there. apparently. Let me see if I can get it over here and take a look at that, and then I'll move this particular screen over. I've got so many screens in front of me right now; it's almost entertaining. So yeah, that's basically what integrated liquid. All right, so I'm going to move this over. This is a different source from the radar, and I'm kind of putting it overlaying on top of the other. This entire area is what the radar is seeing that I'm circling in blue as a hail core. A secondary hail core basically just went through Potosi, headed toward Cadet. But the radar itself is looking at this, and these large, very bright fuchsia, purplish kind of colors is kind of reaching the top of the scale, if you will. As far as the type of hail that it's seeing at this point, and that is basically what is making it out. Now we do have one storm report, a 1 inch in magnitude. A Co-op Observer reported $quarter to $half sized hail, and about a 1 inch in magnitude hail there in Potosi, really just about 5 minutes ago, and not at all surprised by that. As it's moving off. So you folks in Bonne Terre, you folks basically the northern half of Deloge through Bonne Terre toward Valley Mines in southern Jefferson County, this is moving in your direction. But that's not to say that you don't already in northeastern St. Francis and the southern tip of Jefferson County don't have a little bit of a storm that's actually kind of popped up and developed rapidly just to the east of Highway 67 off to your north and northeast, Kyle. There's some pretty intense storms that really the past couple of frames we have seen kind of pop out there.
Yeah, I'm looking at that right now, as a matter of fact, and it's still just kind of dark up that way, but you can kind of tell it's gotten even darker in that general vicinity. It looks like there's a lot of fuel being poured into that particular storm, so that's caused for some rapid intensification there.
Yeah, in fact, it's showing a higher hail core at this point than even what we're seeing off toward Washington County and what's pummeling Potosi and the Bates Creek camp, as well as Springtown and near Hopewell as well. It's a pretty strong little, and it's under a storm warning box, although technically that's for the storm that's moving through Potosi right now. But you might want to take what's taking place near Valley Mines, Halifax, toward basically along Highway 67 in northern St. Francis County, and through Highway JJ, Highway Y, and again, there's a Y in Washington and Crawford County. I'm talking about the Highway Y in St. Francis County in the north end of the county. It's showing.
That would be up north of Bonne Terre, St. Francis State Park. That would be like what's the Critter Lane.
Yep.
For people who are tuning in and wondering, basically from about Potosi, through Cadet, I would say the western parts of Highway 47 in St. Francis County, right along those lines into Bonne Terre, St. Francis State Park, on up. You need to be aware. There's definitely some weather moving in that way, and that seems to be where we get a lot of weather moving through the northern part of the county. It kind of moves along that, well, I would call it a weather line, that kind of goes out of Potosi through Cadet, western into the heart of Bonne Terre there off 47. It just kind of goes right on up through the state park area and further up there. That seems to be like a weather line I've noticed.
Yeah, and it's developing fairly rapidly, and it seems to have quite a bit of fuel to work with, and that's what we keep seeing on there. Somebody has issued, and it's outside our listing area, but somewhere there happens to be a tornado warning that's been issued. I'm seeing, but it's outside of our area, and I'm just trying to find out where it might be at this point.
Oh, good.
Give me just a minute here, and hopefully I can find that. But yeah, just so much stuff going on.
Well, it happened fast too.
Yeah, well, no question, it definitely happened fast for sure. We do have, for those of you in and around Shannon County, that's at the fringe of our listing area, a severe thunderstorm warning that's just been issued about a minute and a half ago for northern Shannon County until 3:15. Basically, this is going to come right up to the Dent-Shannon County line. And off to your west, that's where the storm is coming from, around Houston and the Licking area. That is Texas County. That is just outside our listening area, but that storm is moving in your direction right now. So folks in Reynolds County, let's say Ellington and Centerville, and kind of all points in between, you're going to want to be on the lookout of things that are taking place.
I believe that was the one that was, I believe it was down by Table Rock Lake not too long ago, and that one had a pretty impressive signature on it earlier. I didn't get a real good look at it because I knew it was going to be a little ways away, but I believe that was the one that just come out of Arkansas and went through like Table Rock Lake or really close to that.
Yeah, that's it seems these storms are definitely finding plenty of fuel at this particular point to hold themselves together and rapidly develop. Really watching folks in Viburnum listening right now. I'm zooming in. You're probably getting a little bit of hail. And if you happen to be listening right now or watching us on one of the streams, the video streams, feel free to kind of drop us a line and we'll take a look at it and definitely get that information over the air. But I would not be surprised if you're seeing a little bit of hail falling in the Viburnum, right over Viburnum right now, honestly. And I am watching that. Sometimes, you know, you look at radars and you're like, oh my gosh, there's a little comma shape. There's a little of this, a little of that. I'm just circling that in blue. Again, there's not really a whole lot of circulation, even though a lot of times you will see different folks, you know, even ourselves on the radio here, we will talk about that comma shaped. Sometimes the radar returns just look that way and there's really no circulation in them, which is kind of the case that we've seen in that particular cell. So if you happen to have been taught that over the years, don't panic in Viburnum. Right now there's no circulation per se, but definitely possibly some hail in that, even though you're not under any kind of a storm warning right now.
You've also got to remember when that radar sweep goes through, that could be, you know, there's a lot of wind up there in those clouds, in the upper regions of those clouds. So it may kind of look like that as the radar goes through. And then like when it swept through just a minute ago, that little shape you had kind of circled had went completely away. So sometimes it's just the way the radar goes through. And when we see the hook echo or the comma, as you call it, like that, we see that as a sustained motion, not just one sweep. So,
right. Yeah, that's certainly. But for those of you again, basically Viburnum off toward Courtois and moving off toward basically it's going to follow. Let me put that in motion for just a moment. That's pretty much going to follow right along and just to the south of Highway C toward Belgrade and Caledonia, that particular storm cell. So you folks in Bismarck as well as Park Hills, again, that's looking about 30 to 40 minutes out. But that storm is rapidly developing and holding itself together. Now we've got a brand new thunderstorm warning for folks in Dent County. And this one just now issued for $half size hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. It's in effect until 3:15 this afternoon. Law enforcement reporting that the storm producing some hail, quarter-size hail in Houston. So that's certainly an area, if you live around Boston, Salem, Montauk, Gladden, and Bunker, Stonehill, and Montauk State Park. This is moving in your generalized direction right now, so kind of keep that in mind. So for those of you in Reynolds County, we're going to say Ellington and Centerville and to the north near Black and Edge Hill and all of that area is there, right along the Iron and Reynolds County line. You're probably going to be under the gun here very soon when it comes to some severe weather. So a heads up there. And for those of you in basically the bottom of the upside down L of Iron County, Ironton, Annapolis, Des Arc, right along Highway 21 there, and you're in 49, you're probably going to be seeing some possibly some severe activity as well as these things make their way about. Here comes another sweep here. And yeah, that storm in and around the Viburnum area is pretty impressive to be so far away from the radar site in St. Louis. It is really holding itself together. It's passed over Viburnum right now, just basically over Courtois near Goodwater, and really kind of moving toward the Bixby, really just north of Bixby and north of East End, but near the Goodwater area along Highway Z as in zebra. And it's moving off toward folks in the Delbridge and toward Belgrade. So that'll be just to the south of Belgrade. Basically from Belgrade to the Washington Iron County line is kind of a heads up. 15-20 minutes is what you've got as far as any kind of a notice going there. But yes, we do have a lot of warnings that are out and about, and it looks like we are going to keep quite a few warnings. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 warnings in our listening area alone. There sure are a whole bunch of them, though, in central and northern Illinois. If you've got travel plans right now, Chicago's even under a thunderstorm warning currently, and off toward northern Arkansas, just to the east of Fayetteville. Thunderstorm warnings down there. So far, that one tornado warning that I was trying to find somewhere in the nation on the map, it's been allowed to expire, and I never did quite figure out where it was coming from there, but it's obviously
we
outside
should,
our listening area.
one thing we should keep in mind, those who are listening, our area was not under any type of thunderstorm or tornado watch that I was aware of. These just, these can pop up, and just because you're not under a severe thunderstorm watch doesn't mean these can't just spring up and surprise you like this. These happened really fast, and so just certainly be aware.
Kayla, I am so sorry.
Yeah, that is that's a very good point. So for those of you who are in southeast Missouri, the only county that's under a tornado watch in Missouri is Perry County until 8 o'clock this evening. And
Matt, I'm going to swing my camera around behind me here. Can you see that cloud behind me?
Let me pop you up on the screen there for just a second here. There you go. Thank you, buddy Jan. That is very, very dark. Are you able to turn your phone the horizontal way where it can fill up the screen, maybe?
There we go.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, that's to the northwest of me here in Deloge. So that's going to be around the Cadet, western part of St. Francis County, Highway 47 area right there.
That looks really nasty.
Yeah, it sure does. No question that is looking really, really ominous there. And sticking with Kyle. Wow.
Ooh, wow.
We're gonna keep that on the right side of the
You
screen.
can see. I don't know if you can see right about where my. Well, let me see if I can get it right here. But right about where my finger's pointing there, there's a lot of almost like pea soup green. A lot of pea soup green right there where you kind of see the little steam from the little quarry that's just to the north of me here. But you could kind of see some piece of green. There's a little lightning in the clouds there. But I would definitely say, and then you can kind of look over the top of that blue house. I don't know if I'm turning you guys the right way there, but
yeah, you're good.
Right over the top of that blue house, you can kind of see some green mixed in through the tree tops there. So that's going to be that storm that just came out of Potosi.
Yeah, so basically, Kyle, if you're able to see your screen a little bit,
I can now.
I've zoomed in basically from Deloge off to the north. What you're showing us there on the right-hand side of your screen, for those of you watching, for those of you listening, what Kyle is showing off to the north and northwest of Deloge right now on the radar side of our screen. Boy, do we have an awful lot of stuff going on when it comes to this particular storm. And as Kyle mentioned, we are not under any kind of a thunderstorm watch box, but we do have multiple warnings as well. And so that's just something that outside of this particular watch box that we've got, hopefully the volume's a little bit better there. Merity giving us a side message. I needed to turn my microphone up, and I just did. So
yeah, you're better.
Hopefully that's much better. All right. I got a lot of screens in front of me.
She would know all about the high volume stuff too.
That may tempt her to join us here on the air live. I don't know. But whatever the case may be, we do have an awful lot going there. I'm going to wait for the latest sweep to kind of pop in there. Basically, Bonne Terre, those of you in Bonne Terre and just west of Bonne Terre along 47, as if you're headed toward Potosi, you are going to be right at the leading edge of this. In fact, this radar sweep is only about 15 to 20 seconds old. There comes another one. And the hail core that, Kyle, I think we could safely say you've confirmed, given the color refraction that's coming off of the clouds that you're seeing, a little bit of that hint of a pea green. That's a pretty good indicator that there's probably some hail in that. Wouldn't you think?
I would say, given the color, from there, I was kind of switching cameras around a little bit, but I would say that is just by the color that I'm seeing in that storm on the underside of those clouds there. You can see how quick some of that's moving. That's steam coming from a little bit. You might be able to see some thin white wisps of clouds moving through fast. That's steam from the quarry just to the north of me here. But it's definitely you can definitely see a changing of the color. It's not that dark blue anymore. It's the blue with some green. And I just saw a lightning bolt off to my northeast here, so I may have to go inside here in just a minute. But yeah, there's a good pop of lightning. I don't know if you guys saw that or not, but yeah, it's definitely coming down. Or definitely Bonne Terre area, north of Bonne Terre. I'd say if you're driving there and you can find a spot to shelter your car, like if you have a garage close by or a carport or a car wash, perhaps, I would definitely, or even a gas station, I would definitely think about it.
Yeah, it's it's one thing you don't really think about, but when you're driving down the road, whatever is falling from the sky, be it hail, rain, or whatever the case may be, it is exponentially pressure-wise added to the impact of the vehicle that you happen to be driving down by however fast that you're going. And so, that impact of pea-size hail or quarter-size hail, ping-pong size hail, or in some cases up to 3-inch size hail there, that's probably just under a baseball, maybe tennis ball size, whatever. It's a lot that we had picked up on this cell just as it was entering toward Potosi and
I've got,
just south of there.
I've got cool breeze coming right off from the northwest from this cell, and it looks like a bit of a wall cloud, like the front edge of maybe like a small wall cloud, maybe trying to form just a little bit off of it. That doesn't necessarily mean anything. I don't see any rotation from the ground here that would, be alarming or anything, but I'm definitely starting to get the front edge of a gust front here in Deloge.
Yeah, not surprised at all. Not even in the least surprised on that, given what we're seeing here. Some pretty strong, it looks like it's basically cycled again on this latest pass from the radar. They have, at the National Weather Service, actually flipped their NEXRAD into what's called a severe weather mode. So it's doing a continuous sweeps now. So we're getting updates about every 60 to 90 seconds. And it basically has regained some of its hail core stature there, basically along Highway E from Bonne Terre on toward Melso.
I don't know if you can hear the wind coming on my microphone now, but it's really picked up. You can see the tree here.
You can see some of the fingerlings and kind of the scud cloud, right there. You can see.
Kyle, can you flip your camera?
There he goes. Yeah. We lost him there for just a moment. We'll pop back in whenever we get a chance. And
there
I
he
think
is.
he just actually.
I think I hit the wrong button there. I apologize.
No worries. If you can you flip your camera horizontally there? There we go. That's filling up our screen there pretty good. Yeah, you've got a lot of stuff going on. No question there. What is it that, what would you gauge those winds? Probably 20, 30, maybe up to 40?
I'd say a good 20 to 30 right now. It's definitely starting to swirl here more inside, so I'll flip my camera around here momentarily.
Yeah, stay safe.
Oh, yeah. Oh. Okay.
There he is.
Oh, heavy wind.
So it's funny because they have actually just issued basically a thunderstorm within a thunderstorm warning. The storm cell that you are looking at right now, Kyle, they have just basically added an additional thunderstorm warning on top of what was already there. This was issued about a minute ago, and that is for looking like northwestern St. Francis, northern St. Genevieve, south central Jefferson County in Missouri, northwestern Randolph, and south central Monroe County in Illinois. That's until 3:15. At 2:27, a severe thunderstorm was located near Bonne Terre, moving to the northeast at 55 miles per hour. Ping pong ball-sized hail and 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts are the main concerns there. We so far don't see any official reports from any spotters other than the one in Potosi, which indicated a little over an inch in diameter size hail. But really, again, if you were watching us on one of our live streams, our video streams, that highly intense purple color that's kind of got the surrounding of the white fringe there before it gets into the reds, that's the hail core that we're wanting to talk about there. In fact, what I'm going to do, let's hope that the hail size, it's a few minutes behind, but this area right here, you can see me kind of circling with the arrow there. That's what basically what they were referring to. I'm going to go back to the radar because it's in severe weather mode. We're getting an update about every 60 to 90 seconds. So, yeah, this is certainly, if you are driving, let's say from Park Hills, and you're making your way toward Bonne Terre, maybe a good idea to wait about 15 minutes or so, because that is something that you don't want to be driving through. That size of a hail core hitting your windshield, if you're driving fast enough, that's going to do a considerable damage to your vehicle. And if you're around some windows and stuff and you see that stuff smacking and hitting the other aspects of everything there, you might want to step away from the windows if the winds are forcing that hail into your home strongly enough there. So, yeah, there's a lot of stuff going on with this particular storm. I am not at all surprised. I think we lost Kyle there for just a moment, and totally understandable there because he's literally got some severe weather going on there, and so just a lot of stuff going on. Kyle, let me. There you go. Let's put Kyle back on the screen. The video that he is showing right now.
This is looking directly north to Bonne Terre.
Yeah, that's exactly what we are seeing right there, for sure. So we can basically confirm what you are showing on the screen. The radar is accurately confirming there.
That is that would be looking due east towards St. Genevieve.
Let me just blow you up here a second. Kyle, you want to change your camera?
Yeah, I can.
There we go.
Yep.
Now we got the full screen. Yeah, there's a lot there to kind of. Now, some of it's just like, hey, it's just some clouds, et cetera, no question. But you know, when you're looking at the radar and you see why they've issued the thunderstorm warnings, it makes a whole lot more sense. You've got a lot of stuff going on there. A lot of that, what looks like a haze in the background. Kyle, of course, you know, you're standing there looking with your actual eyes. I am assuming that's probably rain at this point, or some kind that haze that I'm seeing.
It's a mixture of both rain and I would say dust from the quarry. That's just, you know, you can kind of see the cliffs of it right there, almost dead center screen right there over the tops of those houses. It's it's a mixture of rain and dust. There's a lot of wind with it right now, but it has definitely picked up in intensity with rain. And I'm looking now, and was just talking about it just a few minutes ago about big raindrops. They almost look like hailstones. That's about what they look like. I've got a glass tabletop here behind me. I can usually tell when there's actual solidity or ice falling, but they're very close to hailstones here. So I would say it would not surprise me if there's hail to the north, or I maybe get a little bit of hail here in just a minute. Matter of fact, I do have hail right now.
I was going to say, you've got a little bit of hail probably right now, but I'm looking at a rapidly intensifying storm over Belgrade that will probably impact Deloge here in the next 20 to 30 minutes maximum. I would say probably even less than that, as rapid as some of these are moving. Now, there's no warning on southern Washington County. But
I've got pea-sized hail right now.
Well, there you go.
But it was
not
just
shocked
a
at all.
few pieces of it. It wouldn't even surprise me if it, you know, maybe got blown off course a little bit from that big storm. But I would say it would not surprise me in the least if I went half a mile up the road here on what would be called Old Bonne Terre Road, that there would be some hail from people up that way.
Yeah, we're showing 1 inch size hail, 1.5. This is near Columbia, Illinois. That's within the past hour from some previous storms. So definitely these storms this afternoon. And again, There is no actual watch box for like a thunderstorm or a tornado watch box over any of the counties in our coverage area right now that's got the thunderstorm warnings across Missouri. The only county in Missouri that has a watch box, it's a tornado watch until 8 o'clock, and it's for Perry County only. It's very unique. You usually don't see one county. I mean, why not St. Genevieve? Why not Cape Girardeau counties? Not sure. But they chose to include Perry County into that watch box for the tornado. But basically Dent, Shannon, St. Francis, Jefferson County, St. Genevieve counties, there's no watch box. It's just thunderstorm warnings currently.
I have confirmed. Looked like maybe pea-sized hail in Bonne Terre.
That's really impressive considering how far away you really are from the core of what is probably dumping an awful lot of hail that has dumped across Bonne Terre and now off to the east near Hazel Run and along just north of Highway K and just south of Highway Y in St. Francis
This
County.
is bigger hail coming down now. This looks to be, I would say, pea size, like the type of the vegetable that you would eat that comes out of a can or something like that. I would say it's about that size right now. Matter of fact, I can.
Yeah, we just put you full screen there. There you go.
So,
that's interesting considering where the radar is showing everything should be. That shows how much energy these storms have. Because, you've got a little bit of thunderstorm activity going on there right above your head, but it's nothing on the radar compared to what's off to your north.
And those who are watching are following along. Yeah. If you see me moving around a lot, I apologize for that. I'm trying to go in and out of where I've got some covering here where I don't get pelted or.
Oh, don't blame me.
Yeah, and Kyle, I believe what you're seeing is a report of very large hail on Highway 47 just outside of Bonne Terre, right?
I was going to say, I believe I just got another text from somebody that looked to be closer to maybe quarter size, maybe even just a little bit bigger. I'll have to check that picture here in a minute that I just got from somebody, but it looked to be about quarter size, maybe ping pong ball size hail. I'll look at it again here in just a second.
Oh yeah, I'm seeing a picture too that has a pretty decent size. I'd say ping pong size ball.
You might have Merity or Buddy. I don't know if you have access to it, but the What's Going On page on the Facebook page.
That's where I'm seeing it. Yep.
St. Francis County. I believe that's where we're seeing some of the reports come in. I haven't had a chance to look. If I go look at that, I'm going to be cut off here.
Actually, I see some people with a quarter and hail next to it, 3 pieces, and they're all larger than the quarter. So I would probably say ping pong ball size hail.
Yeah, very quickly, Kyle, if you can safely hang around outside here in about 10 minutes or so, maybe 15, everything that's in southern Washington County that is really showing some strong returns, but no warnings issued on them as of yet. That's going to be more of a direct hit with where you are. Very quickly, I was just commenting about how Perry County was the only one with the tornado watch box, and not sooner than rather than me just taking a breath, the tornado watch has been expanded across portions of Missouri. So basically everything on your screen, and here in a second, I'll describe it for radio, those of you listening if you're driving, but basically all of southeastern Missouri, it's basically, let's say, Wayne, Bollinger, Cape, Perry, Dent, Shannon, toward Carter County, and off into all of southern Illinois. So for those of you listening in Carbondale and Chester and Jonesboro and Cairo, Alexander County, all the way through the boot heel of Missouri and off outside of our listening area across western Kentucky and places like northwestern Tennessee and even Arkansas. It's a very large, even Memphis is under a tornado, the same tornado watch box, and it is in effect until 11 o'clock tonight.
It's very rare that it's that extensive.
And it's somewhat narrow as well. I'm going to zoom out. If you take a look at it, just the way they've done the watch box, it's a little bit on the narrow side, more lengthy and
blow it
a
up
little
there
bit on
if
the
you
narrow
want to.
side there.
There you
yeah,
go.
so it's certainly something that I'm thoroughly intrigued about because again, every place that we've got a storm right now has some warnings to them, but they are outside of any kind of a watch box. All right, now we do have one in the Bonne Terre area. A 1-inch diameter hail was reported by a trained spotter at 2:29. So about 10 minutes ago, 1 inch in diameter. I'm trying to remember what a 1 inch would be as far as a comparison. Is that close to ping pong, or that's actually probably a little bit less than a ping
I would
pong
say a little
ball
bit
size?
less. I would say that would be
Ping pong size is 2.7 meters. Well, I don't know what that is in inches.
I was going to say, yeah,
that's smart. That's smart guy math right there. I don't have that. I don't have that conversion available to me just yet. So
I'm checking on it, guys. Hang on.
Yeah, it's
4.94 inches, diameter of
All right.
1.57 inches.
Wow.
So yeah, it's.
I don't know if anybody
It's
saw
almost
that
there.
lightning strike that was just over here
Well-
to the east, but that was pretty impressive.
That storm that I was talking about in Washington County that had yet to be issued a thunderstorm warning has now been issued a thunderstorm warning.
It's almost like the Weather
Southeastern
Service wasn't kind of paying attention to it. Now all of a sudden they're starting to see returns on this, and now all of a sudden they're getting quicker. Not to dog the Weather Service at all. They do a great job. But it's like just all of a sudden it's like you start hearing these warnings and everything pop up, and it's like, well, yeah, we know. We're right in the middle of it right now. You're about 5 minutes late.
Yeah, well, such as it happens sometimes, right? And that's kind of why we jumped on the air, and they're humans too. Obviously, I know you wouldn't dog them because you think highly of them just like we all do, and all of that. But we do have that until 3:30. Let's say a severe thunderstorm located 7 miles north of Bellevue. This is Missouri, not Belleville, Illinois, but Bellevue, or 9 miles west of Bismarck, moving to the east at 45 miles an hour, 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. Farmington, Deloge, Bismarck, Leadwood, Park Hills, Irondale, Leadington, Caledonia, Frank Clay, and Belgrade, as well as St. Joe State Park and Missouri Mines Historic Site. You know, it's been a really nice weekend. I even know the hotels were filled across St. Francis County on Friday night. I have a sneaking suspicion spring fever hit a lot of folks out of St. Louis for St. Joe State Park. So for those of you who might be listening or watching, this storm carries quite a punch. It's moving in your direction. And if I put a little storm tracker on there, let me see if I can do that. And they said at 45 miles an hour
Well,
up to the east.
while you're doing that, I'm getting a report that a multi-vehicle accident happened on Highway 67 southbound at Shannon Road by the old Footloose. So not sure if that had anything to do with the weather, but be careful if you are in that vicinity.
Yeah. So for those in Bismarck, you've got roughly about, in fact, we just had a radar sweep. I'm going to redo this statute. It's at 45 miles an hour. Let's go out through there once again, calculate it. And we are talking about Bismarck in 8 minutes, Derby in 14, Park Hills in 17 minutes, Ludington in 19 minutes, Farmington in 22 minutes, and Delisle in 20 minutes as well. And I appreciate that the fact that the next rad is really updating faster than I can almost put a storm plotter on there. And I really would prefer that than for it to be delayed. So thankful that everybody's up on that aspect as well. But yeah, we are definitely seeing some very intense activity. Now, there's not a storm warning for you folks in northeastern Reynolds or central Iron County, but just like there wasn't one in Washington County and then suddenly there was, we are seeing additional development. So if you are in Ironton and Pilot Knob and basically near the Bellevue area, this is a spot on the radar that's quickly intensifying in strength. And I'm going to go ahead and put that into motion right now. And basically that's going to go right through Farmington also, right through Iron Mountain Lake just to the south of Bismarck, and it'll go between Knob Lick and Farmington there along Highway 67. So this is certainly something that there's no warning on that one as of yet. However, like I said, it is quickly intensifying with every time that the radar sweeps on through. Back on to the storm that has a thunderstorm warning on it. Basically, and a tornado watch has just been expanded. St. Francis County, now under a tornado watch until 11 o'clock. It looks like the National Weather Service in St. Louis, each weather office gets a little variation on how they interpret the weather boxes issued by the Storm Prediction Center out of Norman, Oklahoma. They have gone ahead, and you noticed just a little bit ago I said it's a little narrow. Well, the Weather Service has now moved that watch box up to Iron, as well as Madison, Reynolds, St. Francis, St. Genevieve counties until 11 o'clock as well. So it is, at least there is a watch box up, and we are seeing these things kind of play out as we go out and about here. Kyle, I don't know if you are still, he is not with us right at the moment. Are you?
Yeah, I'm still here. I had my camera off for just a minute. I was kind of moving around and checking on some things.
Yeah, no worries at all. You've got severe weather moving through your area. You're doing the responsible thing, no question. But I am curious here in the next very short amount of time. Let me get the exact track here of what's going on. We're looking at east at 45 miles an hour. I am thoroughly very curious as to what you are probably beginning to see in and around your area. Let me put a calculate here. We are talking about Deloge in 11 minutes, Wortham in 4 minutes, Leadwood in 6 minutes, Gumbo in 8 minutes, Park Hills in 12 minutes, Deloge in 11 minutes. And so, that's the
funny.
Leading edge.
Can we get you to zoom in on that a little bit, Matt?
It's funny you mentioned Gumbo in 8 and Park Hills in 12, because if you go by car out of Park Hills to Gumbo, you're talking about a 2-minute drive generally. I don't know. I found some odd humor in that. That's just the way my weird brain works sometimes.
I used to live in Leadwood, so I totally understand.
So yeah, these things, and now that I've zoomed in kind of tight, you're seeing the flashing of one thunderstorm warning, but I've zoomed in tight enough to where the rest of your screen is also under a separate thunderstorm warning. You just can't see the boxed area because I've zoomed in tight enough. So those of you in Irondale, you are getting pummeled with some hail. I think it's safe to say, especially with Kyle seeing hail in Deloge, even outside of what the radar was showing on the fringe, I feel pretty safe this afternoon in saying that what we're seeing for radar returns is a pretty good indicator that there's some definite hail falling without any question. So I would say you folks in Irondale, basically along Highway U, headed from Irondale toward Potosi, this is an area that's getting pummeled with hail currently, and it is going to be making its way right. Probably the leading edge has just crossed into the Washington-St. Francis County line, moving toward Park Hills, Ludington, Deloge, Cantwell.
That's right there along the M Highway area as well. U
Yep.
and M, and kind of combine right there in the middle of Irondale, kind of forms a central hub right there, right before you get into St. Francis County.
Yeah. And we've got another statute sweep. The radar is activated again here in just a second. We're going to see on the screen. This is going to show the most up to date. It'll be about 10 seconds old whenever you're able to see it. Just due to a digital streaming delay, we can't do anything about that. That's the technology that we have. So here in just a moment, I do see the statute sweep activating there on a separate screen. There it is.
There it goes.
Yeah, right over Irondale, and basically that leading edge. Let me draw here for a second. That leading edge right there that you're seeing, that is probably the beginning of the hail core, if you will. So Wortham and Frank Clay, right along Highway M, like Kyle was talking about there, that is probably the leading edge. For sure, heavy rain, more than likely high winds, but definitely around Irondale, you're probably seeing some hail. I would think that there's probably no doubt in the mindset here at this point.
And we talked off air last time how St. Francis County missed the last storm, but they're really in the middle of this one.
Not this time.
Definitely not this time. Definitely not this time. And again, there is now, if you were just joining us, a tornado watch that has been issued for the. And I'll back up and say, because I get asked this an awful lot by people that I know. A watch just simply means conditions are favorable for the development of severe weather. A warning means that something is happening that warrants. There's a strong enough something there, be it a thunderstorm or a tornado warning, that the Weather Service issues a warning. So a watch means to prepare. A warning means action on your particular personal being. So keep that all in mind. I know that for those of us who are used to doing this kind of stuff, I've been doing severe weather coverage since 1999, right? So it's just such a common thing. It's like everybody should know that, but not everybody does, and we're empathetic of that. So a little bit of an explanation there, but we do have a tornado watch that is in effect for Iron, St. Francis, St. Genevieve, Perry, Madison, Reynolds, Bollinger, Cape, Wayne, Carter, Shannon, all the way to the Arkansas state line and beyond. The Boot Heel, all of southern Illinois in our portion of the listening area is under a tornado watch, with the exception of the St. Louis metro area. Going to be honest, I see a lot of storms in the St. Louis metro area that really could warrant probably some monitoring as well. But predominantly the warning boxes, if you will, and I've zoomed out just a touch, you are seeing a whole bunch of them flashing on the screen right now. These are all thunderstorm warnings. The solid yellow that you are seeing, that's all a tornado watch. So the ones that are flashing are warnings right now. So Dent County has a thunderstorm warning in effect for it for ping pong ball sized hail. It looks like law enforcement confirming that this storm produced quarter-size hail in Houston as it was coming out of Texas County and toward Dent County. So ping pong ball-sized hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. You folks in, let's say, I bet they're saying off to the east at 45 miles an hour, but really it's an easterly, northeasterly direction. I'm going to let the radar catch up there for just a moment. It's kind of jumping around, but predominantly they're moving off in an easterly, northeasterly direction. So those of you in Dent County who might be listening, here's what we're going to do. We're going to say southern Crawford County, kind of the little, we don't say it's a boot heel of Crawford County because no one ever calls it that, but that's kind of what it looks like on the radar. We're talking basically Dillard, Davisville, south of Cherryville near Czar Tower, if you're familiar with that area, and maybe the northwestern edge of Iron County. Once again, Viburnum, you've already been pummeled once. And you've got another one moving right very close to your area. And then southwestern Washington County. We're going to watch that because we're watching these storms really intensify fairly quickly as well. We are being told that our sports enthusiast, Miss Merity, is telling us that there is a rain delay now in effect for the Cardinals game. Not shocked at all. And we obviously our entire listening area and beyond is Cardinal country. So
it was delayed in the bottom of the fifth with the Cardinals up 8-2.
So we do have a rain delay in effect for Busch Stadium right now, as well as obviously all of downtown St. Louis. No active warnings. If you've got loved ones at Busch Stadium right now, which we know that everybody loves to go to a game when they can catch it. It's a Sunday afternoon. A lot of folks have the day off from work. So there are no warnings issued for the metro area per se. Everything's off in the heart of our listening area right now. We're talking about places like St. Francis, Washington, St. Genevieve, Jefferson counties. And then also, again, monitoring redevelopment, once again, across portions of Dent County. So folks in Crawford, Iron, and Washington counties, and northern Reynolds County. This may be an area of concern for you. We do have an extension of a thunderstorm warning now for Shannon County that was just issued about 3 minutes ago. Ping pong ball-sized hail. National Weather Service in Springfield kind of adding to what was there to begin with. About 20 miles southeast of Salem, moving 45 miles an hour off to the east. And so Echo Bluff State Park and Midridge, that is an area that you're going to be watching that. And again, even Dent County, Dent County is not, but Shannon County and Reynolds County are under a tornado watch box now as well. I'm seeing another 1 inch in French Village, a trained weather spotter reporting 1 inch in diameter hail, 5 minutes. 5 minutes of quarter-sized hail falling in French Village, 5 minutes worth. So that's a long time for some hail, to put it mildly. And so this is just a lot that's there right now, and a lot of fuel for these storms to be making their way out and about. So as of right now, this is kind of the hub of what you're seeing. What I'm going to do very quickly, I am going to bring this screen right over. And those of you who are watching, this is actually more of a regional perspective. It's multiple radar sites, but I want to kind of show you the line of severe weather all the way from downtown Chicago, the Loop area, through portions of northwestern Indiana, all the way through central Illinois and southern Illinois, and then we are kind of in our area, the back end of this line of severe weather. You have nothing but thunderstorm warnings from Chicago all the way into northern Arkansas with this particular line. So there's a lot of stuff going on there. I'm going to go back and zoom back in here. I'm just going to basically replace one image with the other so that we're a little bit closer to home here. We have a brand new thunderstorm warning. This one is going to be for northern Reynolds County until 3:45 at right now, 2:54 p.m. A severe thunderstorm was located 13 miles west of Reynolds or 39 miles southwest of Ironton, moving to the east at 45 miles an hour, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, and half-dollar size hail. Hail damage to vehicles obviously expected. So if you're in Reynolds, Centerville, Black Corridon, and Lesterville, Johnson Shut-In State Park, and Tom Sauk Mountain State Park, you know, it's been a beautiful day up until now, very warm, a lot of spring fever activity in the mindset. If you were out and about enjoying some of the state parks across the parkland, well, now you've got some severe weather to contend to as well, to be basically weather aware whenever it's all around you. So keep this in mind. That hail can hurt. We also have a tornado warning that's just outside our listening area, not by much. It's for northeastern. Now, those of you in Potosi and Washington County, Missouri, this is Washington County, Illinois. And I stress this. I've been stressing it for years. Every time I've been in covering a part of our listening area. So it's Washington County, Illinois, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located near Nashville, moving to the east at 50 miles an hour. Half-dollar sized hail also as well. This is a radar indicated tornado across Washington County, Illinois. Now, I'm bringing that up for the following reason. There's a little bit of a concern there because now you're starting to see some circulation into the atmosphere. And there's also a few tornado warnings off into central Illinois as well. So this is certainly something that as we are moving out and about throughout the afternoon, that we may begin to start seeing some of that circulation with some of these storms a little bit stronger across our area. And we're going to be monitoring that very cautiously right now. We are showing, we're showing some slight, very, very slight circulation in a storm cell that's in St. Francis County right now, but not anything yet that warrants really kind of mentioning or monitoring at this point. Am I to understand that I think Kyle has joined us once again? Let me back out here. Buddy did the same thing I did. There we go. Kyle, what is it that you have going on right now?
Well, I don't know if you can see my video that I've got going once again. But
we can.
This is just started probably within the last minute 30. More heavy rain. As a matter of fact, I am seeing some little bits of hail again. I would say, as I just ran into a wind chime, I would say just smaller than pea-sized hail mixed in with this. It's a lot of heavy rain, a lot of big raindrops. There is some hail mixed in with it. Again, it's very, very small right now. And now we're starting to get a little bit of the wind coming in with it as I back away here under the cover of my porch here. But definitely that storm that I believe was probably, I'd say, around the Belgrade, the Irondale area is probably the one that's here with us now. I'm not seeing a whole lot more lightning mixed in with this one than what I'm seeing, but just heavy rain and a lot of wind right now, and no, like I said, just small diameter size hail, about as small as you could probably get right now.
I think the biggest question for you, Kyle, is the latest statute sweep has, it looks like the core of what could be any hail falling down from the sky almost on top of you. You're about 90 seconds to 2 minutes away from what I would call the height of that particular storm cell moving through.
Oh, outstanding.
So give you a little heads up there, and we might actually start seeing some hail any moment now.
Matter of fact, I'm getting it right as you said that. I'm getting pelted with it as we speak. again, small, pea-sized, I'd say, almost like pea gravel-sized hail right now. You can probably see some of it accumulating there on the ground.
Yeah.
Right by my flowers and dandelions there.
And I hear a little bit of thunder as well.
Yes, sir, for sure. It's definitely coming down pretty hard now. As now the hail's beginning to intensify here. You can really see it coming down hard now.
Yeah, that's okay. Well, then we can once again confirm the radar returns are fairly accurate this afternoon, no question. And we are. Justine in Farmington, we're seeing your comments, and yes, you do have more severe weather moving toward you. Marlena in French Village, thank you so much for letting us know that you've got some hail going on there as well. So yeah, definitely make sure you comment as you make your way on throughout. But we do have a lot of infill with these particular storms. Most of the time, I usually look at that and think that's actually probably a good thing, because the storms will start feeding off of each other and robbing each other of its fuel. But this afternoon, really, what seems to be happening is with that infill, they almost seem to be bolstering each other a little bit in strength. So folks in Bismarck, Iron Mountain Lake, you're getting pummeled with hail. I think we're safe to say that. I mean, we're looking at Kyle's live picture right now. And it is an exact lock and step with what we are seeing on the radar. So let's just go ahead and assume folks in Bismarck are getting quite a bit of hail right now as well.
Farmington has thunder, according to Merity.
Yep. So we've got a lot of stuff going on there, and hail was pea size in French Village. So thank you for letting us know that as well. So you know what? If you're watching us right now, feel free to share this particular live feed. And this is what we call good neighbor programming. You've got eyes, you're where you are. Let us know what you're seeing. It helps us keep other people ahead of and weather aware, because you got to stop and think. Places like St. Genevieve County has yet to see, well, Bloomsdale right now getting pummeled, but the city of St. Genevieve and all of the county itself, and even just a couple of miles south of Farmington, nothing yet, but it will be soon. So it's kind of good to kind of be weather aware and kind of allow good neighbor programming, if you will, and kind of let folks know kind of what's going on.
And if we can, not to cut you off there, Matt, but if we can share your video or photos that you share with us on our page, please let us know, and we'll be glad to give you credit for that and throw that up here on the screen if you're watching.
Shared with you guys. Sorry, buddy, didn't mean to talk on you there.
No, you're good.
Kelly Luttrell, a friend of mine, was in Bonne Terre. She shared a photo with me of some really circular, symmetrical looking hailstones that she had in Bonne Terre. I shared that with you guys on the Facebook chat. So give her.
Yeah, we'll throw that up here. Give me a second. I'll get that thrown up there.
Yeah, we do have a confirmation, by the way, of 1-inch diameter hail in Caledonia a few minutes ago by a trained weather spotter there. That's just popping up on the screen as well. And so there is a lot of fuel to these storms, no question at all. If you're just joining us, we've got wall-to-wall coverage yet once again here on Show Me Live, both on our radio side, which you can get our apps on Google and Apple Play Store. We're not necessarily plugging it this afternoon, but if you're driving, we would much rather you be listening than trying to watch and drive. That's extremely dangerous. Please don't do that. But if you're in a spot, maybe you're a passenger in a vehicle, well, you can stream the video because you're not driving, but we really want you to exercise a lot of caution. So we have the video stream for those of you that you can safely do it. Those of you driving, we would really like you to be listening rather than watching, because that's just downright dangerous. So you can go to the Google and Apple Play stores, download the app, go to our website at showmelive.net, streamingrules.com. Either one will get you to the same spot, and that'll get you where you can hear it. But if you're driving along Highway 67, basically from Knob Lick through the rest of St. Francis County, all the way to the Jefferson-St. Francis County line right now, it is under the gun for, at the very bare minimum, some very heavy rain. I'm seeing basically a little bit of a notch area. Here's what I mean by that. I'm just kind of circling that in blue, right? You're seeing these areas, not necessarily so much an indication of any kind of rotation, but rather possibly some intensifying winds. Here comes another statute sweep. Let's see what we've got here. And yeah, we're seeing even an intensification in the hail core. It's kind of morphed, Kyle, going off to your south. Basically, right along inside St. Joe State Park, from Park Hills to Farmington, even the Maple Valley Shopping Center right now in Farmington is probably getting some decent-sized hail that's falling on the ground right now, and even in toward downtown, even toward the airport. There's a possibility there that you may be getting pummeled with some hail. Also Bismarck, the same thing there. And then again, what used to be Elvins in the Park Hills area, they still label it on this particular map. But we know Elvins is obviously a portion of Park Hills. But if you've been around Park Hills long enough and you know what I'm talking about, the Elvins area of Park Hills, right there is where another area of development for possible hail has begun to make its way into your area. That statute sweep's not even 60 seconds old, so you've got maybe about 90 seconds or so before it'll begin moving itself off into your area. Now, again, we are monitoring different things. We're looking at different storm cells. We're cautiously saying that, and Kyle, if you are still here or not, you are actually still with us.
Yep,
here.
I'm here.
Are you seeing, I am not seeing a lot of lightning on the radar itself. I've only maybe heard you mention it once or twice. These thunderstorms really are not, correct me if I'm wrong, they're not producing a mass amount of lightning and thunder like the ones a few weeks ago.
I wouldn't say it's as intense as it was a few weeks ago. I don't know if you can hear the thunder in the background, but I have seen a good bit of lightning with it. I mean, I would call it the appropriate amount of lightning for a system like this. It's not like continuous, constant flashing, ground to cloud type thing that we're seeing here, but there's definitely been some flashes and everything. It's still raining pretty good here. I would call this a steady rain where I'm at now, and you can definitely tell it's cooled off a lot. Where I'm at. So
yeah, a lot of stuff going on there. We've got someone in Farmington letting us know of some heavy rain there as well that was on there. I think we've gone back live to Kyle, or is that still in Farmington?
This is Farmington. And here's another one.
Yeah, so a lot of stuff going on there, no question. Just a lot of heavy rain. I don't see a lot of tree movement there, so it doesn't mean it's not a little bit windy. It's a lot easier for trees to move when there's leaves on trees. When the limbs are bare, it takes a lot higher wind to see a lot of movement in trees, although it does happen. But when the leaves are on there, it catches the wind a lot better. But I am seeing that really development over St. Francis County right now, watching very cautiously you all in and around the area of northern Reynolds County. For those of you in Ironton, Iron Mountain Lake, maybe south of Bismarck and Farmington, you're getting Bismarck just got hit with hail and a lot of storm activity. Farmington under the gun right now, but I'm watching in northern Reynolds County. You folks in Centerville, you're just about 5 to 7 minutes away from a strong storm that is under a thunderstorm warning there from entering your area. But it's going to move off in an easterly, northeasterly direction. So basically Ironton, Bellevue, Pilot Knob, Arcadia Valley, that whole area, probably about 30 minutes or so away from it entering into that area. But then again, those of you in, let's say, the southern area of St. Francis County, I'm going to suggest probably from Farmington to Noblick, basically the Madison-St. Francis County line, but also maybe a little bit of northern Madison County in the next 45 minutes. That storm cell is going to be moving into your area. All right, now, very quickly, I want to zoom back in. This does not have a warning over it right now, but we have been monitoring, at least this is round 3, that has gone over portions of Crawford County, and northern Dent County and northwestern Iron County. We're talking about Viburnum and Dillard and Cherryville and Davisville, that area. Yet one more intense storm beginning to develop in that area. The last 2 prompted warnings as it was making its way into Washington County and off into St. Francis County. In fact, what's happening in Farmington and Bismarck right now was once over in the area that I just zoomed in on in Crawford and northern Dent County. So we're going to keep a watchful eye on that. And see if it continues to develop fairly rapidly like the other couple of rounds did. Again, zooming back out, I don't want to miss any particular warnings at this point if there are any new ones. It's outside of our listening area, but I know that there is a thunderstorm warning there in the West Plains area, but it could very quickly get in toward our viewing area, our listening area as well. depending on if you're watching or listening. But, you know, we kind of cover like a 30-county coverage area, all of southeast Missouri, basically from St. Louis to the Boot Heel and portions of southwestern Illinois. So that's basically our coverage area. We know you folks in St. Louis, if you're watching us and listening to us, you got a lot of options for media. But if you get toward, you know, let's say the heart of our area onto the south, it becomes a little less optional as far as what you've got. So we try to make sure that we give a good focus on everything to let folks know kind of what's going on. And we're seeing the latest sweep here, and I'm really watching that latest sweep right there, just as zoomed in there in Crawford County, right over Davisville. It is quickly intensifying in a 2 minute, just about 2 to 3 minutes from the last sweep to this one, and it's already almost doubled in strength. So for those of you in western Washington County, southern and western Washington County, basically from Highway 8 on to the south toward the Iron County line, so Courtois, Ishmael, Brazil, Palmer, Delbridge, Quaker, that area, the southwestern corner of Washington County, that's where you're going to want to be very cautious in the next several minutes to see exactly how this develops. And then, of course, Potosi and possibly back into St. Francis County in the next 45 minutes or so. That's what we're going to watch. Folks in northern Reynolds County, the Centerville area, that storm is rapidly intensifying also. So that means those of you in Iron County and southern St. Francis County in the next 45 minutes, roughly 30 to 45 minutes, we're going to be possibly watching that as if it's as it's making its way over toward those of you listening in those portions of our listening areas. So thankfully, knock on wood, we really don't have any tornado warnings yet. And when I say really, we do have one for Washington County, Illinois, just barely outside our listening area. It is moving away from the listening area. I mentioned that because it's along this same line of storms, and we're starting to see an uptick in the fuel that these storms are gathering their strength from. And that's the area of concern. I'm going to throw out one more thing. If you happen to see the sun shining, popping out in between storms, that is not a good thing for this afternoon. All that's going to do is stir up the atmosphere, and that you could get some rapid intensification of storms, but also of potential rotation and tornadic activity. So just kind of keep that, again, that weather aware that you're wanting to be very cautious about, and kind of be very aware, because a thunderstorm warning can turn into a tornado warning very, very quickly. And so this is where we are right now this afternoon. It's ominous. It's a little bit on the edge there, but we really hope that the most that we get out of this is some strong winds and some hail, and that's bad enough. But as we know, tornadoes are the most devastating of all of these things. Somebody's taking a breath to speak.
Yeah, Matt, I'm seeing on the National Weather Service, not sure if you mentioned this, in southern Illinois, there is a tornado warning.
Just did.
Gotcha.
For Washington County?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm trying to do too many things at once.
Nope, you're good. You're all good. And here comes another sweep. Let's take a look at this. Let's see what we've got going on here. These storms, for those of you in St. Genevieve County, this particular storm that had prompted a warning out of St. Francis County has now made its way into St. Genevieve County, right along Highway 32. So if Kyle is still with us, he's looking basically off to his east. He's probably seeing the back end of this particular storm that's moved over his head, although it's probably still raining. Yeah, it's still sprinkling basically a little bit where he's at as well. So lots of stuff going on there for sure. We've just got a lot of flashing warnings, no question.
I'm actually moving from the front of the house, which faces west, to the east, which is in the backside of the house, which would be towards the St. Genevieve area. So bear with me for a moment here.
And then that also extends into Illinois for Randolph and Monroe counties.
The thunderstorm warning? Yes,
Yes.
it does. And that's actually, while Kyle is repositioning himself, that particular warning, it expires in a couple of minutes. I'm going to be curious to see if they expand and or reissue a brand new warning for the storm cell that is actually just outside the warning box and has exited out of the warning box that they issued for it in St. Francis County. I think everybody was able to follow me along on that one, but a little convoluted because we had the polygon warnings. It's no longer just a county that's under a warning anymore. It's portions of counties. So it gets a little tough to explain, especially if you're driving down the road and listening to us by radio. And Kyle, Are you seeing anything? I'm assuming you've probably made it to the back of your.
I am.
I got to the other side of your house.
I got my camera on now. I don't know if you can, how well you can really see it, but there we go. Yeah, that's looking directly towards St. Genevieve area. There's some lightning there. I don't know if the camera was able to catch that or not, but yeah, you can definitely tell it's darker over that way, and now it's starting to lighten up back down to the southwest. But like I was looking at your radar, it's another storm looks like forming down that way. So we could have, I would say, probably one more round, unless more just happens to develop. But
there's some more back there.
I mean, ultimately, let me pop onto a different site here, and I'll actually share that onto the screen here for just a moment. That should not be viewing it that way, but here we go. There we go. All right, so let me slide that on over. This is a multi-radar view of our system here, and yeah, we do have all the way basically from, well, it's moving away, but basically from Chicagoland all the way into northern Arkansas and southwestern Missouri. And we're just sort of caught right in the middle of all of that line, and it's kind of a broken line at this point, but that's kind of what we've got going on. And so the question mark is, how quickly is this going to push through, as Kyle's mentioning there? Let's put this into motion. And it looks a little bit differently than some of our other radar returns, because this is a multi-radar viewpoint that you're seeing right now. And so it moves a little bit out of succession with each independent radar here, but you are seeing that line. Here's the question mark. What we're going to start seeing potentially for those of you in the southern half of our listening area, let's say Fredericktown on to the south, and let's say basically the Perry, Bollinger, Cape Girardeau County line on to the south. Well, we're looking at this development. I'm going to circle it right here in blue. That's an area that we're going to watch for the central and southern portions of our viewing listening area as it makes its way across. Right now, there's a whole bunch of warnings issued for that line of thunderstorm activity. And so that's gonna make its way through the heart of our listening area and the southern portions of our listening area really over the next hour or two. For those of you in St. Francis, let me get back over into this particular screen. And it's like, wow, it looks so different. Yeah, because we're using two different systems here. This is a lot more reflective and sensitive to what you're seeing. So it looks a lot brighter in its colors. And so this area right here, we're talking Reynolds, Iron, St. Francis, Madison, St. Genevieve County. The hope is possibly one more round, possibly. And I say that because we're just watching very carefully there off outside our listening area just east of Springfield. Will that move and make its way through Iron and Washington and St. Francis counties and beyond? Very possible that it could at this point. And then after that, probably going to start seeing the whole line shift slowly off to the southeast. This is actually right on target and right on time for how the National Weather Service predicted this afternoon. They've been talking about it for several days now. And so this is kind of the timeline that they were thinking of. And so for those of you in Cape Girardeau and Poplar Bluff, I guarantee you, if I pull up one of these emergency management stations, maybe around Poplar Bluff or whatever the case may be, it wouldn't surprise me a bit if the sun is shining in Poplar Bluff, for example, in that area. The emergency management cameras near the Butler County area there, the sun is definitely out. That's bad. You don't want that today because it's going to add fuel to the fire. So wherever you are seeing some sunshine, that's only adding more instability in the atmosphere that can create a much stronger return on your radar as far as the thunderstorm activity. So this is certainly an area that we'll be watching throughout the remainder of the afternoon. But for right now, we do have an extended severe thunderstorm warning with a considerable threat for St. Genevieve County and Randolph County. That's the one that they basically issued that exited out of St. Francis County. This is until 4 p.m. It just issued about 2 minutes ago. And so for those of you in Randolph County and St. Genevieve County until 4 p.m., The severe thunderstorm was located about 10 miles southwest of Sparta, moving to the east at 50 miles an hour. Now, here's the thing. Golf ball size hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. Trained spotters have reported this. So this is certainly something. That's why they've issued the considerable threat tag on this. Let's zoom in just a little bit here. I'm going to go into a 3D mode here for just a moment. And those of you watching, basically this area right here that I'm circling in blue, this really tall looking area that you're seeing, this is a 3D model, right? So we can actually go in and just take a look at how tall it is layer by layer. And kind of see kind of what's going on with all of that. So that is the area that you're wanting to be very cautious about when it comes to what the National Weather Service says is confirmed by trained weather spotters there. Some pretty intense hail and some pretty intense winds as reported by trained weather spotters. So 60-mile-an-hour winds and that ping pong ball size hail with a golf ball size. So pardon me, golf ball size hail as well as the 60-mile-an-hour winds. I'm going to tell you right now, the storm is moving to the east at 50 miles an hour, so it already has a lot of forward motion to work with. So 60-mile-an-hour winds, certainly not out of the realm of possibilities as it's racing off to those of you in St. Genevieve. We're going to let this statute sweep, and really it's already on top of St. Genevieve. That's how those of you along I-55 driving maybe from Festus toward Cape Girardeau, might be a good idea to stop at maybe one of the gas stations prior to, or convenience stores prior to making your way toward Bloomsdale, because give yourself about 20 minutes, it'll be out of the area as you make your way out and about. So if this is moving off in an easterly, northeasterly at 50, here's what we're looking at right now. We're looking at Zell. It's basically now. St. Genevieve in 7 minutes, New Bourbon 8 minutes, Collins in 14 minutes, Old Kaskaskia in 15 minutes, Riley Lake in 15, Steelville, Illinois in 32 minutes, and Sparta in 32 minutes as well. And so that's definitely kind of a little bit of a storm tracker situation on all of that. Again, I'm going to throw this out there for those of you in Iron and St. Francis and northern Madison County. Once again, I want to keep a very watchful eye on this, and here's why. This right here that I've just zoomed in on the screen is an area that we are really monitoring very cautiously. It is so far away from the radar site in St. Louis, yet it is sending back such a strong return. The question mark then runs into some, really, quite honestly, some considerable concern for those of you in Iron County as well as in St. Francis and Madison County. I'm talking about this area basically that I've just kind of drawn out in blue. Right around in here, this is the area of concern that I am a little concerned about there to see kind of what maybe will happen on that. So let's put that in motion for just a moment and take a look and see kind of what we're talking about here. As you can see, it has progressively made its way on and about in those areas. So from out of Shannon County into Reynolds County, the Centerville area. That's what's prompted that thunderstorm warning there. And again, it's the St. Louis Weather Service. It's indicating it 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. Centerville, Black, and Lesterville, that's where it's moving toward right now. So for those of you in Iron County, basically from Ironton, south of there, Hogan, Glover, Chloride, Zabula. Zabula is probably just a little bit off to a little bit further south, but basically from Ironton to Hogan, especially Glover, that's an area of concern. Not going to be shocked to see an extension of that severe thunderstorm warning impacting Iron and potentially in southwestern St. Francis County. Now, what that may mean is those of you from Farmington off toward Knob Lick in St. Francis County may be under a severe thunderstorm warning yet again within the coming minutes or so. We're monitoring it very cautiously, very carefully right now to kind of let you know of anything that may be happening. And then, like I said, we're also monitoring across this area. For those of you in the central and southern portions of our listening and viewing area right now, I get a little concerned when I see live camera views out of places like Poplar Bluff where the sun is shining, and off to the west you have very intense storms already, and it's not a line. It's more of the sporadic storm cells, those lone cells that get really concerning as they continue to fuel off of that instability in the atmosphere as they're moving off toward the northeast. The sun is going to replenish the atmosphere, and it's going to give nothing but fuel to these particular storms. I don't expect them to dissipate in the coming next few hours. So for those of you, literally, we're talking places like Reynolds County again, Wayne, as well as Carter County, all the way toward Ripley County, and off to the east, Butler, Iron, Madison, and Wayne counties again, and Bollinger. That whole area in the next couple of hours, I am going to be watching that for a pretty good-sized concern over what we are seeing around the West Plains, Missouri, and Mountain Home, Arkansas area, because it's going to move in that general vicinity. All right, moving on out. I just heard somebody taking a breath. If anybody needs to jump in, feel free. But at this particular point, what we're seeing is those of you right along the St. Genevieve area, basically along I-55. Let's see, mile marker 150, exit 150 there is the I-55 St. Genevieve Farmington exit, and then the Bloomsdale exit where the Loves station and some other stuff happens to be located. That's right where we are talking about with the strong storm activity that has been reported by train spotters. So this right now, let's stop the motion here for just a second. This is less than 60 seconds old. Kellogg. Those of you in Kellogg, you're getting pummeled with hail right now. And it is right about to move across the county line into Illinois. So basically from Marigold, just south of Prairie du Rocher, that's an area of concern. Right along State Highway 3 there that kind of moves throughout, right along, kind of hugs the Mississippi River throughout southern Illinois. That's an area that it's about to move into if it hasn't already. But that doesn't mean I-55 is in the clear because the storm cell has basically expanded on out. We're seeing basically from River Oaks Fosses off to the north near Zell towards Bloomsdale. For those of you listening right now, that whole area of I-55 is under some very heavy rain, lots of wind, probably some hail, especially toward the Marlow and Zell area of I-55 and just right around Azora. That's the area that you're probably going to run into some hail and possibly 60-mile-an-hour winds as reported by train spotters. So we're going to keep a very watchful eye on that. That warning, it expires in about 34 minutes, but there's for those of you in St. Genevieve County, the bulk of that will be long gone before that full warning expires. They'll trim that back and keep it in the portions of Illinois shortly. Folks in Centerville, northeastern Reynolds County, I'm really not liking what I'm seeing there. Genuinely speaking, it is starting to look like an area of concern, if I'm being totally honest with you there. And for those of you in Iron County and southern St. Francis County, I really want you to kind of be very aware of your weather situations here in the coming next couple of, well, really the next 40 to 30 minutes or so. Let me see if I can get a different source coming on here to let me know kind of what's going on with this particular. It's so far away from the radar, and it is showing such a strong return that it is an area of genuine concern that I've got for you all right now. So let me see if I can pull open. I cannot get. There we go. And see if I can get any kind of a storm tracker placed on this. And it is really tightening up there. Again, something to be watchful of, folks in Iron County, southern St. Francis County, northern Madison County. This is really what we're going to be monitoring. If I put it in motion, the way that's kind of morphing and basically regenerating as it moves across the radar, it looks like it is going to go, the bulk of it's going to go south of Ironton. It's going to predominantly be a northern Madison County, so almost Fredericktown toward the St. Francis County line, Noblick area. That's going to be, and from Ironton toward Glover and Hogan, that's going to be the area of main concern if they extend the warning for that. We're going to see what happens here very, very shortly on those attributes. So we now have a confirmed 1.7-inch diameter, 1.75-inch diameter in Randolph County. The general public reporting of golf balls falling across that area. That is what has just crossed over from St. Genevieve into Randolph County, Illinois. Not surprised by that, given what we're seeing on the radar screen. We do now have an extension of that warning. I was just suggesting that may be the case, and that's what we've got. It's going to be for Iron, Madison, and St. Francis counties until 4:15 this afternoon. A severe thunderstorm located 8 miles west of Glover, about 13 miles southwest of Ironton, moving to the east at 45 miles an hour. Looks like 60-mile-an-hour winds and quarter-size hail. That's the area of concern. Again, watching it carefully, not liking what I'm seeing on the radar. And if Kyle, if you were around and or listening, and he may have had to, I'm not sure kind of what he's got going on, if anything at all, but if he is able to see the screen, if you're able to see the screen, I'm genuinely not liking how the radar is really picking up in northeastern Washington County, and the way that it's morphing and kind of regenerating into much more of a, quite honestly, a mean-looking storm, and it's starting to look a little concerning to me. I don't know what your particular thoughts are and all of that, but I would sure welcome your input.
Yeah, just kind of looking at it, it's I'm kind of just studying the radar there, so I apologize if there's any silence there. So just the one that went right through Centerville is headed right for Ironton, I believe is the one you're talking about.
Yep, I've got it zoomed in pretty tight on the screen.
You do. Yeah, that's
it's starting to look a little classic and a little concerning.
That's a little nasty booger right there. It kind of formed on the backside of this. You'd think with as much cool air, because I was outside for just a little bit probably until the last 10 minutes, and it had cooled down noticeably outside. But there's still a lot of energy up there in the atmosphere, it would appear, especially down where this is.
Yeah, that is certainly something that we have. Let me see if I can grab some temperatures and dew points. Let me see if I can grab some temperatures here from some different reporting areas. It's 64 in Farmington. Where's the next closest site that we can get a temperature marker from? It's 80 right now in Poplar Bluff. The sun is shining there. So yeah, you've definitely got some interesting dynamics. Of course, it's rain cooled in Farmington, no question. My curiosity is what kind of a situation do we have in Fredericktown and Ironton? I don't see any what's called a METAR report. I'm sure Kyle knows exactly what that is, but that's basically pilots use that. I'm a licensed drone pilot, so I have to use all of that before I take off and do any of that to kind of measure the atmosphere to know whether or not I can safely fly. And so those are the things that we're looking at. So like at 64 in Farmington, 80 in Poplar Bluff, probably somewhere in between for folks in Iron and Madison County, because they haven't seen a whole lot of activity yet.
Oh, they really haven't.
This will be kind of this will be kind of their first area there of concern. 77 in Sikeston, 78 in Scott City, 78. That's probably that's going to be at the Perryville Airport. 78 at the Perryville Airport with a 59-degree dew point. Yeah, that's the concern. So basically, where it's not raining, we're pushing 78, 80 degrees. So this little storm cell, I always get a little concerned when you have a storm cell all by itself. And this is kind of what we're seeing here right now. And yeah, it's not huge. Not like some of the ones we've seen. It is an odd shaped. We are just getting ready to see. Here comes the statute sweep again. You're about to see it. I've got it really zoomed in it's right on Tom Sauk Mountain right now. And it continues. It's now basically in the bulk of it in Iron County. And it's growing in intensity. It's just an area I just want to be very cautious about and keep a very watchful eye on. So for those of you, like we were talking, southern St. Francis County, Madison County, western and northwestern, and basically all of central Iron County, this storm is continuing to evolve and morph a little bit. So for example, we talked about how the edge of the southern edge used to be around Glover. It's now around Chloride. So Lesterville and Lake Springs, you're getting some more or less an outflow of some wind. You're getting some wind right now along that because you're at the edge of the thunderstorm activity there, and it's moving off in an northeasterly direction. So really, if you're driving Johnson shut-ins all the way through right along Highway 21 there and Highway 49, the Allen Mills and Hogan area, Chloride, that's an area that we're going to be watching. And basically, if you are between Arcadia and Hogan, the bulk of this is really going to move through that area. Vale Mountain, Russell Mountain, Victory Mountain, those areas, you know exactly where I'm at. If you're from that area, you know exactly what I'm talking about there. You know in your mind where I'm talking about. Right along Highway 20, highest elevation in the state, this particular area that we're talking about here, Reynolds and Iron County there. And so it's moving off in an easterly direction and a northeasterly direction. So we're going to watch it. We're going to keep a watchful eye on it. And again, that 1.75 inch diameter hail reported by the public, golf ball size, as it was exiting out of St. Genevieve and into Randolph County, Illinois. Not surprised at all. And so we're going to keep watching that. I tell you, for those of you basically in Shannon, as well as Reynolds County again, Carter County, Van Buren, talking about Big Spring area. I'm going to go back to the St. Louis radar. Give me just a moment here. It flipped over to the Springfield side, but I want to keep it on the St. Louis side to keep a watchful eye on what we've got going on there. But for those of you in Shannon, as well as Carter and Reynolds County, there's a pretty intense storm just to the east of Mountain View, or south and east of Mountain View, in Birch Tree, moving toward Winona. So for those of you in central and southern Reynolds County, like Ellington, this is going to be an area of concern. Maybe the northern, basically near Van Buren, right along U.S. Highway 60, the 4-lane road from Sikeston all the way over toward Springfield. If you're, toward, that's how you get to Branson for a lot of folks in southern Missouri. And so that is an area of concern that we're going to watch. It has a thunderstorm warning on it. So for those of you in Shannon County until 4:15, this one was just issued about 90 seconds ago. And so that is a severe thunderstorm moving east at 40, 60 mile an hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. Hail damage to some vehicles, Montier, Teresita, Birch Tree, Winona, Ozark National Scenic Riverways. That's Big Spring. That's that whole area there. That's where this storm is moving toward. It's just automatically moved back over to the Springfield radar. And honestly, it's not a terrible idea, I suppose, to look at that, because what you've got going on here is that area of storms that I was very concerned about. It's running into an awful lot of strong atmospheric conditions that are really, really, for lack of a better term, juicy. That's what you're going to see these storms. They're already in that. They're siphoning the energy out of the atmosphere as they move off to the east, northeast, and you've got all that, essentially that humidity and that dew point, that juice from the sun in and around southeast Missouri. It's sunny in Poplar Bluff. It's sunny in other areas. These storms have no reason to weaken as they're moving off to the east, northeast, unless they just fizzle out because they've run their course. But there could also be some redevelopment or regeneration of some storms that we might see as well. So it's something to keep a watchful eye on. Let me go over to the Paducah site. That's picking up on the Iron County storm as well. It's still ominous, but so far we're not seeing anything too crazy with it, but it's still a bit on the ominous side. I'm going to flip back over to the St. Louis radar. It's doing the best job at picking up the storm out of Iron County. And just as expected for folks in St. Genevieve, right now, for the moment, you've got an all clear. They have trimmed down that polygon warning over toward Randolph County now, because the storm has exited out of the county and made its way into southwestern Illinois. And as you can see, there are just so many warnings there that this line producing very strong warnings for hail and high winds. Fingers crossed, we've had very minimal tornado warnings, and they have all been outside of our viewing and listening area. So for those of you basically across southeast Missouri, southern Illinois, from St. Louis to the Missouri Boot Heel and portions of southern Illinois, so far, knock on wood, we do have a tornado watch in effect until about 11 o'clock for basically everybody, for basically south of Washington and Jefferson counties. There's no tornado watch box for you all. Washington County, Missouri, I should say. Crawford and Dent, you're out, as well as St. Louis Metro. But St. Francis, St. Genevieve, Iron, Reynolds, Shannon counties off to the south and east from there and on into Illinois, there is a tornado watch in effect until 11 o'clock tonight. So we are not expecting anything to settle down, at least across the listening and viewing area, anytime soon. Independent counties, local areas, sure. Farmington, for example, right now, a little light rain. And the same for right around Potosi and DeSoto, a little bit of light rain. That's about it. And that may be all that you get for the remainder of the afternoon because you've had thunderstorms earlier. But now we're starting to see that focus on the central and southern portions of the area. So folks in Iron, Madison, and St. Francis counties, that's the area of concern right now. And then, of course, in Randolph County, Illinois, that's the storm that's exited out of St. Genevieve and into southwestern Illinois. We've got just, again, it'll remain in effect until 4 o'clock. Located over Sparta, moving to the east at 40 miles an hour, 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, and half dollar size hail reported by trained spotters. So, yeah, that's what we are looking at right now. Somebody just beeped on in, and they are more than welcome to, I think that's Kyle. You're more than welcome to hop on in and give some assessment as to the things that you're seeing. It is hopeful that St. Francis, Washington, Jefferson, that's been under the gun the past couple of hours, hopefully things will start slowly quieting down, but it's just beginning to ramp up for places like Iron and Madison, really the southern tip of St. Francis County.
Well, it really is. I was kind of watching that, and that was me by accident hopping off when I was just trying to kind of move around a little bit there and realized I'd jumped off for a minute. I'll probably jump off here for a little bit and everything, kind of catch up on some things. And I'm going to try to collect. I've had several people share photos of like hail and that they picked up and were showing. So I'll try to gather some of those up and I'll send them out. We can repost those where we need to and everything. But yeah, I would say up in the Park Hills on up right now, you're probably okay. I would say down around Farmington, south of Farmington, St. Francis, Madison County line. So that would be like, the Scout Ranch. What highway is that? D highway, as in dog.
Mm-hmm.
There's an H highway, I believe, out that general vicinity. It's been a while since I've been down there, so I need to refresh my memory. But I would say you need to be a little bit aware. I would say north of Fredericktown, maybe Fredericktown itself, you'll obviously be aware. But north of Fredericktown, between Fredericktown and Farmington, probably get your eyes up and out and just kind of, if you're doing anything outside, grilling some supper or anything like that, get it done quick.
Gosh, you took the words out of my mouth. Grill quick. Hopefully you'll like it medium rare if you just put it on there.
The best way to eat a
at
steak.
That particular point. I'm sorry to hear that. I like it all completely medium well to well done. Cook that thing, no bandages, on the steak, please.
My mother would be very happy to hear you say that and would agree with you. So
yeah. So let me ask you this: if you're able to see the screen, I have. This is the storm cell. Earlier, I kept saying I'm really concerned about. You and I were. You called it a nasty thing, looking thing. It is continuing to evolve. I'm kind of highlighting it for those of you watching in blue that we are looking at right now. The thing that kind of gives me concern. I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna circle it, and then Kyle, agree or disagree with me, please. But this area right here, at the very least, to me, is showing that it's basically pulling moisture and energy out of the atmosphere, and it's creating itself into more of a, I don't want to call it a supercell because I don't think we're there with it yet, but the makings of something that could really rapidly intensify since the fuel is still in the atmosphere for places like Iron and Madison County, because they haven't seen much yet today.
It's very possible that it could. It's just going to depend how much energy is left. Because like you said, this portion of the area, Madison County, that part of Iron, lower St. Francis County, they haven't seen a ton of action. I mean, they did get some a little bit earlier. We heard about some hail about, 30, 45 minutes before we got ours here, Bonne Terre and Deloge. So, I mean, they've seen a little bit in this, Farmington area, but south of that, really, I haven't heard much of anything. So it just depends on how much energy is available to it in the atmosphere. I would say if it was going further north, there probably wouldn't be as much energy available to it. But it would appear that, it's definitely, if anything, it's sustaining itself right now. And there's no storm that it's attached to that's sucking any energy away from it. It's just kind of roiling.
Are you still able to see your screen?
Yes, I am. It's kind of roiling
Uh,
amongst itself there, if that makes any sense.
I don't know if I can zoom it in anymore, but I'm kind of shooting my arrow. Mesocyclone there. It's at a level 5 on there, so it is showing some rotation, potential rotation in that area that we were just talking about. Where I'm just like, it's not to that point of being a supercell, but it kind of starting to look like it. It's concerning.
You can see a little bit of a hook there, kind of a point almost, a little indentation, and then it comes out to a point. There may be a little bit right there. That could just be winds off of it. There's definitely just to the right of that red and white heavy rain hail core area there. I would say that area there might be some right there. I don't know. Once I see the sweep go through again, I might have a better look at it. But
now I will say that was that rotation was showing from the Springfield radar source that I just had up there. From the St. Louis source, which arguably is about as far away as the Springfield radar from this particular storm cell, it is also showing some rotation, although slightly weaker. It's showing at a meso of 2 instead of 5. And then I'm going to go for the trifecta. I'm going to pull out of the Paducah source, which again, it's about that equal distance away. And it is showing a mesocyclone of 6 on the scale.
The readings are all over the place.
Radars. Yeah, well, but if you stop and think, you have a radar from the west of the storm, the north of the storm, and the southeast of this storm. All 3 of those radars are penetrating and looking into the storm and seeing rotation. So if you kind of mentally think about where Springfield and Paducah are at, think about where their radars are at in comparison to this storm cell, it's really kind of an indication that there is, at least in the atmospheric portion of the storm, some rotation that the radar is picking up on. It is again, for those of you in Madison County, Iron County, it's just be weather aware. That's where we are. So basically from Noblick all the way through 10 Mountain, Lance, Roselle, Killarney Shores there, just basically just east of Ironton along Highway 72 there. Driven through there an awful lot in my life. And off to the south from there, just to the east of Glover along Highway E, especially between Glover and Highway E. I'm going to zoom in on that for just a moment. There is no active tornado warning, just a thunderstorm warning, but I just want to highlight to be weather aware at this point. We do not pronounce warnings. The National Weather Service does that. No media outlet produces weather warnings. The Weather Service does that for everyone involved. We pass them along, as does everyone else. But there is an area of concern, and basically from Arcadia to Glover and along Highway E at this point. If I zoom in, I'm not getting a lot of, basically a lot of areas there, but I've driven down through Highway E, and yeah, it's beautiful country, but it's a lot of homes without a lot of stuff there. But yeah, there's the latest sweep. It is continuing to show a little bit of a concern there.
That hail core, that red and that white, just continues to get bigger. It was real small at first, and now all of a sudden it's turned into this, lack for a better term, big blob from north to south, and it's it's got quite a lot. I don't know how big they're reporting from it, or if we've gotten a report on how big that hail is, but
we have not as of yet. Yeah, it's showing some weak rotation again, but there's not a situation yet where any aspect of any of these things are close enough to any radar to get a true fine point. We were talking about this a couple of weeks ago. Yes, radar from all 3 locations, St. Louis, Paducah, and Springfield, can kind of see this area, but it's also kind of what you would call a dead zone, or a spot where it's so far away from the radars, it's really tough to get any kind of a huge accuracy. There's been an advocacy for years, even amongst the weather services, to try to figure out funding to put another radar somewhere in southern Missouri to kind of close that area that's really tough. And so,
if you could put one in like an area like, say, Marquand or Cherokee Pass, somewhere in that area right there, that would cover, just you would have the overlap from it, but you would have so much accurate.
You would.
Better, more accurate things there.
You could even argue Greenville, Piedmont, or the
Yes.
Farmington area, or even a Poplar Bluff area, because the next closest radar to Poplar Bluff is Little Rock, which is several hours away.
That's a good bit away.
So, and Memphis, those are the radars. So anywhere in Missouri, the southern area of Missouri would be very helpful. But for right now, it's what we've got, and this is how the radars are showing it. So it's really tough to kind of determine exactly what's happening, because when you get that far away from the radar site, you have the curvature of the Earth. Well, the radar is now shooting out higher up into the atmosphere than really is the comfort zone for being able to determine what's actually happening on the ground. And that's why when you get a little bit further away from the National Weather Service offices and those radars, it's tougher to figure out exactly. So if you get somebody basically in a good mood at the National Weather Service, they'll be proactive and issue warnings based on assumption in areas like this. Or if you get somebody that's just kind of, not sure exactly what's going on, they'll err on the side of be a bit conservative in how they issue the warnings. It looks like today they're being a little bit more proactive in really being very cautious about how they're issuing the warnings, and rightfully so, with everything that's going on. This thing just really does concern the aspect there, the way that it looks, and we are not ignoring what we're seeing off.
That's blown up too, because that wasn't that big.
Yeah.
30, 45 minutes ago. That's all of a sudden kind of turned into a little bit of a monster. I don't know where all is that moving off to? Is that moving off to the northeast?
Yeah, this is moving off to the east-northeast. So basically, we're talking Iron, Madison, Bollinger, parts of Perry County, and on to the south. So those of you basically from the Missouri-Arkansas state line all the way to the more or less the St. Francis County line along Highway 67, that area is what we're going to see over the next couple of hours. I hesitate to say, fingers crossed, folks in Washington, Crawford, Rolla, Phelps County, Pulaski County, St. Robert, almost looking like you're in the clear there. I just switched it to a different source. This is out of the Springfield so that we can pick up a little bit better on what you're talking. You're right. It's exploded in growth. No question. And a lot of warnings that the Weather Service office out of Springfield has issued over their county warned area. Once you get into this particular area here and on, that's basically issued out of Paducah. And then you get St. Louis, you get basically right through here. It's kind of takes over. It's right at the edge of all the different Weather Service offices. So that's kind of the things that you see there. Where some warnings are coming to an end, but I'm not going to be shocked if folks in Paducah carry those warnings right on through their coverage area, like Wayne and Carter counties and Ripley counties and off to there. And quite honestly, folks in back into this one area that genuinely, let me go back over. That's the Springfield radar. Let's go over. There's the St. Louis radar, brand new sweep right over this storm. It is really showing that classic sign of rapid intensification. And this is, again, that area where I'm just being very cautious about.
Again, the shaping of that is just
ominous.
Yeah,
it is.
Choose your power adjective there, but it's got a. I've never really seen a hail core have kind of like a comma look to it like it has there, like that from the top, but
yeah, it's
by the way, I've said it before, this is my favorite little thing with this type of radars, when you can go to a 3D mode and actually kind of go off to the side of it. That just gives you a true indication of how tall these clouds are.
Let's take a look at something else. This is used a lot in aviation. This allows pilots to see kind of what you've got going on there. But what you have is this to me is I guess cooler, if you will.
Oh, I like that too.
Yeah, this is kind of showing an altitude of kind of what's going on, and this is actually the area that you are seeing to the left of your screen. That is kind of what it's sliced it. And so you're able to kind of see kind of what's going on there. And if there were a little bit, there you go. You've got different feet in the air there, thousands of feet. So you've got some tops there going above 45,000 feet as far as what the radar is slicing. So this is taking every, how do I explain this in easy terms? So when a radar does a sweep, it does it in multiple tilts. Basically, it's angling up, 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 and then back down, and then up, up, up again in different layers. And that's how you get these layers on the radar screen. And so that tells you kind of how severe things are. The higher the cloud tops, the higher the storms, the more intense this stuff can get. So that's kind of where they're kind of looking for and kind of keeping a watchful eye. This thing is just looking so ominous. It is of genuine concern. Those of you in northwestern Madison County, I know we've got quite a few viewers and listeners going on right now. We're not going anywhere. We're going to keep it right here. Catherine, what direction will that hook go? You asked that. Apologies. We were so intensified. That little hook area, if you are still watching and listening, here's what we're looking at right now. I just put it into motion, and there's the latest thing right there. It is going to go basically Fredericktown, Junction City, Mine Lamont, but that little hook area looks like, and I shouldn't probably call it a hook quite yet, but I mean, that's basically what it's looking like right now. There are no tornado warnings on this storm. There is a thunderstorm warning on this storm and a tornado watch for the area. But this little storm right here is really packing quite a wallop. At the very bare least, you folks in Fredericktown, Junction City, Mine Lamont, you are going to get, if the high winds haven't begun already, you've got a couple of minutes max at the most. And then after that, you're going to see, at the very least, you are going to be seeing some hail with all of this. I would be very cautious for those of you more or less in and around the city of Fredericktown, basically from Mill Creek through Fredericktown. And that is the area that we're just keeping such a watchful eye on that. Let me see if I can get another storm plot on here. Bear with me for just a moment here. There we go. So we are still seeing just some weak rotation still. I'm looking at a different screen that you all cannot see, trying to get some additional stuff here. And more or less what we are noticing on here, just some very weak rotation. But I'm telling you, it looks pretty nasty. At the very least, you're going to be seeing some hail and some wind with what you've got going on. No question about that aspect. But just be very cautious for those of you in Fredericktown and Junction City for right now. That's an area of concern. We have a brand new thunderstorm warning. National Weather Service in St. Louis just issuing less than 60 seconds ago a thunderstorm warning for northeastern Madison, southeastern St. Genevieve County, and southeastern St. Francis County until 4:30. Severe thunderstorm was located 6 miles south of Knob Lick or 7 miles west of Fredericktown, but this is basically the storm we're talking about. Moving to the east at 50 miles an hour. Ping pong ball-sized hail, that's radar indicated, and 60-mile-an-hour winds. If you live in Fredericktown, Junction City, Cobalt, Wamak, Mine, Lamont, Libertyville, Catherine Place, and Mineth, this is moving in your area. And this is the area of concern as of right now. Doesn't even have a considerable tag on there, but again, gonna keep a watchful eye on it. Going to keep a watchful eye on it. Just a little bit of concern there. Now, here is something that I want to bring to your attention for those of you watching and listening right now. Basically the GFS and other types of models, computer models that are predicting that predict what those models think are going to happen, basically have hit it spot on. Rather than a wall of storms that's making it a little bit more difficult to create kind of tornadic activity, it can still happen, but it's much more easier for storms to rotate and develop when they're kind of lone and all by themselves, like I'm circling here on the screen. This is an area to watch over the next couple of hours as it moves into the central and southern portions of our listening area. It is an area to watch right now. I won't call them behaving themselves because they have thunderstorm warning boxes
Well,
all over
I was
them.
just reading about this one was a thunderstorm located near Winona, Missouri. This was at 3:50, so it's about almost 10 minutes old, but still good information to know and gives us a good reason to kind of keep an eye on these guys. And this will be one you'll want to keep an eye on, Matt. But at 3:50, the thunderstorm is located near Winona, moving east at 35. So these aren't moving near as fast. So that could be very interesting. The fact that they're moving, about 15 miles an hour slower, and it may not seem like that's a really big deal, but that could mean the difference between getting a little bit of hail or a longer sustained portion of hail or heavy rain or high winds. This has baseball size hail and 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. This was all radar indicated. So,
well, we do have, what is a 2.5-inch diameter hail? What is that a comparison of? Because the fire department and fire rescue in Shannon County in Timber in the northern part, a little while ago reported 2.5-inch diameter hail.
I'll see if I can look that up here momentarily.
Yeah,
it's between baseball and softball size.
And that is what the fire rescue confirmed. Wow, that's, these are, listen, hail is very destructive. We all know that if it gets to a certain size, and that's windshield shattering and then some. That is a very serious situation going on. It is still 80 degrees in Poplar Bluff. That's the closest weather reporting station that we have available on our radar system. So plenty of fuel to fire up these storms and keep them very active. I'm going to flip it over to the Paducah radar, and even it is showing in this Fredericktown area, it is still showing a pretty ominous looking storm, keeping a watchful eye on it, keeping and making sure. But yeah, I mean, 82 degrees, that's probably near Pocahontas, I would think.
Currently 70 degrees here in Deloge.
Yeah, and KFAM at Farmington Regional Airport, it's showing, as of last check at 3:40, 20 minutes ago, 63 degrees and a dew point of 57. But I would suspect now that the rain has ended in that area, it'll probably start warming up just a touch, depending. Is it a blue sky where you are again, Kyle? Or?
It is. The sun is actually shining in this. I mean, there you can see the weather off to the west here. I'm not currently outside, but I can go out there here in just a second. But if I'm looking over here to my left, over towards the west through my front door, the sun is actually shining right now.
I'm not surprised. The question is it stabilizing? Has the low pressure system that's generating all this moved through where it'll stabilize some of the stuff where you're not going to, it's not a danger. Right now in the rest of southeast Missouri, the sun being out is not doing anybody any favors.
Well, that's what I'm kind of wondering is the sun's peeking back out, and with these storms approaching the, Dent, Reynolds, Iron, Washington, Crawford County, St. Francis County areas once more, is this going to affect how strong or intense these could get?
I mean, there's definitely no cap there to kind of make them behave themselves at this point. They're really running into some warm, juicy, humid air with sun. And on a day like today, the sun, all it does is stir up the atmosphere. I mean, think about it. The sun puts out heat, and it's hitting some colder pockets throughout layers of the atmosphere, and it's going to start stirring things up a little bit. And then you've got your really high dew points as well that are conducive. 62 degrees as a dew point right now in Poplar Bluff. You don't have a lot there as a cap stopping these storms from continuing to intensify. So for those of you, let's say in Piedmont, southern Reynolds County, Van Buren. Yeah, there's already a thunderstorm warning for you folks in Van Buren with a considerable threat tag, lime-size hail. Considerable threat tag for those of you in Van Buren. You're talking like Big Spring and then the national park there along the river, the current river. So northwestern Carter County till about 4:45 p.m., just about 90 seconds ago, a thunderstorm warning was issued for you folks. Severe thunderstorm located over Winona or 16 miles west of Van Buren, moving to the east at 30 miles an hour, 2-inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. 2-inch hail, they are saying, is lime size. It does carry what's called a considerable threat, which basically means they're taking this in a very serious way, and justifiably so. This is back out of the St. Louis radar again. I'm going to go back over here to our friends in Fredericktown, Junction City. You're basically looking at the leading edge of this already now into the Junction City and portions of northern Fredericktown right now. The bulk of it is roughly about 2 minutes away. This particular return is only about 2 minutes old, and it's moving off, I believe they said how fast, moving off to the east at 50 miles an hour. So at 50 miles an hour, basically the leading edge of it is on top of Fredericktown, Junction City, and sitting on top of Catherine Place, US Highway 67 currently. Where the new Love Station's at, that exit right there, Highway 72. That is what you're looking at right now. So if you're driving from Fredericktown toward Noblick, don't. I would stop just shy of there, let the weather move through. Or if you're driving from Farmington toward Fredericktown, same thing. It is a good idea. If you're listening on Show Me Live right now on one of our apps in the Apple and Google stores and whatnot, Android Auto, all of them, or on our website, and you're driving and listening to us, it is a very good idea that if you are between Fredericktown and Farmington along Highway 67 right now, or heading in that direction, hang out where you are right now and let the storm pass through. Maybe 15, 20 minutes and you'll be in the clear, and that way you'll avoid any of the hail. If you happen to be watching us on the video streams, well, those of you in the Fredericktown area, you can see I've got everything zoomed in right there. You have all of the heavy areas near Vogel Hill and Holiday Mountain and Bald Mountain and around that area, basically from Highway H off of Highway 67 in Madison County. So basically, if you draw a little bit of a line here, keep it in blue because it's easier to see right now, but basically from right here to like right here, this area is the bulk of the hail and whatnot that is really got everybody all concerned with this pretty ominous looking storm right now. So we're going to keep a watchful eye on it. It is moving off in an easterly, northeasterly direction again at 50 miles an hour. Those of you across basically Madison County, because I realize Fredericktown, you folks are under the gun currently, but I'm looking off to your west and southwest. You're not done yet today. You've got more on the way. In fact, right across southern Madison County, here we are, just in the past couple of sweeps here, you're seeing a rapid development near Varsh Ford and 12 Mile along Highway 67 there, Zion. You've got one more storm cell that's very quickly, rapidly developing there. Now, that may be a little bit of good news for you folks around Fredericktown, and I don't want to make it seem out of context or character, but when you got a storm that close off to your south, it may be robbing a little bit of energy from the storm that's over Fredericktown just a little bit there, and kind of blocking it from siphoning extra energy away from its storm center, if you will. So it's still too early to be determined, but that's kind of what we're seeing is some rapid development there. And for folks in Marquand and northern Bollinger County, that storm cell didn't exist 10 minutes ago, and it sure does now, but it's moving in your direction. Folks in Van Buren, Winona, well, that's moving off toward Piedmont, Patterson, Highway 67, Wayne County, Bollinger, Cape Girardeau counties, all throughout that area. That's where that's moving through. And then for you folks in Poplar Bluff and Doniphan, well, we're looking at very strong storms just to the east of West Plains there, right along US Highway 63, Alton and Thayer. It's moving off in an easterly, northeasterly. We've even got a storm tracker, a storm chaser. We're not able to carry their broadcast for broadcasting rights. So if I click on that, his video is going to pop up, and I don't want to do that to them because that is rude. We don't have their permission in there around, but they are headed right into that storm, and we're going to monitor kind of what they are saying as well off on the left. You heard probably a little bit of their audio before I got a chance to mute it. I've got them on a different screen because we're just not allowed to broadcast that. County-owned cameras were allowed, but we're not allowed to do that otherwise. Yes, sir?
And Matt, looking right now, Fredericktown R1 schools saying although a tornado warning has not been issued at this time, they have opened the FEMA shelters at the elementary and middle school for those wishing to seek shelter.
And that's very good news. The unfortunate aspect of that is, I think, because the storm is sitting on top of wherever you are right now, it'd probably be more dangerous to try to get to them than to shelter in place because you've run out of time, unfortunately, with all of that because it is moving so rapidly. So let's hope that nothing crazy happens there. I am encouraged that a storm cell just south of it, near along Highway 67, west of Marquand, around Zion. My hope is that it's, and you can even see in the radar returns, I think it's starting to rob some energy from the storm that is around the Fredericktown Junction City area. Just a little bit. The returns coming back are not quite as strong as they were. That doesn't mean that it's not severe. Of course it is, no question. But it's starting to weaken a little bit. So there's some hope there. But for you folks, again, Madison County, Iron County, Reynolds County, Wayne, Carter, and off to the east and northeast from there, what you've got going on right now is round one. The main event, the main feature, is still off to your south and west. I'm switching over to Springfield to get a little bit more of a clarity there.
And Shannon County first responders have confirmed ping pong ball and bigger hail in Winona.
Yes, that's not a surprise there, given what we're seeing on the radar returns. But that's very good to know because the radars are so far away from some of these counties. So again, it's just that area. We do our very best. We try to keep up. I'm gonna flip it over to the Paducah side. Instead of looking at the back end of the storm, I'm going to flip it over to a radar that's looking at the front end of the storm to see what we've kind of got going on. And fortunately, we're able to do that with the system that we have. So, yeah, we are looking at an awful lot of activity that is still going to make its way through, basically from, let's say, the St. Francis County line on to the south to the Missouri-Arkansas line along Highway 67. We're talking Reynolds, Southern Iron, Wayne, Carter. All of these counties right now, that's where we're the primary focus over the next 30 minutes, 40 minutes. Then probably within about 60 minutes, I know it's storming right now near Patterson. I know it's storming near Clearwater Lake. I know that there's stuff going on right now. That's not the feature presentation. The feature event is off to your west, and probably within the next 40 to 60 minutes, depending upon where you are in these counties I've just listed, that's where the main event is going to be moving through. Then, for those of you across portions of southeast Missouri that we have really not talked about much, but we have had no need to thus far, we're talking places like Poplar Bluff, Cape Girardeau, Charleston, Sikeston, Dexter, Malden, Kennett. Nothing yet, but these storms, well, Kennett remains to be seen as far as how these storms will move through. But as far as for those of you in what I would almost call far southeast Missouri, if you will, that's the area that we are looking at quite carefully there for further development. Now, these storms, this is exactly what was being predicted. They formed across the areas that they did across southwest Missouri, northwestern Arkansas, maybe even portions of eastern Oklahoma, and now they've made their way on into our area. Here's the concern, and this is why the tornado watch box, the areas in solid yellow that have the counties outlined, because the conditions are far more favorable for the development of tornado activity in this area. There's a lot of fuel here for these storms to work with. It is not going to be surprising. In fact, it's predicted that the storms that you are seeing right now on your screen, just to the west of Ellington and Winona Eminence, Van Buren, the storms are on top of you. It is actually predicted that these storms and potential additional storms that have yet to form have a lot of fuel to work with. And they are expected to intensify as the afternoon and evening progresses. This is why there's a tornado watch in effect until 11 o'clock tonight for all these areas that are in yellow at this particular point in time. So for those of you in this area, southern Missouri, southeast Missouri, the next several hours, the next probably 2 hours or so, it is an area of concern. And so this is what we want to be really cautious about and keeping a watchful eye on. You're gonna hear just a brief moment of audio, and then I'm gonna be able to hopefully mute that. There we go. That's muted right there. We're just monitoring some of these storm chasers that are moving straight into these particular storms. I will say this, what we can show is that these storm chasers, they've kind of collected in some areas that has piqued their interest. These are professional storm chasers. This is what they do for a living. These particular cells have genuinely piqued their interest with what they are also seeing on the radar, and we're keeping a watchful eye on all of this as well because it is an area of concern. And this is what we are really monitoring carefully. That storm cell that we saw it has done exactly as hoped. The storm cell that formed within the past 20 minutes or so in central and southern Madison County, it has intensified a little bit, but it has robbed the storm that was over Fredericktown and Junction City of the energy that it was needing to kind of stay really looking ominous. So hopefully, what we will see then, hopefully, fingers crossed, as the storm cell that just moved through Fredericktown and Junction City moves off to the east-northeast, we're hoping that it'll start behaving a little bit better as it makes its way into St. Genevieve County. As you can see, a good chunk of it already has. But folks in St. Mary and Kaskaskia and just to the south of St. Genevieve and really into northern Perry County, the hope is that will start behaving itself a little bit better. You're going to see some hail, some thunder, some lightning, a little bit some winds, but the hopeful aspect is it's starting to settle down thanks to this storm right here, robbing it of some moisture. These big guys right here, not so much. We are not seeing anything right now that is going to really rob anything because they've really got some staying power here. Let me flip back over to this radar right here. This is looking from behind the movement of the storm. So it's looking at the back end of the storms. And, actually what I can do, bear with me. It's not quite as sensitive. And it is going to be a little bit weird looking for just a moment while I work on smoothing it out for you all. Give me just a moment here. There we go. Makes it a little look more pleasant for you. This is an area that it's taking the culmination of all three radars, and it's basically compiling the information and creating what it feels from all three radars is an accurate form, but not as sensitive. But the reason why I flipped it over to this is simply because it is able to take St. Louis, Paducah, and Springfield, feed the information into the algorithms and showing the different stuff that you've got going on the screen right now. These are very healthy storms. And by healthy, I'm not suggesting that that's a good thing. By healthy, I'm saying they're very strong. And they don't look like they're going to dissipate as they move into the heart of our listening area, viewing area. They look like they're going to hold themselves together for right now. Remains to be seen, but there's really no actual reason for why they at this point would dissipate at any aspect at this point. So for those of you in Reynolds, we just talked about this before. You're going to probably have another thunderstorm warning. We hope that's all it is. We hope not even that much, but you're probably going to have some additional warnings issued very shortly. As well as places for the first time like Wayne County. You may also, and Southern Reynolds County, you may be getting another warning that possibly might be issued shortly for your neck of the woods as well. We're going to put that into motion just a little bit. And you can even see, I'm going to circle this for those of you watching right now. Look at how this storm right here, and just take a look at that. Now it's gonna recycle and recircle, but look at how the red and the white is continuing to kind of morph and generate as it moves its right along. It's searching for energy, and that's what you've got going on right there. And so that these things are moving right along in an easterly direction. They're actually moving more easterly than some of the storms in Washington County and Jefferson and St. Francis County were earlier. These are actually moving as expected, as advertised, if you will. And so much energy that is pulling these storms in the direction of where the sun has been shining for a good portion. And it's even shining here where I'm at right now as well. And where I'm at, it's a good 77, 78 degrees also. So we're looking at all of these things take place. And there's really nothing out there that's going to slow these things down. So what I'm going to do is continue to monitor what's going on here. One more thing here. This warning at 4:09, yeah, it's still showing that they're going to hold that severe thunderstorm warning until its expiration date. Will remain in effect until 4:30 at this particular point for folks in Madison, St. Francis, and St. Genevieve County. But predominantly, this particular warning, very quickly, as you can see, for those of you in Fredericktown and Junction City, the watch box really hasn't been trimmed back, but the storm has moved out of the area. Now, off to your south, if you happen to be outside, you're noticing some ominous clouds. Well, that's the storm near Marquand, and it's moving off in an easterly, northeasterly direction also. So let's hope that storm continues to fizzle out and weaken out just a little bit. That's the hope. It's no guarantee. It's a very ominous afternoon, atmospherically speaking, so we're going to find out. But these large cells, right here, and right here, the flashing signs. Let me do one more thing. I think it's a safe bet right now that we know that there is a tornado watch across southeast Missouri. So I'm going to clean up the screen a little bit here, and that way the thunderstorm warnings and any future warnings are a little bit easier to see. But we do have a tornado watch for a bulk of the listening area until 11 o'clock tonight and beyond our listening area, viewing area, off into Kentucky and Tennessee and Arkansas. That's outside the viewing and listening area. But this is kind of what we've got going on. And this is what we're looking at currently. Will these warnings be extended? It's likely. Not something that we can do, not something any outlet or media outlet can do, but it is looking more likely. Here's a severe thunderstorm warning, golf ball size hail, a considerable threat that was issued a short time ago for Carter County and Ripley County until 5 p.m. It is moving off in an easterly direction at 45 miles an hour. If you're in Doniphan, it's moving towards you, golf ball size hail, radar indicated. And so that's something to keep a watchful eye on. I believe we're in the Paducah. Yeah, we are in the Paducah warning zone for that one right now. I don't want the Memphis radar. Let's get back over to the Paducah radar here because we're getting close enough where it's going to start mattering to the Paducah site. Let me get also, and I just said that, but I'm also going to flip over to Springfield and show you, because it's getting a better view further and closer towards Springfield about how ominous some of these storms look. And so it's a really big concern. And you're saying, well, why does it look so different from one radar site to the other? Well, one's looking at the back end of the storm as it's moving away, and the other's looking more toward it. But you also have limitations. You see that little white half circle going on there in the middle of the screen. This right here. Well, that's kind of the fringe boundary of what the radar feels comfortable that it can actually accurately see. Certainly anything beyond that, it's going to have to come from the Springfield radar to really kind of get in there. You're looking at super tall cloud tops. That shows how strong these storms actually are. But from here on in, the heart of our area, yeah, we're seeing development. Wayne County, no warning issued on this particular cell just south of Greenville over Williamsville right now, but it's rapidly intensifying. The storm system that we saw, or the storm cell that we saw near Marquand, it's still holding its own. And as far as this particular warning that we've been talking about for a good while now, well, it looks like it's going to be allowed to expire. A good chunk of it's already moved out of the area. They just haven't shaved back that polygon warning. They'll probably just simply allow that, and that's going to flip over to the St. Louis radar as sure as I'm sitting here, and it sure did. So let's get back over to the Paducah site. Let's get as accurate as we possibly can. And so that's kind of what we're seeing. I am waiting at this point to see if we have additional warnings that are issued for Ellington and Reynolds County, and possibly, depending how fast these are moving, according to the Springfield office, they're moving east at 65. They're racing at 65 miles an hour. That's what we've got going on there. So what we're seeing momentarily, that is a 2-minute-old radar return. So at 60 miles an hour, 65 miles an hour, that leading edge is probably about right there. And so it remains to be seen if St. Louis, which handles Reynolds County, is going to extend that warning. And it also remains to see if Wayne County, which Paducah manages, will extend into Wayne County or so. We're just going to have to wait and see what the different forecast offices want to do. and how they treat these particular storms. But they do seem ominous and quite strong as they are beginning to move across central and southern portions of our listening and viewing area. A lot of lightning with these storms as well. So that is certainly an area. Let's see if I can get an emergency management. It was sunny earlier in Poplar Bluff. Now you're seeing the cloud tops from that severe weather from the emergency management cameras there in the Poplar Bluff area. In and around that area off their different towers and stuff. And yeah, it's definitely clouded up pretty quickly there. That's a good indicator of what is about to happen here in and around that area. So you've got the different traffic there on Highway 67 looking north as basically toward this particular storm right there. All this different stuff going on. And you have these storms that are just continuing. Yep, we got a brand new thunderstorm warning. St. Louis has issued one for southeastern Reynolds County until 5 o'clock, 39 miles southwest of Ironton or 11 miles west of Ellington, moving east at 45 miles an hour, 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, radar indicated half dollar size hail. We still don't have any trained weather spotter reports quite yet in and around this area to confirm what these storms are reality-wise making their way toward the ground. We also, it looks like, have a bit of an expansion to some of this as well, Ripley County, Carter County as well. So folks in Butler, folks in Wayne County, possibly even into southern Iron County, you're going to probably have some thunderstorm warnings potentially issued in the not too distant future for you all as these storms continue to move off. Let me do one more thing here. Moving east at 45. That one's moving to the east at 45. So let's go ahead. And what we're going to do, I don't want the St. Louis site. I want this one, which is out of Paducah. We have a brand new, let me stop you there, or stop myself there. We do have a brand new severe thunderstorm warning just issued. Ping pong ball size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. This is for southwestern Bollinger County and central Wayne County until 5:15. It just popped up. Severe thunderstorm located near Williamsville or 8 miles southwest of Greenville, moving north-northeast at 40 miles an hour. Again, ping pong ball sized hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds, and that is moving at 40 miles an hour. All right, so here's kind of what's going on here. We do have some, we do have quite a few things going on here. These are moving off to the east at around 45 miles an hour, which is odd because we've already got a thunderstorm warning there, but you've got more moving in behind it. You're looking at Garwood, Hadley, Leaper, Mill Springs, 17 minutes, Greenville, 34 minutes, okay? That's number one. This is the one that is more current for what your area is looking at here. Central Wayne County, southwestern Bollinger County until 5:15, and it is moving to the northeast at 40 miles per hour. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to take this, and forgive me, there are too many warnings going on. I think they said 40 miles. It's 40 miles an hour. I've got it pulled up on this side. So you're looking at, basically for this storm cell, you're looking at these areas: Burbank, Hiram Club, Loudness, I should say, Buchanan, Cascade, Gravelton, Albright. So you've got, and Grassy. So Burbank, 14 minutes. Loudness, I don't know why I'm mispronouncing that. I know how to pronounce it. 21 minutes. Buchanan, 29. Gravelton, 32 and 36 minutes for Albright. 37 minutes for Grassy. That's moving in your area for this one cell, then more coming in behind it. It may be robbing it a little bit of moisture, but for folks around Ellington, not so much. This particular storm cell that I'm zooming into right now, oh, I don't want that. Get away with that. This particular cell, we're going to put that in action right now, and we're going to look at that, and it's moving off straight toward Ellington. So for those of you along Highway 21, in and around that area, and there's some spur highways that go into the scenic riverways there off of Ellington. Beautiful area of Missouri. You're at least going to get some hail out of that, no doubt whatsoever about that with what the radar is showing as far as some returns there. Now, for those of you in and around the Poplar Bluff area, and even off to the southeast of Fredericktown, got a lot of stuff going on, don't we? Right? So we've got all these different things. Knock on wood, so far, we don't have any tornado warnings and have yet to have any tornado warnings in our area. There is a tornado watch in effect until 11 o'clock tonight. We have a lot of thunderstorm warnings taking place, and so this is an area of concern. I think we heard Buddy mentioning this earlier, but emergency management in Winona reporting 2-inch diameter hail. That, if I'm not mistaken, is what the National Weather Service is calling lime-sized hail. And so that's definitely something that can do some damage. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. And so these are things to really kind of watch and keep a watchful eye on there. I'm looking at some other radars off to a different screen here to make sure that I'm keeping up to date on all the different warnings and all the different stuff. And Andrew, please exercise some caution there. He said he would be outside with it. Just exercise a lot of caution, please. We don't want anybody doing anything too crazy here in and around and about. So basically what we've got going on, and Buddy, if you're still with me, I know that you're still here. But for right now, what I'm seeing is that the thunderstorms, fingers crossed, I don't want to say they are behaving because they are severe, but they are not tornadic yet. They are entering into the area that the Storm Prediction Center is saying they are concerned is going to become tornadic. And so right now, that's the key mark that we are really trying to figure out exactly what's going to happen over the next next 30 to 40 minutes or so. This storm cell just south of Greenville that they've issued a storm warning for, boy, is it exploding in severity very quickly. Folks in Greenville, you got a few minutes before the southern edge of that skirts right on through just south of the town, the exit off of Highway 67 there toward Burbank and Hiram and Loudness.
That's flying.
I cannot pronounce it. I cannot pronounce that to save my life today, and I know exactly how to pronounce it. My tongue is getting tied, so my apologies. I know how. I've been through your area. I know how to pronounce it. Grew up in born and raised in Southeast Missouri, and yet today I just can't pronounce it to save my life. So it's that area of Wayne County. That's what we're looking at. I'm genuinely a bit concerned for our folks in the central and southern portions of our listening area. I will feel a lot better an hour from now, wondering if these things are going to rapidly intensify because of the fuel they have in the atmosphere to gather and possibly become spinning and rotation. We just hope not. That's where we are right now. We're hoping not. This that you are seeing on your screen, if you're watching, you're seeing flashing boxes but not seeing any radar returns. It's too far away from Paducah. Here's what it really looks like. We're not out of the woods yet, at least not as of yet. So if you put this into motion, and I'm going to watch that very carefully, actually, because as the way that's moving, and Buddy, if you can see it as well.
Yeah.
That's actually moving in a direction toward like a Salem-Viburnum line. It might skirt just off to the south of there, but for folks in Denton and Iron and Reynolds County, northern Reynolds County, you may have another round of severe weather possibly moving through. But we're talking a few hours. Well, no, we're not going to say a few hours. Moving northeast at 50 miles an hour, so it's nautical miles, not highway miles, because Lord knows in the Ozarks the highways are not straight. So we're talking 50 air miles here. You're talking about an hour to maybe 90 minutes towards Salem and Viburnum for some of these, maybe up to 2 hours toward Viburnum if they slow down and start intensifying a little bit better. But that's kind of what we're looking at right now. With regard to all of that, we just have some pretty active thunderstorm warnings. Let me get back over. This is kind of unconducive because that's coming from Springfield. It's too far away. Let me get to something more accurate. Now we're seeing the strength of these particular storms, especially this one that just popped up. And man, is it rapidly intensifying in Wayne County right now, south and east of Piedmont and Mill Spring, north of Williamsville and toward Greenville. Yeah, that's what you got going on right there. It's a doozy, and it's easily promoting some hail in this particular area right here. I'll circle that. those of you listening right now, and please, again, don't watch if you're driving. That's so dangerous. We're a radio station as well. Download the Show Me Live apps out of Google or Apple Store. Just Show Me Live Radio. It'll pop up. Download it and listen, please. Don't watch and drive. That is so dangerous. But if you are between Greenville and, let's say, Poplar Bluff on Highway 67, if you are about to leave Poplar Bluff or about to merge onto northbound 67 coming off of Highway 60 there, just north of town in Poplar Bluff, hold off for just a little bit. Give yourself 10 or 15 minutes. It'll blow through on Highway 67. The same holding true if you're coming from Fredericktown toward Greenville or toward Wayne County. Hold off for just a little bit there. Maybe at Cherokee Pass, you'll be safe right there. And this storm will blow right on through, and you won't be having to drive through any of the hail core, because I'm telling you, some of the hail reports that we are getting, lime-sized, if you're driving 65 miles an hour down Highway 67 and a lime-sized chunk of ice hits your windshield, you're going to have an insurance call, guaranteed, and you're going to have some problems, some safety problems potentially as well. Windshields are only designed to go to handle so much, and that's approaching a pretty serious situation. I am seeing a 1.7 inch, that is just below lime size, 1.75 inch in Williamsville. Wayne County Emergency Manager reporting that at 4:28, so about 5 minutes ago. So the radar returns are accurate with this storm. So you're looking at up to lime-sized hail falling as you're heading along Highway 67 and toward the Greenville area. So this, again, that's a lot. Even if a parked vehicle can get a lot of dings and potentially some cracked glass with hail that size, but especially if you're driving in motion and it's smacking against your vehicle, that's a recipe for an absolute calamity of personal nature with your vehicle and you. So please exercise plenty of caution there. The insurance claims may be enough throughout this area as is. So for those of you in and around Greenville, moving off toward Madison County, believe it or not, near Marquand, and moving off toward portions of southwestern Bollinger County, north of Zalma, this is where that storm cell is moving through. 30 minutes ago, this storm cell didn't exist. It just formed rapidly, and here we are. And that's some heck of a hail core going on right there. Now, you've got stuff with Doniphan, Alton, and the same, and I think arguably for those of you in Ellington, I'm going to put this in motion, and driving along Highway 21, come on now, work with me, there we go. For those of you in Ellington especially, I have no reason to believe that the radar is wrong right here either, because you have the same kind of return in this stretch of the imagination here. Give me all my controls, Mr. Computer. I'll eventually get my controls. Well, I'll tell you what I will do. Until I can get my controls back, I'll move it over to this one. And there we go. So always have a backup, right? So this is the area that we're looking at right here. You can't tell I've been doing this for 20 some odd years, can you?
Not at all.
This is the area right here. Let's go ahead and delete that and make it more of a blue so that you can actually see what's going on. These areas that we're looking at, I have no doubt, and the radar just updated. Let's recircle. I have very little doubt as to whether or not these things are pulling together any kind of hail. So for those of you in Ellington, those of you between Greenville and the Wayne County, Butler County line, no doubt you have some very strong, very large hail potentially popping down through there as of right now. And again, a fruit city, Dagonia, right around that area, right along Highway B and F as in Frank, and Y Highway in Reynolds County. We have a lot of Y highways and Z highways in our listing area. Missouri is one of only 2 or 3 states that uses letters for their secondary roads. Most, about 47, 48 other states use numbers for all their highways. So it gets a little confusing because each county, sometimes has a Y highway and a Z highway and a M and a B, and it gets confusing, I know, in severe weather. So we're talking Reynolds County, Y highway, right off of Highway 21, which is a primary route, and that's the area of concern. And folks in Ellington and just off to the north from there toward there we go. just toward the Centerville area, so central and a portion of southern Reynolds County as well. Now, buddy, take a look at this. We have some concern with this area rapidly intensifying right here. And that was not like that 15 minutes ago. It was individual cells. Now we're kind of seeing a culmination of different stuff there that to some degree might be good news for places like Winona and off to the north there, because it'll probably rob the atmosphere to its north of any of a lot of the fuel. But unfortunately for those of you in the path of this is going to be a little bit on the painful side. For those of you in Doniphan, Poplar Bluff, let's let the Paducah statute sweep go through. And let's see what we've got going on here. We have additional warnings. I'm going to suggest that's either Little Rock or Memphis for the Pocahontas. Little Rock, yep, northern Randolph County in Arkansas. And that's obviously outside our viewing and listening area. But this particular, the reason that Little Rock is issuing this storm is because it's the southern edge of the storm that is in our listening area. And so it's unique. Our area is very unique in how many Weather Service offices kind of adjoin to one another when it comes to the different warnings that are issued. So where all these warnings are flashing, there's about 4 or 5 weather offices here of different jurisdictions that have issued these depending upon where they are on your screen. And so it's a little something to keep a hold of there.
Yeah, I mean, these things seem to be forming rapidly right over this area that was hit hard a couple weeks ago with threatening large tornadoes and hail, and looks like they're possibly going to get it again in some aspect.
So I want to bring this up now. I'm keeping it on the screen for a moment. If you happen to be watching, if you're listening, here's what I'm going to describe. I've pulled up basically a severe cone, and it's got these are 15-minute increments for those of you watching. These little blue hash dots right there in between the little red cone. It means every 15 minutes. So basically, that's where that'll be coming from. Here's why I'm keeping it up here. In the atmosphere, radar is detecting up to 3 1/4 inch hail in diameter. Correct me if I'm wrong, buddy, but isn't that approaching baseball or softball size?
Yeah.
You've got the stuff where you can help me out with that, but that's in the atmosphere. Keeping in mind, the higher up you go, about every 1,000 feet, you drop about 5 degrees Fahrenheit for what you got going on.
Yeah,
so that's well up into the atmosphere.
It's
so it's gonna
larger
melt
than a baseball and slightly smaller than a softball, but you're talking shingles, tile, concrete roof,
Sure.
windows, all of that damage from that.
Yeah, no question. The point is, in the atmosphere, it may be that large, but as it's hitting the ground, it's probably smaller than that. But if they're starting off that big, let me tell you, well, they're saying 2-inch lime size as it's hitting the ground. That sounds about right. Limes hitting your windshield at 65 miles an hour on Highway 67, it's going to hurt. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. It's going to hurt.
Right.
Emergency management reported golf ball size hail near Williamsville. And again, 2-inch hail, lime size, 60 mile an hour winds is what we've got going on there. And it's certainly an area of concern. I am at least thankful that we so far, and the day is still young, but so far, we are holding back on having the National Weather Service issue any tornado warnings from any area so far. But we are still not even close to being out of the woods. But I am very thankful that for the moment, this is kind of what we've got going on. This is an area of concern for the remainder of the afternoon. And like I said, the Paducah radar can't see this far. So we're going to flip it over to Springfield because this is it's almost misleading. There's more back here. I've just switched over to Springfield. It's got to all move through. And every single one of these are thunderstorm warnings that are flashing. Every single one of these are coming through. This particular one, I'm going to remove the tornado watch box off of there because it's just so much on the screen. That cleans up the sights a little bit. Now everything you're seeing flashing in yellow, that is a thunderstorm warning. And then you're asking, well, why is it that thunderstorm warnings are yellow and a tornado watch is yellow? It's a great question. Don't have a full answer for you because tornado watches used to be in red with the National Weather Service, and a few years back they changed them. But they kept the thunderstorm warnings as yellow. Not sure exactly what their theology behind all of that was, but here we go. Hey, we've got a brand new thunderstorm warning for folks in Perry County. Let's see, that's been something that has popped up very, very quickly. Perry County and Western Jackson County until 5:30. This severe thunderstorm located near Perryville, moving east at 30 miles an hour. 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail, a possibility. Radar indicated with that. That is going to be lifting off in that area. Yeah, you can see radar's doing a great job of picking up potential hail. No question about it. And then we are getting confirmation by trained weather spotters and emergency managers throughout southeastern Missouri, like, yeah, this what you're seeing on the radar is actually hitting the ground. And all these little dots that you are seeing right here are reports. That's a 2-inch hail report, 1.7, 2-inch being lime size, 2.6-inch hail, if my eyeballs are seeing that correctly, or 2.5-inch hail. But either way, large hail without question. So there's a lot there. We've got the latest sweep, and we are looking at basically what's developing a solid line of storms. I'm curious as to what the Weather Service is going to do here, because around Elsinore, we don't, and basically Mills Spring and Elsinore, we don't have any warnings issued. It's almost like, what are they going to do? Are they going to take all of this and as it's moving off in an easterly direction, eventually this will get out of the listening and viewing area and we can go back to regular programming. But for right now, this is where we are. And normally when it comes to severe thunderstorms, yeah, we want to keep you weather aware and keep you aware of your surroundings. And we certainly want to do that. But we normally would not do wall-to-wall coverage of severe thunderstorm warnings quite like this. However, when you are dealing with lime baseball and softball sized hail reports, there is every reason to be on the air doing wall-to-wall coverage, because these storms they mean business. And I have been through quite a few severe thunderstorms that made me wonder if I was going through a tornado at the moment. So they can be very intense at times. Let me see what's going on here. That's not flashing, and I'm trying to figure out why. Odd. On what's going on there. There it goes. There it goes. It started flashing. I'm like, something's malfunctioning, and we want to find out what, because we need accuracy. All right, so we now have, once again, a thunderstorm warning for Ellington, ping pong ball sized hail. This severe thunderstorm warning was just issued about four minutes ago. It's in effect until 5 p.m. Over Ellington right now, or 32 miles southwest of Ironton, moving to the east at 45 miles an hour, ping pong ball sized hail, and 60-mile-an-hour winds. Ellington and Redford is where this particular storm warning is moving through. I had a feeling it was going to automatically move, and I didn't want it to. There we go, back on the Paducah site. And there's potentially more coming in from behind it. As you can see, this warning is for a large amount of real estate behind Reynolds County, outside our listening and viewing area, but moving toward our listening and viewing area. And so we have a little bit more time to go on there. All right, so for folks, let's kind of do a quick reset here, what we're looking at. And I will say this, we have not had a lot of power outages today. And that tells me that this is more of a hail event, not that hail can't do damage, my goodness, than it is more of a wind event. Monroe County's got 645 customers without power in Illinois, near the St. Louis metro area. But as far as anything in southeast Missouri, we're not getting a lot of reports of power outages. That's a good indicator that, yes, it may be windy, but hopefully not windy to the point where it is creating a huge amount of wind gusts, knocking down trees and whatnot. But the hail, on the other hand, very different story. We are getting confirmed reports of lime size and larger, up to baseball size hail, confirmed as hitting the ground. That's dangerous. It's very that's a lot that we really want to be very watchful for and careful for. All right. Well, we have now made our way into. Let's see if we can get the emergency management agencies. There you go. You can take a look at this and in these areas. Is that popping up? It sure is. That is out of Poplar Bluff, Missouri. And it's looking in kind of the right direction. Look at all the trees, finally getting some leaves on there, a cell phone tower off in the distance. And then off to the right-hand side of the screen, you're seeing an awful lot of ominous looking clouds. And you can actually, if you sit there and stare at the screen long enough, you can actually see the clouds in movement. So there's some stuff going on there. Let me see if I can get one more camera there, a little bit more of a vantage point. I think that one's a pretty good situation. Yeah. It's really kind of looking off over some fields and some rural area there from that particular tower. But you can kind of see like the sun is trying to figure out what it wants to do. Really a lot of fuel there at 78 degrees in and around that area. It's just an area that you just kind of monitor cautiously and carefully. I'm going to pop open the Puxico Emergency Management there, Stoddard County EMA. And yeah, they've got the camera pointed correctly off toward their south where those storms are at, and they're watching them. And they do look fairly ominous. Some gusty winds. You can see the camera shaking a little bit. You see the trees moving back and forth. And it's just an area of moving off. Actually, they're probably pointing off toward the west, northwest a little bit there. But for folks in Doniphan right now, boy, you are getting pummeled with some very heavy rain, definitely some large hail. And again, that's the main area of concern with this is the large hail. And the same for folks basically just to the east of Perryville toward Longtown and Crosstown, eventually toward Crosstown as well. It's going to be crossing over there and making its way into southern Illinois in the not too distant future, maybe 10, 15 minutes, and that's going to be out of the way. Now, for you folks, I know I'm moving the map around a lot, so bear with me here. There's a lot going on. So we have that thunderstorm that is now making its way just off to the east. It expires in 11 minutes in Reynolds County. Here's the thing, it's moving off toward Iron County, so I don't see why they wouldn't extend that. They may not, but it certainly doesn't look like it's weakening in nature at all as it's making its way toward Annapolis and southern Iron County. So we may see some warning boxes out there. We have a tornado warning that's just been issued. Not surprised. That's what I was very fearful of. National Weather Service in Paducah has issued a tornado warning for eastern Ripley County and southwestern Butler County until 5:30. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Doniphan, moving to the east at 40 miles an hour. Ping pong ball-sized hail and a tornado are possible. This is a radar-indicated tornado, and so this is an area of concern. This is what I was worried about all afternoon. And I was genuinely concerned that we were going to start seeing this, and I was so hopeful that we wouldn't. It really does. This is what I did not want to see, and unfortunately, this is what we are beginning to see. Let me flip over to the Paducah radar here. Let me see if we can get us some reflectivity of the velocity here and see, yeah, right here, and a little bit outside the warning box. But their primary concern is basically, as you can see, what you want to look for in these types of things. That just right around the Doniphan area. It looks a little pixelated, and that there's a reasoning behind that. We smooth things out so you can see it really clearly, but you actually kind of want these pixels for extreme accuracy. So when you see these colors moving back and forth like this, that means some of the wind is moving away from the radar and some of the wind is moving toward the radar, which indicates rotation. This is the area of concern. Now, I did not get a timestamp. 4:49, that's 2 minutes old for this particular velocity. So it's fairly good with regard to any kind of a delay. And this is going to be moving. I'm going to put this in motion and see what we've got. It's really, folks in Poplar Bluff, heads up. This is concerning. Basically, I'm going to draw a little bit of a line here. I'm going to flip back over to the reflectivity. And we're going to draw, we've got a radar indicated moving to the east at 40, all right? So what we want to do, no. What we want to do is get this back over to the Paducah site because I need it to be seeing toward, not away from the Springfield. Double checking. Ping pong ball size hail. East at 40 miles an hour. And yeah, it says east, but tornadoes have a history of not always behaving. So we're gonna do it this way. That and the fact the rotation's off just a tiny bit north. Folks in Poplar Bluff, you're looking at 32 minutes, Shady Dell 30, Cedar Valley 29 minutes, Green Forest 28 minutes, Lone Hill 22 minutes, Fair Dealing in 16 minutes, Flatwoods in 9. So this is this is the area, and this is what I was always concerned about, and this is what we've got. We definitely have some hail, and it is not uncommon in places like Oklahoma and other areas. It is not uncommon at all in order to see. We've seen rain-wrapped tornadoes across our region multiple times, unfortunately. It is not uncommon. It is not very common to see hail-wrapped tornadoes, but boy, it is a possibility. That sometimes happens out in Oklahoma, Kansas. It doesn't happen as often here, but today may be the day where we start seeing some of that. So we have our first actual tornado warning in our listing and viewing area. It is for Poplar Bluff, as well as, in fact, yeah, that is picking up on the rotation, a meso of 7. I mean, it's severe hail probability, lime size, that's up in the atmosphere, so probably a little bit less. It's a big deal, and you can almost start to see the classic. It's a little tougher to see. Sometimes, you get those little hooks and everybody can see what you're talking about, and it's like it's just a no-brainer. And sometimes it's a little bit more difficult, especially when you have a lot of a hail core going on with some of these storms. It makes it more difficult for these storms to kind of get that super classic look. But that doesn't mean that there's not a tornado there, and it certainly doesn't mean that it's not a destructive tornado. So this is at 54 minutes. So this is not even 60 seconds old, and you're still seeing rotation right in here. That's what you're looking at. Now, if I go back over and I plug this onto the radar, try to remember where this is on your screen, and I go back over to radar, there is no hook. So you have to rely on what you see on the radar. There's maybe a little notch right here that is trying to indicate possibly some inflow of some air moving in there, but there is no per se hook, as you will, like you would normally see at the end of a storm. It's just not there this time around. But that doesn't mean that there isn't a tornado. There are many, many instances of storms just like this that could be rain-wrapped or hail-wrapped or a combination of both. And so this is the area of extreme concern right now. So you folks in and around the Doniphan area, it is basically that rotation is almost due north of you. It's right on top of the Steeles area, moving off toward the Pleasant Grove area. There's a lot of loose rotation here, and so we're going to monitor that very carefully as it continues to move across this portion of our listing and viewing area. And there you are. You're starting to see a little bit of an inflow, here, right? And so you're seeing a little bit of a notch beginning to develop. That's concerning. So as a rotation would go in this part of the world, it's going to go in this direction. If you were south of the equator, it'd be basically in the exact opposite. But in this part of the world, this is what you got going on. And you have all these things. So you're starting to see a little bit of a notch. So let's take a look at what we've got going on here. And yeah, I mean, basically, if you are in Butler County from Neelyville, between Neelyville and Poplar Bluff, you do not need to be on Highway 67 right now in any way, shape, or form. Let me pull up a camera here from Emergency Management. And they've got it twisted in the wrong direction, so you can't see anything. I don't know if this one's going to be twisted in the right direction or not. No, it's going to be facing off to the north. I'm just trying to find a camera that might be facing off in the proper direction that we need it to be in order to be seeing what the radar is showing. That's about as close as we're going to get, but it's really nothing that's worth keeping on there right now. So, yeah, this is an area of concern, no question whatsoever. And that notch that's beginning to form indicates some pretty strong activity within this storm. And now the question mark is, how long will this storm last, and kind of what's going on with it, and can we figure out whether or not that this is going to have some staying power? This is the key mark that we're going to be seeing. We've got thunderstorm warnings. We have one tornado warning that's in and around that area, the Doniphan Poplar Bluff area, and the storms that Springfield have been issuing warnings for. Well, they're moving off toward our listening and viewing area right now, and that's what we're now dealing with. Hopefully, after all of this, we will start seeing some things start getting a little bit of way there. Let me get some weather alerts back on here. And they are still keeping that tornado watch box all the way through St. Francis County until 11 o'clock tonight. We'll wait and see if that's going to be the case or not. All right, so those of you in Butler County, those of you in Wayne and Bollinger, right to the Madison County line, lime-size hail has been reported, 2-inch lime-size hail. Emergency management has reported this, and 60-mile-an-hour winds. This is, and it's got a considerable threat tag. That just means, hey, we've got confirmation. We know what's going on now. The radar returns are showing is accurate, and this is what's going on. Lime-size hail. There are 2 warnings going on right now. If you've got sirens going off in Poplar Bluff, no doubt. Doniphan, same thing. Naylor, no, same thing. This is what you've got going on. We have a severe thunderstorm warning that has been issued on top of the tornado warning for a wider expanded area than just what the tornado warning is issued for. This is for Carter, Ripley, and Butler counties until 5:45. Severe thunderstorm along a line extending from near Williamsville to Budapest to near Doniphan, moving east at 50. 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts and half-dollar size hail are the problems with that. For the tornado warning, it expires in 31 minutes. And we don't see anything as of yet that is going to be indicative that it's weakening. In fact, let's let this statute sweep. Still seeing that attempt at a little bit of a notch there to kind of bring in potentially. And like I said, if I bring in the velocity, basically what the winds that the radar is seeing, it is spot on right there. There's the latest update, 4:59:51. So basically about 20 seconds ago. And that rotation's actually getting its act together. It's actually tightening up a little bit, which is indicative of what we are seeing when it comes to that little notch that we were talking about there. It is very possible there is a tornado on the ground. It is radar indicated right now. We don't have visual confirmation. But because the winds are tightening up on the radar, and because the radar returns are showing a little bit of a notch beginning to develop, it is very possible that there is a tornado on the ground. So for folks just basically south of Poplar Bluff, right along Highway 67, and basically from anywhere from Neelyville to Poplar Bluff along Highway 67, this is the area of major concern in the coming 15 minutes or less. Doniphan, as far as any rotation, you are still under a severe thunderstorm warning for a few more minutes, but the main aspect of any rotation has exited out of your area. For the most part, that is still in the Doniphan area, so Ripley County. But here in the next couple of minutes, it's all the rotation aspect is all going to be moving toward Poplar Bluff and Butler County. So, these are the things that we're really watching very carefully. We have flipped over to the Springfield radar, and I really want the Paducah because it's catching that notch. So, like I said, the Springfield radar is looking at the back end of the storm, and really for any kind of rotation, it's better to kind of grab the radar that's looking from the front in this kind of a thing. I bet you anything, though, if we flip back over, even though it's reaching the threshold of what Springfield is able to safely see, I bet you anything, it's probably going to see a little bit of rotation as well, but it won't be nearly as much because it's further away and it's seeing the back end of the storm. But take a look, even it is showing some actual, and why are the colors different? Well, as I explained, moving toward the radar and moving away from the radar. Well, you're looking from behind the storm, so the colors are going to flip on this radar, and that's why they look differently. But you are seeing that tightening up of the actual rotation, even out of the Springfield radar. So, you know, it is much more pronounced here on the Paducah radar because it's on the front end. It's still tight, but we just got a brand new fresh update that was 2 minutes old, and it is right along US Highway 160 outside of Doniphan, as if you're heading toward US Highway 67 between Neelyville and Poplar Bluff. So this is fair dealing. This is Flatwoods, Gamburg, Highway M in Ripley County. Let me see. If we moved in, we are right at that, darn close to the county line there. And I'm looking to make sure there's the county line. I don't want to, so fair dealing there in Flatwoods and Gamburg. Basically, in a matter of minutes in Lone Hill and right along US Highway 160 at the Highway 67 interchange with that, that's where this rotation is moving. You've actually got like a literal, exit right there off of Highway 67. Basically south of Poplar Bluff. So this area of rotation is an area that has tightened it up. It tightened up. It's looking very ominous, very concerning. For those of you that are in this area of our viewing and listening area, the Poplar Bluff area, you are not going to want to let your guard down because right now it may be moving just to the south, but tornadoes have a history. They can move about a little bit in a storm cell. They don't always have to behave exactly as the storm cell does. And as a tornado continues to develop and tighten up and really kind of show itself as to how powerful it's going to be and whether or not it makes its way to the ground, that tornado can move back and forth. This is why the warning box expands the further out that you get from the storm. That's why it's wider, because tornadoes can move back and forth in the storm cell. So just because it doesn't look like it's going to hit Poplar Bluff now, doesn't mean in 10 minutes that area of rotation hasn't morphed and moved a little bit where it could in a little bit. So folks in Poplar Bluff, you're not out of the woods, but as it stands right now, Lone Hill, you are definitely not out of the woods. Flatwoods, it is right over the top of you. Fair dealing. I hope you are in your basement, storm shelter, something at this point. Lone Hill is an area that you need to be immediately in your storm shelter because it is imminent that it is moving toward you at this particular point. And so basically along Highway 67, if you are trying to get from Poplar Bluff toward the Arkansas state line or the Arkansas state line toward Poplar Bluff, stop. Let it pass through. Exercise a lot of safety. You have a very, very strong storm moving through right now that it is going to be problematic. Like I said, it's strengthening. There's your notch. That's what's going on. Here's the other aspect. You got a lot of hail that's showing up in the radar as well. It doesn't happen often, but a hail-wrapped tornado is possible in these types of situations. It doesn't happen often in this neck of the woods, but it can happen where you have a rain and hail-wrapped situation, and it can be harder to hear the tornado because of the hail. That famous sound that everybody talks about, sounds like a train, right? Becomes more difficult to hear in those types of situations because of the noise that the hail is making in the atmosphere, but also on whatever building you're in or car that you're in. It's much more difficult to hear in that particular situation than what you have going on. So for those of you in and around this area right now, we want to be really cautious as to what's going on and kind of keep everybody as weather aware as we possibly can. For those of you in this area right here, just had an update. See what we can get here. Bollinger County at 5:04, 2 minutes ago, a severe thunderstorm. This is for west central Bollinger and eastern Wayne counties. A severe thunderstorm was located near Cascade, or 11 miles northeast of Greenville, moving to the northeast at 45 miles an hour, 60-mile-an-hour winds, and golf ball size hail. Emergency management, $half size hail, I should say, not golf ball. $half size hail reported by emergency management. So again, you have more confirmation going on there of everything that's taking place. I am noticing that I'm seeing some additional development here across Iron and Fredericktown, like we had talked about. That stuff's got to move through there. And so we are seeing that the radar from Paducah is punching through there and seeing some returns. I'm going to very quickly go back over to the St. Louis, and you can see, because it's seeing the storm from a different angle from the north and heading to the south, it's seeing it a little bit more clearly. This is an area to watch. Folks in Reynolds, Iron, Madison, line number 1, line number 2, and line number 3. This one, and this one. Those are 3 areas to watch right now as to exactly what happens. Let's see, we've got this one. National Weather Service issuing northeastern Bollinger, Perry County, and northern Cape Girardeau County until 5:45. 60-mile-an-hour wind gust, $50 size hail, a possibility. So kind of keep this in mind. And then we also have a considerable threat tag on this one for Jackson and southeastern Perry counties, moving to the east at 30 miles an hour, and that is in effect until 5:30 as well. Then we also have the ones in Illinois, Carbondale and Benton, and in and around this particular area. Very quickly, West Frankfort, Ziegler, you're under the gun right now. It's moving to the east at 45 miles an hour, 60-mile-an-hour wind gust, $50 size hail, thunderstorm warning in effect until 5:45. I'm not going to stay in this area very long. These storms are severe, but for the most part, they seem to be capped at the moment. That can change at a moment's notice. I'm a little more concerned about Murfreesboro, Carbondale, and just to the east of Perryville. The returns on that shows a lot stronger of a system going on right there, and a lot potentially more hail. And so that's an area that we are monitoring, and we are really there. So one of the things, obviously, that we're monitoring, we got a brand new thunderstorm warning. This one is for emergency management, West Central Bollinger and Eastern Wayne counties. So that's that. Now, it is possible as we move throughout the evening that the hail kind of changes over just a little bit and we have more of a tornadic event. It's not all out of the question. Please don't see that as an irresponsible statement that the hail will continue. But as we move toward the evening time, now 5 o'clock, the atmosphere is going to change a little bit. Now, that doesn't mean the fuel isn't there, because the fuel is very much there. No question. Let's see what we can get now. What about this one? All right, it's hard for me to tell exactly which direction that this particular camera is looking in, but if it is pointed in the correct direction, then it is facing toward that little notch area that I was talking about. We have live aspects of sustained wind, and so at least from this particular measuring point, that's what we have. Let me look at this right here. We have a report now. This is confirmed. Moments ago in Ripley County, a train spotter has reported 1 mile west-northwest of Naylor, Missouri, in Ripley County, a train spotter a report of a tornado. This is now confirmed. So it is no longer hyperbole anymore. We have trained weather spotters making these particular reports, and this is what we have. We have an apparent confirmed tornado on the ground. As to the exact amount and what the highlights of exactly what are about to take place, well, we are about to find all of those things out. All right, so we are going to stick with this for just a little bit at this point. And you can see the different aspects here of I'm just going to kind of leave that off to the side, even though it's a little bit small, and I recognize that. It'll kind of give us a little something there, but I really want to pay as much attention to this as I possibly can, because we do have a confirmed tornado on the ground now. That's what we've got. So that is unfortunate in every aspect of the word. Now, this was several minutes ago. The question mark that I have is, yeah, the rotation is still there, but right now, at least as of the last pass, it is not quite as strong according to 2 minutes ago. But you know what? 2 minutes from now, during the next rotation, it may of the radar, it may strengthen right back up, because all you're getting is a quick slice of the atmosphere. And so these are the things to watch out for. So again, train weather spotter, tornado on the ground. It is something to definitely keep a watchful eye out. We are seeing at that weather station there from emergency management there, you're seeing wind gusts now sustained, or winds sustained of 12 and 13 miles an hour with gusts of 23 miles an hour, because the very beginning of that is, and we've just lost the camera. Yeah, we have just lost that camera just as this notch area has made its way to the air. That was the camera that we were looking at, and this is that inflow notch area that we were talking about, and now that camera has gone down. Now it's not necessarily ominous of anything, but it's possible. I mean, that is where the area of rotation would be. So we're just going to have to wait and see exactly what happens there. But that entire station, it could have just been, I mean, when I say that rotation passed right over that camera, that's the camera. This right here is the camera that is trying to reconnect right now. This is the rotation. It could not have passed over that camera any more clearly. Well, we're just going to have to wait and see exactly what takes place there, and whether or not it is going to be able to reconnect. But we are definitely seeing some possibilities there of things taking place. The other aspect is the winds. I don't know if I'm seeing correctly or not. I'm going to go right back into that. Winds are, you know, it is still reporting. The camera's not there, but the winds, unless that is a delayed aspect of it, the winds and temperature are still active. So exactly what has happened with the camera, great question. Don't know the answer to it. There we go. There's the camera. That rotation just passed over the top of that camera. And this is I mean, that's about as crazy as it can get with regard to that. Let me try to flip over to this camera and see if we have anything. Yeah, you've got Highway 67 there near the Poplar Bluff spot, and that's kind of what you got going on. And the camera's being jolted around there a little bit there as well. You see some stoplights off in the distance, a little bit of traffic, not a whole lot. Let's see if we can get back into yeah, that camera's just essentially it's just being pummeled by severe weather right now, and is just inoperable at the moment. All right, so if you are just joining us, a very good afternoon, good evening. My name is Matt McLean. This is Show Me Live, and if you are watching us live right now, this is a part of our listening/viewing area. We are a radio station, streaming actually a radio station across southeast Missouri, southwest Illinois. Butler County is right at the fringe of our listening area. We cover all of southeast Missouri, southwest Illinois, about 30 counties, and it's under severe weather. We have a tendency to also broadcast like this as well on social media. But if you're driving, we do ask that you please, especially if you're behind the wheel, listen to the station rather than watching it. That's a safety thing. And so we ask that you download the app off your Google and Apple Play stores and just listen. We'll guide you through and paint a picture with words. We would really appreciate you exercising a lot of safety there. But if you happen to be a passenger and you want to watch the stream and watch the radar, hey, we're right here for you, and we're going to keep you up to date every stretch of the imagination. We have a brand new thunderstorm warning. Southern Bollinger, northwestern Scott, southeastern Wayne, southwestern Cape Girardeau, and northern Stoddard County until 6 p.m. 5:14, about 2 minutes ago. Severe thunderstorms are located along a line extending from Grassy to near Puxico, moving northeast at 55 miles an hour. 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts and half-dollar size hail. Radar indicated is what we've got going on there. Excuse me. Lake Wapapello State Park it's actually one of them that's in there, and the Bollinger Mill State Historic Site as well. A whole bunch of other towns as well. So I'm going to get rid of that verbiage, if you will. We also have some brand new warnings going out as well. Let's take a look at this one really quickly. This is for Bollinger, Perry, and Cape Girardeau County until 5:45. There's no considerable threat to that. It's a half-dollar size hail and moving to the east at 25 miles an hour with possibly 60-mile-an-hour winds. Here's another one that expires in 12 minutes. It's for southeastern Perry and southwestern Jackson County until 5:10 p.m. And then again, we have we've got a little bit of a storm there for you folks in West Frankfort. This is right along the edge of our listening and viewing area. Williamson, northeastern Jackson, southern Franklin counties, moving to the northeast at 35 miles an hour. Ping pong ball size hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. If you are in the West Frankfort area, it is moving in your neck of the woods very quickly, because I am going to go back to that, but I just want to see. Not really anything too terribly organized with regard to any kind of circulation. That last sweep just gave me a moment of pause. I just kind of wanted to make sure, but it looks like for right now, this is the area of concern. The main concern is now that we have a trained spotter confirming, we also have confirmed some different things here. Let me see if I can get back to that camera. See what we've got. There's that one. Yeah, observed tornado. That's what we've got going on. A confirmed and observed tornado is what they are saying. See if that camera is now back online. And that's basically, you can't see a whole lot. You can see some of the trees moving and waves of rain coming through, and that's about all you're able to see off of that. But nevertheless, I'm going to go back over to see about some rotation here. It is a little messy, but we do have the potential there. It's really tough to pick out. And this is why you've got all that hail and you've got different stuff. These are the two possible areas of rotation. And let me cancel that out and zoom down just a little bit more. You're got to really be cautious about kind of what's going on there. We got a brand new update. Let me see if we got a brand new one for the velocity as well. Yeah, it's about a minute old. Yeah, it's just really tough to kind of figure out exactly kind of what this storm is doing right now. It is possible, a little bit of a two-area rotation here, right here. And then you also have some loose areas of potential rotation, but there's a lot of volatility in the atmosphere because of the hail. So it's one of those things where you got to be a little bit careful. But considering we also have a confirmed by a trained weather spotter of a tornado, obviously this storm has a history of doing so. So we're going to watch it. We're going to see what they do. We're going to see if they expand that warning or not. And if so, then we're looking at the rest of Butler County and off in toward Scott County and Stoddard County and whatnot to see what exactly is about to happen. But we're going to watch that. For you folks, I got to tell you, I'm going to be surprised if they haven't done it, but we're going to find out right now. They have not removed the tornado watch box, but for you folks in like the Farmington and Viburnum area, Iron, St. Genevieve, it's not impossible to see further development, like you can see right there in Reynolds County and Iron County. So they're intending to hold that watch box up for a little bit longer right now. We now also have an additional tornado warning outside of our listening area. This is in Arkansas, but it will soon cross over into Missouri. And you're looking at that moving into other places that will fairly rapidly pop into our listening area. Carter and Reynolds and Shannon counties and Wayne counties. that's going to pop on in there, and it's going to be problematic. So we're gonna keep a watchful eye on that. And as you can see, fingers crossed, we are reaching slowly but surely. We are starting to exit out where we are going to eventually get this out of our listing area and viewing area, and on into portions of Kentucky and Northwest Tennessee and Northeastern Arkansas. So we're going to watch it, going to keep it very close, but we've still got a few more counties. There's the latest update. Well, now that is unique. That has to be a Memphis warning. It is. So they have issued a warning. The boot heel is covered by Memphis. So the northeastern Dunklin County in Missouri until 6 p.m., a severe thunderstorm was located near Attica, or 9 miles northwest of Pocahontas, moving to the east at 55 miles an hour. Golf ball size hail and 60-mile-an-hour wind gust. Considerable threat tag, golf ball size hail. That would certainly warrant that. And we do have an extension of the tornado warning. Not shocked. All right, here's what we've got going on. Brand new tornado warning that has just been issued literally right now. Northwestern New Madrid County, southeastern Butler, and southern Stoddard County until 6 p.m. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Harville, or 7 miles southeast, I should say, of Poplar Bluff, moving to the east at 55 miles an hour. Tornado and quarter-size hail radar indicated right now. So if you're in Fisk and Culin, Dudley, Bernie and Dexter, Essex, you're dealing between 525 and 545 Essex is where that's expected to be in and around that area. So I'm not surprised by this. I'm a little saddened. So far, the other storms for the moment, fingers crossed, please stay that way, that they are thunderstorm warnings with some hail. We don't like that, but at least it's not a tornado on the ground, and that is the hope that we continue. But they have extended the tornado warning as of right now. And so it's a little bit convoluted, and I recognize that because you have the National Weather Service in Paducah in the flashing red, and then Memphis kind of pops up on in there for Dunklin County. So you have a tornado warning and a thunderstorm warning, and then another thunderstorm warning, and everything's kind of blinking there together. So it's a little bit tougher to keep track of. All right, so if this is a radar indicated tornado, let me see if I can get a second opinion here, maybe from a different radar. That's too far. That's going to be too far. Way too high up in the atmosphere. It is showing some rotation, but it's so high up in the atmosphere, that's really not fair to assess that accurately. That's going to be too far, but we're going to check and make sure. That's what I figured. All right, so we're going to go back to the Paducah radar. And there's not a lot of rotation there to work with. That doesn't mean it isn't there. They issued the warning. They certainly see something that has prompted them to issue that warning, possibly out of an abundance of caution, because they know that the radar is what it is. I will tell you one thing: straight line winds. Definitely, this is an indication of some strong winds. It's not an indication so much of radar, but there's an indication there of some high winds. And so that's certainly something to keep in mind as you go out and about as well. Well, there is that little hook there. I'll tell you. You know, on the velocity, it's not showing a whole lot, but I can tell you right now, that is very much in line with what this is what I'm saying, the little hook there, little notch, right? So you've got this stuff moving, and that is in line with the confirmed tornado by the trained weather spotter in the Naylor area. That is kind of what we're looking at here. So they are able to see something that possibly in a different layer that we have access to, but we haven't accessed. We're not gonna worry about the access right now. It is going to be something that that we are going to keep monitoring and very cautiously all the way through. So these are the things that we're looking at and monitoring very carefully for right now. This seems to be the only storm that is not behaving very well. Let's see if we can pull up the emergency management camera right here. Oh, yeah. Yep, that's certainly something that we want to be watching very cautiously there. A little bit of lightning. Yeah, that is basically showing a classic situation there of basically a comma-shaped classic. The key is, we are looking at, let's see, this is 524. It's 3 minutes old, so it's probably very close to being right on top. There's the latest updated 527 just now. So it is basically, this camera is lining up. It is right on that southern edge of where that little comma was at, that echo little hook there. We're going to keep it on this camera for just a moment. And just kind of see what's going on here. That is certainly something that we are monitoring. And Chad, you are welcome. You're welcome for the updates. Certainly happy to kind of keep folks going along there. Thanks for watching, and we appreciate that very much. So this is kind of where we are looking at right now. Bear with me. We have a tornado warning in effect for really a couple of counties, 3 counties in our area. And back in Naylor, this particular storm confirmed, the train spotter confirmed seeing a tornado on the ground. And this is certainly something that we are watching very, very carefully here. Bear with me. And so this is certainly something that we're watching. All right, so that hook echo is right there. And so here's what we're going to do. I'm gonna put it back on this camera for just a moment. And this is a live view of that little hook echo that you see on the radar. That's a live view, and it is pretty well positioned if the storm clouds are moving correctly. As I move my microphone around, pardon me if you hear a little bit of extra noise, but I'm going to put it a little bit more directly in my face here. It is really moving in that appropriate direction that we should, excuse me, and may be seeing. I see a little bit of a dust up off in the distance there, which can happen a lot with high winds. But the key of the matter is exactly what we are going to be seeing here. So that camera that you see, it's right here. The hook echo is basically right there, and that's the area of concern. And this is the most latest up-to-date radar that we've got. It's literally about 30 seconds old. And so you folks in Culin, Cucris, I'm not sure how to pronounce Nisa, Batesville, Hanleyville, Mirkinaut, Oglesville. Some of these are more like small communities that have names, kind of like how I grew up in Courtois, Missouri. It's not an incorporated town. It's like a population of 18. So some of these are just there. I mean, yeah, you got a lot going on right there in just this one picture, no question. So let me zoom back in here for just a moment. Seeing some dust up. I can't draw on the screen whenever it's like this, but on the left-hand side of the screen, that would indicate some pretty high winds potentially. And we're seeing sustained winds of 30 miles an hour from this particular. Oh, they are moving the camera around. Oh, okay. 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 Yeah, that's my goodness. That's I am not going to call that I mean, I'm going to let if you are listening right now, we are looking at a camera angle that the hook echo for this tornado warning is moving right over right now. And it looks possibly as if there is at bare minimum a funnel cloud that is there. And that may have just been a little bit of debris that I just saw pop into the camera. This may be on the ground within sight of this camera right now. Possibly. I don't want to, it's not my domain to pronounce that, but it certainly looks ominous, to put it mildly, with the way that things are going on there. Not my prerogative to put that down and say this is for sure. But if you look, I bet I can draw like this. Possibly. No, I cannot. I can only draw there. So the camera is right here. The hook, which is probably about 2 minutes old now. So basically what they are showing right there is a question mark. Something definitely, be it straight line winds, be it the rotation, something is most definitely being seen right there. The question is, exactly what? So a little bit earlier, it looked a lot more ominous and a lot faster, but I just see off in the distance there a little bit of what looks like a dust up. And you have to wonder, it's shaking the camera a little bit, the temperature's dropping, the winds they were 5 minutes ago about 39, 40 miles an hour sustained. The question mark is, what exactly was that we were looking at? The camera was a little too grainy to be able to fully determine that. Not my prerogative, not my call, but it certainly looked very ominous, and what looked like a potential piece of debris that went across the left-hand side of the screen. So this is, and again, straight line winds can produce things like that as well. So it's not something that we're certainly going to pronounce, but it most definitely looked quite interesting, to say the least. In and around that area. So that is one camera angle that all I can say is wow. I'm going to move it over onto this side, trying to keep the screen from being a little less cluttered at this particular point. But what we've kind of got going on there, it is an area of concern. I'm going to flip back over to velocity and see if it's picking up on any rotation yet again. It is picking up on some very high winds. And so that could potentially be what we were seeing, like a wall of wind. That is certainly an aspect. We're going to be very cautious about what we say we think it is, because we're not right there and we can't visually see it. And the camera was a little too pixelated to be able to call it out as a confirmed anything. But I mean, you can even see the cables and stuff flapping in the wind, the camera itself shaking along those particular lines. It is most definitely, it's got some wind going on there. So let's see if this, that is actually a storm chaser. I thought that was an actual camera. We can't put on the storm chasers. We don't have their permission, and we thank them for what they do. We monitor them off the air, but we can't, we are not able to put them on there like an emergency management camera that's owned by the county. We thank them for what they do, though. They do a very invaluable job. And I've chased a tornado or two in my own life, and that was not fun in any way, shape, or form. Buddy Jan joining us now, back momentarily. You have probably missed the past several minutes because I know you had to step away for just a moment.
Oh, I had the stream on. I was watching and saw that.
So you were able to see what I was seeing there, and it certainly garnered the attention.
Yeah.
To put it mildly. As to what it was that we were seeing off in the distance there. Can't call it we cannot call it that.
Right.
But what we can say is that a trained weather spotter a little bit earlier in the same storm confirmed there was a tornado on the ground. And at the very least, it was a wall of wind.
Yeah.
Because the picture was so pixelated, can't really pronounce it as what it may have been or may not have been. Nevertheless, I'm almost positive I saw a little piece of debris pop off on the left-hand side of the screen. Definitely got my attention. It's not too often you have a camera right in the spot that you need it to be in whenever they are stationary cameras. Very rare that you have a camera positioned where it could possibly be going over that in its own right. So,
Right.
I tell you. Let me pop open to the Dexter emergency management camera. That's a little bit too far north, but they may have it pointed off to the south. All right, I see the McDonald's. I see the Harps. I vague Dexter, so the McDonald's, and then that other sign, the Arby's. So that is facing toward US Highway 60. They are facing in a south-southeasterly direction, so that's actually not too far off from the way that they need to be. They're facing appropriately, but they're just too far away, that particular camera is. But I'm telling you, that I wish we had the ability to re-rack that video and show it again, because, oh my gosh, definitely garnered some attention.
Pretty impressive from what I saw. I did see all the debris, and I'm like, oh, wow. I was not expecting that, to be honest.
No, same. I was not either. Not so close to the camera, to the camera that was there. And again, for those of you just joining us here on Show Me Live, there has been a trained spotter who reported the tornado on the ground just off to the west, maybe 40 miles or so just off to the west of where this camera was located in Butler County. So the key is that notch area right there is the question mark. I don't know what that was on the camera. I mean, I suspect, but again, not going to pronounce it, not my job. But the key of the matter is it definitely looked ominous enough to grab my attention and make me sit at the edge of my chair. That is
I agree.
Certainly a situation. Yeah, and now things have calmed down. It's still windy, but the skies have brightened back up. There's some lightning there, of course. Winds are still at 24 miles an hour. That's to be expected along the edge of a storm system like that. But the idea that what we just saw, and yeah, there was debris. At first I thought it was a bird. And then I thought, no, birds don't fly like that. Not like that. And then as I kept going, we've got that. So here's something else for those of you in Butler County, especially of an area of concern, just off to your south. I want to put this in motion. All right, actually, for you folks in Dunklin County, this is going to be more of a concern, and then eventually off toward Malden, and then possibly folks around New Madrid. There is another tornado warning off to the south from there, but it's outside of our listing and viewing area at this particular point. So for those of you around Sikeston, 70-mile-an-hour winds are possible. Considerable threat tag on this severe thunderstorm warning until 6:15, so 35 more minutes. It is moving off to the east at 55 miles an hour, the overall storm system. Now, they have a tornado warning on a portion of this storm, but 70-mile-an-hour wind gust and quarter-size hail with a considerable threat tag, radar indicated at this point. I think what we can easily confirm is there's some wind. There's no question, because even the camera and the weather reporting stations that we have, this is getting a little bit closer to the Dexter, Stoddard County Emergency Management. And sure enough, this is in Dexter. I see the Arby's sign, the McDonald's sign. That's US Highway 60. Been there through there, matter of just a month or so ago. Driving right on through there. I know exactly where those signs are at. I know what part of the highway. And so that's facing off basically in the right direction that you would need it to be in order to see that storm that is beginning to move in. And you can kind of see that low, kind of like what Kyle Douglas earlier in St. Francis County, when he was joining us, he had that kind of that same kind of like little area there, that shelf cloud, if you will, making its way through. And so these are the things we're going to be watching. So right over here, I'm going to move this. Actually, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to move this, and then I'm going to move this. Now, I know we've been focusing a lot on the tornado warning and the thunderstorm warnings, which have become numerous in nature once again. I was going to pop back out. There are additional thunderstorm warnings off to the west. They don't look impressive from the Paducah radar site, but they sure would from Springfield. If I moved it over to there, I'm not going to do so because of the situation we have going on here. I don't want to switch radar sites at this point. This camera that you're seeing is right here in the Dexter area. So my bad. It is facing off to the northwest, which is, again, it's actually the direction that it needs. It's either way, it's in the direction that it needs to be in order to see this particular storm. And so right now, the winds out of this particular sensor is showing at about 10 miles an hour, give or take. But the key is, at this particular point, there's just so much stuff going on there that, you know, we just want to really be cautious about. I'm going to pop back on over to this particular screen here for just a moment, because the leading edge of that storm is moving through, and you can kind of see the shelf cloud. You can see the little fingers kind of dangling down. You know, when you've got rotation, those fingers always look very ominous. They look very scary and a little perplexing. Basically, what you're seeing there is just the instability in the atmosphere at this point, and it is not impossible that one of those little fingers could begin rotating, and then you've got your funnel cloud, and then you've got a tornado. So that's the area of concern. A little bit earlier, when it was passing through this other camera, we saw a very clear hook echo. We're not seeing it as much right now, but that is no indication that it isn't there or that it won't be there in the next swing. But we are seeing some high winds for sure. But really not a lot of rotation out there, but that doesn't mean that another layer of it isn't existing.
As you can see, we got a lot of lightning too coming from that camera.
We sure do. So we thank the folks at the Stoddard County Emergency Management Agency for having these cameras. And there's the rain just beginning. You can see it popping onto the lens there. The storm has arrived there in Dexter. It has gotten so dark that all the lights have kicked on everywhere, the street lights and everything. Not surprised at all. But as far as winds, we are so far, it's 20 miles an hour. Hey, I'll take that. I'll take that in spades. That's not going to do any damage. 30 miles an hour, we'll take that. So basically what we are seeing, I'm going to zoom out. I'm going to leave that camera up, but I'm going to zoom out just a little bit, because even for folks in Farmington, you're getting another thunderstorm again, just south of Farmington along the Madison, St. Francis, Noblick area. And there's some just generalized rain across Washington, St. Francis, and St. Genevieve counties. The main threat now has moved off to our south as far as the southern part of our listing area. And we cover it just like it's our own backyard, because every county to us is very important. All 30 counties, they are equal in our minds, and so we cover them equally as best as we can. We do have a thunderstorm, brand new one that's just been popped up there, if I'm not mistaken. Let's move this over. Union, Pulaski, Alexander counties in Illinois, Scott and Cape Girardeau counties in Missouri. 6:30 p.m. thunderstorm warning. 5:43, about 90 seconds ago. Severe thunderstorms were located off of a line extending from 7 miles east of Daisy to near Bell City, moving east at 55 miles an hour, 60 mile an hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. This is radar indicated, so this is moving in your generalized direction at this point. So I would say, yeah, we're up to 30 mile an hour wind gusts. What's really good about this, whenever we can get to one of these sensors and the cameras, is obviously there's an anemometer, a wind gauge on these things. It helps put truth to the radar returns one way or another. It's either going to confirm what is suspected in the radar, in other words, 60 plus mile an hour winds, or it's going to validate that the winds are not quite as strong as anticipated. So at least at this part of the storm, the winds right now didn't get above really 32, 33 miles an hour, at least at that particular camera angle, and we'll take that all day long. But will we have hail? Will we have other aspects? Well, that's a great question. Let me get to the timestamp here. We're looking at a timestamp that needs to probably update any day now from the National Weather Service. I'm sure that it will, but it's about 3 or 4 minutes old. I am concerned that we are going to start seeing, though, an additional couple of more tornado warnings, possibly once it gets past Piggott and Rector out of Arkansas and makes its way into the Boot Heel, Dunklin County and whatnot. I am concerned we might see a little bit more of a tornado warning issued there because of the storms in Arkansas right now. But we'll just have to wait and see on those aspects. But we do have across portions of basically Cape Girardeau, Bollinger, a lot of different counties here, a thunderstorm warning in effect for that. And that is, moving this out of the way, that's for Bollinger and Cape Girardeau County. And then, like I said, we've got other ones here for Scott, New Madrid, Butler, and Stoddard counties until 6:15. So we have a good 9 to 10, 11 counties under some form of a warning in our coverage area. Actually, probably more like 12, only because we've got some right here at the fringe of our listing area as well, near West Frankfort. Ping pong ball size hail is currently being reported with this radar indicated at this particular point. Actually, let's take that away. We do have someone who reported 1.5 inches in diameter, so that's about a ping pong ball, 2 inches lime size. So that's that confirms that is actually confirmed with what we are seeing. All right, so here's what we've got going on right now. Yeah, that is in Dexter, Missouri, currently. And the storm, the lead line of the storm has moved through, a little bit of lightning and a lot of rain. And we'll take that all day long compared to what it could be at this particular point in time. Very, we will welcome that in respect to what it could be. All right, now here's another area of concern. This particular, we just saw an area go through a statute sweep. 5:45. That's 3 minutes old. Yeah. No. Now we've got a permanent. We've got a current sweep for the velocity side as well. I tell you, buddy, if you're still with me,
I am here.
It is an area of concern. It's not behaving on the screen like you would normally expect it to. I question. If I go back over here, you're basically looking at this particular area.
Yeah.
It's tough for wind velocity when you have a lot of hail, because it's tough for the radar to figure things out sometimes.
Right.
It's not impossible, but it's a little tougher, especially if you have lime size, softball size, baseball size hail, for goodness sakes. That's a lot to work with. So, all right, so here's what we've got. Those of you who are joining us, thanks so much. And we're getting all kinds of comments, and we thank you very much for watching. We're going to stick with it for a little bit longer. Wait till it gets out of our area here. And for those of you, I suppose something else. Let me pop open the St. Louis radar. Actually, there are some thunderstorms up here. I guess that's why they are not dropping the watch box, even the tornado watch box. It still remains in effect for St. Francis and St. Genevieve and other counties here.
I am not seeing that on the National Weather Service website. I see it for Perry County and South, but not St. Francis, St. Genevieve, Washington, any of those counties.
Give me just a moment here. There we go. They have dropped them. Okay, so a little bit earlier, 5-10 minutes ago, they had not yet dropped those counties. So they are paring back. So we're going to basically look at that and say, if you're in Washington, St. Francis, while there is a small chance of some more extensive weather, they are paring back the tornado watch. Basically, the main feature, the main event, if you will, is basically now far southeast Missouri toward the Missouri boot heel. And into portions of southern Illinois around Carbon, Heron, Benton, West Frankfort, that area, Jackson, Missouri, Cape Girardeau. This is what we're seeing as being under the gun right now. And so let me get back over to an appropriate radar to see these returns a little bit more clearly. We are at least thankfully getting close enough to the radar site now out of Paducah, where for folks in southeast Missouri, the returns are getting a little bit more confidence in there, because they're getting close enough to where it's a little bit easier for the radar to see kind of what's going on. I am going to pull off the tornado watch box again, because there's only so much you can put onto a screen before it starts looking like a complete discombobulated mess.
Right.
And we have enough thunderstorm warnings, a tornado warning or two, and the actual echo returns right now, which are showing to be strong enough and enough of a situation that I think we can all agree here. All right, here's what we got. Let's go back in through here. I mean, these storms are definitely reaching some very tall situations here. They certainly are not something to ignore, for sure. Still showing radar indicated 535. I don't see any new updates on either one of these. I don't know. I'm very curious about. And I'm also,
now there's one in Arkansas heading towards like the Kennett area.
The Boot Heel.
Yeah.
Yup. Yeah, we were just, and that's where I was just probably right
Clay
before we
County in
hopped on. I was
eastern
talking
Arkansas,
about-
right?
Yeah, near Piggott and Rector and Corning.
With golf ball size hail tornado indicated on radar. So we've got to keep an eye on that one as well.
There is a trained weather spotter, and for broadcast purposes, we cannot throw their videos up. We don't have their permission. We thank them. We monitor them for what they are doing. But this particular weather spotter is right here. And I am curious if he is wanting to go through this right here to kind of give truth to possibly what is showing up on radar. This is the moment where I say, kids, don't try that at home. Please don't. And when you're a storm chaser and whatnot, you do things for differing reasons, and that there are things out there that that's why you want to do it. But they are very, that's their job. That's how they get paid. That's what they do.
They're very trained in what they do. They know how to do their job.
Get out of the way.
Yeah.
I will say this is showing some radar is still showing. It must be on a different layer than what we are looking at, because right now, even though this right here is confirming rotation, right there, it is darn near difficult to see exactly what's going on as far as this particular velocity. So let me tilt it up a little bit, and I'm still not seeing.
Headed just south of Bunker Hill, it looks like, between Bernie.
Yeah, I'm still not seeing. Still not seeing it. I don't fully understand what the radar is picking up on, at least for the layers that I've pulled open here. I could do more, but. So we're just going to take it at its word. It is showing, it is confirming rotation and strong rotation. And this particular storm right here, about an hour ago, trained weather spotter confirmed a tornado on the ground from that storm cell. And there's been a tornado warning on it ever since then, and even during that point in time. So
this could be a long running tornado then, if it's been on the ground the whole time.
And then we had the camera that we had pulled up from emergency management with this particular storm cell. And I mean, again, not my job to call it what it was, or what it could be, but
right.
It was definitely something to take your breath away for a moment, and you wondered what you were seeing on the pixelated screen, because it sure did look like something there that was going to be problematic.
Right. Now, I have that the warning's going to expire here in a few minutes. Trying to verify if that's been extended at all. Are you seeing that on your end? Because I'm not. I still see it expires.
Expires in 4 minutes.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean that they won't issue a newer. Yeah.
This has a quarter size hail reported with it. At 5:53, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Bernie, moving east at 35. So Dexter, Parma and Essex should be around there at 6 o'clock. And then Catron, Baker, and Pinnerman, I guess that's how you say that, is also in the path. And again, this is all coming from the National Weather Service. We don't have no authority to state what these are.
Yeah, so at 5:53 remains in effect until 6. The question mark is, I'm curious. Well, that train weather spotter is moving out of Dodge. I believe I just saw his pin move. Yeah, he's, I think, heading south.
Is this live tracking for him?
It is.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's on a slight delay, obviously, but yeah, it most definitely is.
Okay,
A live tracking situation.
I'm refreshing, and I see some additional thunderstorm warnings stretching from there in Illinois all the way down through Arkansas. So I don't know. I'm going to update the banner here in a second as soon as I figure out what counties these are for. But if you want to zoom in a little bit on that, it's going all the way through Sykeston. We already mentioned Cape Girardeau, but it looks like it's been expanded a little bit to include additional portions of some of the counties that already have been issued.
Looks like a brand new tornado warning that's just been issued. It is on that same storm for Mississippi, New Madrid, and Stoddard counties until 6:45. At 5:57 p.m., a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Bernie, moving to the east at 45 miles an hour. Tornado and quarter-size hail. It's a radar-indicated rotation. Parma, 6 p.m. Canaloo, 6:05. Morehouse and Matthews, 6:10 p.m. Sykeston, 6:15. Fahrenburg, 6:20. East Prairie around 6:25. And so, yeah, the one that's expiring at 6, obviously they'll let that one probably go because they've reissued another polygon warning, kind of overlapping that, and justifiably so. So they are saying, yeah, he moved out of its way. Located near Bernie. So what we are seeing, that is so odd. It is not often. So basically, buddy, what we are seeing here is, you know, see, he just moved. He got out of its way. The key is, Y is rotation. The velocity not. Oh, there we go.
There we go.
It's starting there. It's starting to pick up a little bit again of the rotation, and that's at 5. That was a minute and a half ago. So it is starting to pick up a little bit more rotation again, which is unique in that it is so weak. Yet on the radar side, it is so pronounced. Typically, you want them to be in agreement before you sit there and say, yes, there's something going on. But I think we have culminated to enough there where even the train storm chaser is getting out of Dodge and getting out of the way. Something may be going on there.
And we also
we can.
have a severe thunderstorm warning for Ripley County and Butler County in Missouri till 6:45.
Yeah. And for Scott, New Madrid, Butler, and Stoddard until 6:15. We still got that one going on as well. And then obviously the one for Union, Pulaski, Alexander, as well as Scott and Cape Girardeau County until 6:30. Now, this is out of our listening area, but you folks in Western Kentucky, heads up. You know, there is a storm that does have at least a history of at least one confirmation from a trained spotter of a tornado on the ground in towards southeast Missouri, just east of Doniphan. For those of you in Western Kentucky, if you happen to be watching Southern Illinois, I know at least one person is. I happen to be in Western Kentucky right now, so I'll say this even from my own vantage point here. It is time for you all in that area to start being on the lookout a little bit and being on guard because we are approaching the edge of that. Here comes the latest statute sweep.
Well, if you remember last time, I had to take over while you took cover twice.
Twice, yes. That was like at 3 a.m. I do like my odds a lot better when it's still daylight outside.
Very true.
That is at least yeah. I will take my odds during daylight more so than dark. All right, that statute sweep has made its way through. Let's go back over to the velocity again and see what we got. And that's still the older velocity. Oh, just updated as well. And it's kind of disappearing again. It must be some pretty weak rotation. But nevertheless, it looks so classic right there with that little comma.
Yeah, that looks pretty raunchy, as I like to say.
But you gotta, to one degree, that comma is how many miles out? I don't think it told me, and it's supposed to. Let's try again.
Oh, Chad, thanking you for the updates here.
Yeah, I do know Chad. He is in Metropolis, Illinois. But yeah, I mean, you're dealing with. I just can't see. It normally puts the miles up there. That's why I was doing this radius thing. But you're still dealing with quite a little distance from the radar to be able to accurately see rotation. So the key is, what's going on and why. And there is a little bit of an elevation difference between where the NEXRAD is at the airport in Paducah versus there in Bernie in southeast Missouri. Not a lot, but a little. And so we'll just have to wait and see as it gets a little bit closer to the radar system. But again, weather forecasters exercising a lot of caution there, and justifiably so, putting a tornado warning out on that. I will openly tell you, as far as tornado watch boxes goes, the fact that we have only really had this one prolonged tornado warning across the southern areas of our listening and viewing area, I am very happy about with regard, and I'm not happy that we've only had one warning, but it's been a continuous warning. But the fact that we could have had it so much worse this afternoon and this evening, and I know the night is not over, the day is not over, and things could change on a dime in a moment's notice. Any one of these could spin up, and I recognize that. But as far as the factor of what computer models were indicating versus so far what we are seeing, it could be far worse. Now we've got a brand new thunderstorm warning. And we got a bunch of counties. Pulaski, Alexander in southern Illinois, Carlisle, Ballard in Kentucky, Mississippi, Scott, southeastern Cape Girardeau County, and east central Stoddard County in Missouri until 6:45. At 6:02 p.m., severe thunderstorms were located along a line extending from Benton to near Morehouse, moving to the east at 60 miles per hour. All right, guys, here's the real deal. A trained weather spotter reporting 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. If you live in these areas, so we've got 70-mile-an-hour winds. Trained weather spotter indicating these. Give me just a moment. We normally have cameras that are there, and they are missing in action around the Sikeston area for whatever reason. At least off of this one. Now, do we have them? Yeah, those cameras are just apparently offline right now. We have a brand new tornado warning.
Wow.
I opened my mouth too soon, and now I regret it. A tornado warning for Pulaski, Alexander counties in Illinois, and then just outside of our listing area in Ballard County, Kentucky, and then Scott County in Missouri until 6:30. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Kelso or near Scott City, moving to the east at 55 miles per hour. This is radar indicated as well. So I was afraid of that. It is what it is. Let us move into, I'm just going to move into this now. For some of you,
that's a pretty stretched, long line there of nasty looking weather.
Yeah, I agree. I do agree.
And I hate to say, as you've already said, it's heading towards Metropolis and Paducah and that whole Western Kentucky corridor there.
I may be tossing it over to you for a prolonged period of time. And I'll remind you through our remote system, you do have access to these
Right.
monitors if you need to move them around. In fact, I will exit out of the remote system on the computer that I was on completely now. That way, if I need to get out of Dodge, you'll be able to access it very easily. And you'll have to toggle between 4 different monitors. Yeah, I'm giving him information while all of you are listening and or watching right now.
It's called live TV and radio, right?
Yeah, I will say this. For those of you listening on Show Me Live, once this gets into Kentucky, we will return back to music. Our listening area covers all the way to the Boot Heel and right up against the Missouri-Kentucky line and portions of Southern Illinois. So we have a little bit longer on Show Me Live. On the video side, we might keep it just a little bit longer. Call me selfish, call me whatever, but when it's heading toward the moment, the spot of the world that I happen to be sitting in, I might as well, I'm here, why not?
Well, we have people
so-
watching anyway, so it's important to stay on. And yeah, we'll try to get you back into
on the music side of
replay
Show Me
of,
Live, we'll get to
Tom
there here,
Ennis.
once this moves out of the way. Yeah, we'll do that here in just a little bit. But we do still have active tornado warnings very much in our listening area right now. Once it all moves off into Kentucky, we'll probably toss the radio side back into music. But we are going to keep it right here for right now on all mediums that we are broadcasting on currently. I tell you, every time I see an update, and here comes another brand new one, I am genuinely concerned. I'm going to circle that distinct comma. And here comes the statute sweep. You're watching it. If you're watching us on video right now, you're watching the statute sweep. It's going to crawl right over there, and I want to see what this looks like for the before and the after. Here we go. Not quite as pronounced, but again, it's just a slice. So in a couple more minutes, we'll get another brand new slice, and some things can cycle and they can do different things, and so it's tough. So we've got tornado warnings in effect across good portions of areas here. We've got tornado warnings for Pulaski and Alexander, for Scott County in our listening area, Ballard County, Kentucky. That's outside the Show Me Live area, but we'll throw it out there until 6:30. And then we also have tornado warnings in effect for Mississippi, New Madrid, and Stoddard counties, all 3 of those in our listening area, 6:45 p.m. as well. These are all tornado warnings. This tornado warning, the second one that I mentioned, does have a history of, at least by trained weather spotter, confirmed tornado on the ground, and it is moving off to the east. So next couple of hours, this should be very interesting all the way through, and we are going to be having some fun here. Lots of stuff going on.
And remember that tornado watch, to be specific, is in effect for much of southeast Missouri and all of southern Illinois, including now portions of western Kentucky and even northeast portions of or northwestern portions of Tennessee till 11 o'clock tonight.
Yeah, I do expect, hopefully, that they will start trimming that watch box back, like from Perry and Bollinger here shortly in Wayne County. Basically, this line that is moving through Sikeston and Dexter and Scott City and Cape Girardeau and Jonesboro, Illinois right now, this particular line is the feature presentation, if you will, of what we have going on. So the hope is that they will start trimming that back. I don't ever want to see severe weather. I genuinely don't. But I am at least thankful that this is happening during the daytime, because all too often here it happens at night.
Yeah.
And let me tell you, that's tough. It's tough in every aspect, and it's really ominous at times. We have a brand new thunderstorm warning. This one is for Ripley and Butler County until 6:45. So, we've got a little bit more to go. You folks there in Butler County, we're just under the tornado warning. In fact, a part of you still, the eastern part of Butler County still is. And now you got a brand new thunderstorm warning for a totally different storm cell. So we're going to see a few punches go across the board here. All right.
Yeah, because that storm near Donovan looks pretty nasty as well.
It sure does. Now that from the Paducah site, I'm gonna do 2 things here. So the one in Donovan, I'm going to put over on screen 1. And I will actually very quickly, now this is from Springfield, so I'm going to cover it up for just a moment. That's what it looks like from Springfield, and that's what it looks like from Donovan. That's my point, is that Springfield's radar is closer, so it's picking it up a lot better. But here, it's different. So let's take a look at some velocity here. Let's see what we got going on. Ooh. Now that is this down here, but this up here is a very different story. And it's updating right now as we speak. So we're going to let that do its thing. Boy, that's some very strong rotation near Thebes and Tams. And basically between Highway State Route 3 in southern Illinois.
Been there many, many times driving through the area, and it's not a fun drive.
They're roughly about 8 times a month. I drive right through there. So I do understand. Yes, twice a week.
The roads are not fair as they are, so add this on top of it, and it's very, very dangerous.
Folks, we've got a really big situation going on right here. This by Olive Branch, this is that's a problem. That is a very, very strong rotation. That's a problem right here. I'm going to circle it one more time near Olive Branch. That is still in the Show Me Live listing area, and even if it's not, I'm going to tell you right now, you folks just to the east, we're talking Tams. Let me uncircle that so I can zoom in. Sandusky, Dolly's Clank, Hodges Park, Diswood, Tams, Tatumville, Pulaski. This whole area right here, I'm going to put this in motion. Let's take a look at this. So this, you folks in Tams especially, and Dolly's and Sandusky. I'm going to look at this a couple more times. Yep, we're literally talking basically. Now, guys, if this tornado is on the ground, and I'm approaching the cultural area, or I should say y'all, and I understand that, but we are what we are at this point. But right here is the area of concern for now. I say for now because if that thing is on the ground and is as strong as the radar returns are showing, tornadoes don't have to stay in one linear line. They can morph back and forth in a storm in every direction that they want to go in. This is a concern. This is a genuine concern. Now, here's the other aspect. You can't really see it very well until you flip it over on velocity. And boy, it's right there. That's the wind return.
It stands out like a sore thumb.
But if you flip it over on radar,
can't see it.
It's basically right here.
Yeah.
But it's that is unique.
It's camouflaged.
That is very unique. It is. This is potentially quite the rain-wrapped tornado. Give me just a moment here. I'm going to do something here. Let's do an extruded. Whoa, too far. Wow. Too far. Come back. Let's reset here. There we go. I think my mouse just went a little wild. There we go. Let's try again. Yeah, I mean,
it's
even
overworking.
This is going to be rain wrapped. Well, it's been going for, the computers have been going for hours and hours. This is rain wrapped. If it is on the ground and there is no reason, we don't have any confirmation, but when you look at velocity like that, there is no reason. This should be treated as if it is something on the ground.
Right.
No ifs, ands, or buts about it. That is a very strong indicator that it's. I'm going to do something off on the side, buddy. If you want to go over a list, I'm gonna pull open what I. Let me look at this one more time.
Yeah. What you got?
There's another slice. There's another slice that just went through, right? The rotation, but again, it's a cycle, and so it's tough. We'll have to wait 2 more minutes to see what happens, but the rotation's still very much there. I suspect, and I want to be wrong, but I suspect that the reason why it was so bright earlier with so prominent might have been for debris. But the key is we don't really want to say that, but at the same time, we also, do not really want to ignore it.
Right.
So I'm going to let you kind of go over, if you would, go over some of the thunderstorm and tornado warnings while I look at a debris position here and see if I can find anything, and I'll get back with you if I do.
Yeah, well, the one we're talking about right now, a tornado warning remains in effect until 6:30 this evening for Pulaski and Central Alexander counties, as well as Northern Ballard and Northeastern Scott counties. You're talking Pulaski and Alexander in Illinois, and then Southern Ballard County in Kentucky. Matt, that's headed obviously right for you. And then Northeastern Scott County in Southeast Missouri there. And as we go a little further south of Sikeston, Missouri, we're seeing a tornado warning in effect for New Madrid and Stoddard counties, as well as Mississippi County, until that is... I'm just making sure it hasn't updated on us, so I want to give you the right information. 6:45 tonight. So at 6:16, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 10 miles south of Lilburn, moving east at 45 miles an hour. Again, this is radar indicated rotation with a tornado featuring quarter-size hail, if you will. And then beyond that, we're looking at the tornado warning that has been ongoing there in northeastern Arkansas till 6:30. That is moving over Piggott, and that is for Clay County, Arkansas. Flying debris will be dangerous in that storm as well. I'm trying to see if there's any Missouri cities listed on here. I do not see them at this point on that, but we're keeping an eye on that storm as well. A bunch of severe thunderstorm warnings. Let me just try to go through them as quickly as possible. We've got one for Ripley County and Butler County in Missouri until 6:45. It's 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail on that. Again, radar indicated. We're looking at another one for Dunklin County, northeastern Dunklin County, till 6:30 as well. Again, 60-mile-per-hour winds with quarter-size hail. Same storm as it moves eastward. And then a big stretch of counties here has one including Pulaski, Alexander, Carlisle County in western Kentucky, as well as Ballard County. These are overlapping that tornado warning for the counties we've already mentioned included in that. Then we're talking Mississippi, Scott, Cape Girardeau, and Stoddard counties in Missouri. This is a severe thunderstorm warning until 6:45 p.m. with 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. Cities impacted include Charleston, Mound City, Morley, Bertrand, Pulaski, Cape Girardeau Airport is specifically mentioned, Orrin, Sikeston, Chaffee, Wyatt, Scott City, and Horseshoe Lake Conservation Area. So we're talking Interstate 57 in Illinois between mile markers 1 and 17, as well as Interstate 57 in Missouri between mile markers 1 and 21, and then Interstate 55 between mile markers 67 and 92. So if you are anywhere in those areas, just be careful and keep your guard up on that. We're going to head over to Illinois for another, two overlapping severe thunderstorm. They are Union County, northern Pulaski County, Johnson County, southern Williams, southern Jackson, and north central Alexander County, all in southern Illinois. That actually has been extended until 7 p.m. with 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail with that. We're talking Lake of Egypt area, Belknap, Cobden, Buncombe, Mill Creek, Jonesboro, Cypress, Vienna, New Burnside, Ulen, Karnak, Simpson, Anna, and Stonefort. So Interstate 24 in Illinois between mile markers 1 and 23, and then Interstate 57 just getting impacted again, this time between mile markers 18 and 46. So that is a pretty big line of storms there impacting the listening area and the viewing area. If you're streaming us on social media, you can actually see the live radar gonna keep it here as long as possible with the tornado watch still in effect for much of the listening area until 11 p.m. tonight. So we just want to keep you updated. Again, all this heading east, and Paducah is going to be probably under the gun very soon. What you got, Matt?
Buddy, we have a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado located over. It was located over Olive Branch, or 10 miles east of Scott City, moving to the east at 55 miles an hour. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Radar confirmed damaging tornado. So I have pulled up two things on the screen for those of you watching. On the left-hand side, what you see is the Tams area. On the right-hand side, also the Tams area, but on the left, you're seeing what you would normally see, the radar, the rain. On the right-hand side, you're seeing more of the wind and what the radar is seeing as far as wind goes. It was as I expected and suspected, which was it was debris that we were picking up there a little bit earlier, unfortunately. So the key that we are watching very cautiously, very carefully right now is that this, as the National Weather Service is saying, this is a very large and extremely dangerous, a particularly dangerous situation. I'm going to draw right here, that little notch right here and right here. Okay, and then the wind is. Forgive my crude drawings, but that's basically what we've got going on. We've got another statute sweep popping in here on the radar side. Let's see what we get here for just a moment. I haven't forgotten about you folks in southeast Missouri, but we have a confirmed extremely large tornado on the ground, and it's becoming more and more visible every time that the radar sweeps through. Here we go. Yeah. It's about as classic as you can get. It's just in a weird spot. But take a look at this.
Almost looks like a hurricane eye.
You can easily see once you know what you're looking for. You can eat. You folks in Olin, God bless you. You are right on the. It is on top of you, and just to the south of Olin, Karnak in the basements. If you've got them now, storm shelters got them now. Olmsted, the same thing. If you're in that area, I was like, wait a second. So listen, tornadoes can do whatever they want inside of a storm. Just because it's a mile north of you, when it's 5 miles west of you, doesn't mean it's still going to be along that same straight path. I just got done doing a documentary on the Mayfield tornado that was on the ground for 165 miles. That thing did not take an exact straight path the whole way through. The tornado line did not do that. It went where it wanted to go. Tornadoes can do that. So just because it may look like it's out of your area doesn't mean that it actually is. New Grand Chain, I hope you've got storm shelters. Please take them. Basements, Perks, the same way. Right around that area. And they have actually extended the tornado warning. Yep, they sure have. They have extended the tornado warning into, actually, that's why I'm hearing sirens go off right now. Eastern Pulaski, Massac County, Central Pope, Southern Johnson, Northern Ballard, Northwestern McCracken County until 7 o'clock. At 6:24, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 7 miles east of Tams, or 13 miles northwest of La Center, moving to the east at 60 miles an hour. See, they're being very cautious about how they issue that warning. Why? Exactly as I just said. Tornadoes move and morph around inside a storm cell as they want to. They can. They don't always, but they can. So what's a person to do? You enter in a broader swath of real estate to make sure that everyone who could potentially be impacted is going to be made conscientious of the fact that there is a tornado on the ground, and one that is very dangerous. I know I've got a lot on your screen. If you are watching right now, you are probably on overload with the different stuff that we've got going on the screen. But I'm keeping it this way because to the right of the screen, that's the wind. To the left of the screen, that's what you're normally used to on radar. That's just your straight up radar returns. We still have an active tornado warning. Remains in effect until 6:45 for Mississippi, New Madrid, and Stoddard counties at 6:16 p.m. It's about 10 minutes ago. Near Canaloo, or 10 miles north of Lilburn, moving to the east at 45 miles an hour. This again, it's an area of concern. There's still a tornado warning there. Now we have a fresh new tornado warning that has been issued. I just wished I had not said anything out loud earlier because it was behaving up until now.
That's
We have
unfortunate.
the National Weather Service, Pemiscot and Dunklin counties until 7 p.m. That is a tornado warning, and for Clay County till 7 p.m. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado, and this will be moving through the boot heel of Missouri.
Which is
I
what we
want
were
you all-
talking about watching anyway, because just how nasty that storm's been.
So, for those of you who are watching and or listening right now in Western Kentucky, possibly into portions of Southern Illinois, I want y'all to be very careful here. The storm that's prompting tornado warnings for Sykeston's area, Dexter, the Charleston area right now, that's going to be moving out of Missouri and over the river and into Western Kentucky within the next 30 to 40 minutes. More like the leading edge, about 30 minutes, now that we're seeing a statute sweep updating here. And so that's going to be moving into there, where it's going to have to wait and see what the Weather Service is going to do with that as it crosses over the river. For you folks in Southern Illinois, it's been a hot minute since I have seen such strong rotation returns on a radar screen like that before. I appreciate that the Weather Service the Weather Service is issuing a broad-based tornado warning for what they are calling basically a tornado that is a particularly dangerous situation. So I've got on the right-hand side the velocity, the wind. The green means it's moving one direction, basically in this case, toward the radar, the red moving away from the radar, and then you've got your rotation, your kinks, if you will, into the radar. Let's see,
And while you're doing that, I'll just say they're looking, National Weather Service is predicting that the storm will hit near Karnak around 6:30, New Columbia around 6:35, Metropolis 6:40, Dixon Springs 6:45, and Golconda in Southern Illinois around 6:50 tonight. So we're talking Interstate 24 between mile markers 20 and 37, and 57 between mile markers 20 and 21.
Yeah, it's already passed through I-57. Oh, I'm going to stop. I'm going to leave it for you folks in Southern Illinois. This is still our listening area. We're watching this really carefully. He just mentioned Karnak, and I just circled this area right here. That's the area. Now, is it possible that it could hit Metropolis? Yes, but I mean, it's going to have to do something interesting, unless they're talking about that right there, which I suppose is a possibility.
Yeah, I'm not sure, but it's about a 10-minute difference between hitting Karnak and Metropolis.
I will say that our lights are starting to blink a little bit here, and where I am at, so that could be interesting.
Do you need to go take shelter?
Right now, I'm fine.
Okay.
Right now, yeah, I am fine. I'm not sure why the lights decided to blink there for a moment. But what I was going to suggest was, most people should be able to see this. You're starting to see that classic look here as well.
Yeah.
And so it's an area of concern. I'm going to take the velocity. Bear with me. And I'm going to move it over, and there's your rotation. Possibly even with a little bit of a debris ball going on in there as well. I don't see any confirmation, possibly, but nevertheless, strong. It's a strong situation going on with rotation one way or the other. Folks, that is going to be moving toward Bardwell, basically Carlisle and Ballard counties, possibly northern Hickman County, depending upon how that storm moves through. And I'm going to let that sweep go through before I start moving it through. Yeah, we've got some interesting stuff. I mean, East Prairie, Charleston, Sykeston, very much our listening area, very much so. There's another statute sweep there. Lots of stuff going on.
Yeah, it's a very active afternoon into evening as it was predicted, and we're going to stay here as long as we need to let everybody know what's going on so they can remain as safe as possible.
New severe thunderstorm warning has just been issued for, in fact, my phone alarms are going off for where I'm at here in McCracken County in Kentucky. And that must be for this leading line of thunderstorm activity there. Let's put this into motion. And there we go. You know, you take a look at this, you can almost confirm high winds. By the way, it's bowing outward.
Yeah.
I don't have any winds anemometers there. I am hearing a lot of thunder, but it's still a county and a half away from me. And where I'm looking at on radar, there is nothing around me. But I am actually hearing some thunder currently. So,
well, you're under a severe thunderstorm warning.
Yeah, we are, and they're being proactive about that. They're saying, "Hey,
yeah,
but here's the reason why it's a considerable threat. 70-mile-an-hour winds. Here's the reason why. It's moving east at 55 miles an hour.
I was just about to say that.
That county and a half distance isn't going to take long. So,
right.
Here's what I think.
It's just a forewarning for those in that area, so they can seek shelter immediately and not wait till it's on top of you.
Exactly. All right. So pardon me. I'm gathering my senses here for just a moment to see kind of what we got going on, to make sure that we're covered on everything. And let me zoom back out just for a moment here.
Well, I can just update that there's I'm just going to go through the warnings again while you're doing that. I'm going to try to pull them here as quickly as possible. Tornado with 2-inch hail was radar indicated in northwestern Clay County, west central Pemiscot, and northeastern Dunkling counties in Missouri. So that tornado warning expires at 7 o'clock. And we've got the one south of Sikeston here. That is till 6:45 for Mississippi, New Madrid, and Stoddard counties. Also a radar indicated tornado with rotation, quarter-size hail with that storm. And then, of course, the one we're looking at right now impacting much of southern Illinois into Kentucky there. Also has a severe, well, actually, there's multiple warnings. There's 2 severe thunderstorm warnings and a tornado warning all issued for that same area till 7 o'clock. Pulaski, Massac, Pope, Johnson counties in Illinois, and then Ballard and McCracken counties there in Kentucky.
Yeah, the thought that you see on your left-hand side of your screen is actually Metropolis, and it's facing off toward these storms. That's from the Massac County Emergency Management Agency. Thanks for them for making that available to the public, and so that we are able to gain access from that a little bit there. But that is facing in the appropriate direction, and if you look carefully enough, you can see the clouds moving. So what we've got going on, and yeah, I know I've got split screens. I've got like enough going on to keep. I know what I'm looking at. I know that it's a mess for all of you, but it's very important right now, especially with the multiple different tornado warnings going out, that we kind of keep track of just about everything. And I felt like instead of doing 4 monitors where I'm constantly moving my head back and forth, I'll combine some of it, at least where you all are seeing what I'm looking at and what Buddy is looking at on his end, and kind of go from there. Yeah, there's a lot going on there. A lot going on in different aspects. So I am going to flip it back over to a high-res situation. We're going to see what's going to happen here. I do think we're going to get at least some straight-line winds. Let me make sure.
There's quite a bit of lightning there in Metropolis, and those clouds look to be pretty ominous and moving.
Yeah, let's go ahead and full size that for just a moment here. and take a look at that. Yeah, that is looking toward the storms that have the tornado warnings on them. And it is certainly a sight to see, no question. Now,
Yeah.
you know, it's just one of those things where you just kind of have to watch it. The winds are fairly calm, so that's a plus. But the fact that we have now, they have dropped the tornado warning for southern Illinois and western Kentucky. That tornado warning apparently has been dropped. It has been replaced with a thunderstorm warning. Now, granted, 70-mile-an-hour winds and a considerable threat tag for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 counties all at once until 7 o'clock. You know, it's not something to go, oh, no big deal. Yeah, it is a big deal. 70-mile-an-hour winds can really do a lot of damage. That's basically
absolutely.
That's close to Category 1 hurricane strength winds, so it can absolutely do a lot of damage. So don't let your guard down just because the tornado warning has been canceled. And I will tell you, folks, once we get, for those of you listening on Show Me Live, on our apps and whatnot, once this tornado warning and thunderstorm warning exits out of southeast Missouri, we will pop back over to music on the video side. We might keep it just a touch longer. But really, in all honesty, I think what we've got going on right now, you know, and we got another statute sweep. I'm going to leave that camera. Maybe put it over here.
Yeah, because that's you might see something with that.
It
more light.
definitely is interesting. Well, and the leading line of the storm activity is moving rapidly toward that camera.
Right.
Now,
Well,
I don't like that.
Our logo is actually covering up that camera. If you want to lower it a little bit,
I'll lower it down just a touch.
there you go.
There we go.
What were you saying you don't
What
like?
I don't like this. And I don't like that. And I don't like what's going on there.
Yeah.
I'm just going to be really honest about that. So now, granted, there's really no rotation to speak of that I am seeing, but there's definitely some wind as a possibility around La Center, especially some very high winds that the radar is picking up on. Let me see if I can get that into a tilt too, because it's so close to the radar site now. We need to point the radar up just a tiny touch because it's approaching where the radar is at, and so you want to kind of angle the tilt up just a little bit when it gets that close. Otherwise, you're not seeing. And right there, there's the high winds that they're talking about. I'm going to circle it. That's the 70-mile-an-hour winds that they're talking about here, right around La Center. And as far as anything else for right now, it looks like it's just going to be some good old-fashioned springtime thunderstorm. I still don't like the way that is looking there, but I can't do much about it, obviously. But it is what it is. All right, so this tornado warning, it expires in 5 minutes. We're going to wait and see what they do. But once some of these warnings clear out, again, out of southeast Missouri, we're going to return to regular programming, and we're going to get that taken care of there. And if I'm not mistaken, regular programming should be the Tom Ennis Gospel Show at this time of day. Correct me if I'm wrong.
It is a re-airing. I'm gonna try to start it fresh from hour 1, so you guys can hear the whole show, because it does air Sunday morning and Sunday evening. So we'll just start fresh from that once.
All right, so
we get over there.
Whenever these warning boxes, I'll let you remote in and do what you need to do. You know, the funny thing about technology, Buddy and I and Merity and all these other folks that we do this stuff with, we've all known each other for 20, 25 years. It's kind of crazy. And we do this in a manner of speaking. Buddy is actually in California. And so this is actually a good thing for you. And here's why. Because he's from this area, number one. Number two, If something happens and one person has to go seek shelter, we don't have to go off the air. Somebody else can take over where they're in a safe spot, and then we keep on moving back and forth. And it's actually a pretty good setup, because how many times have you seen TV studios where they have to evacuate while they're live on the air because a tornado is about to hit the studio?
Right.
These things can happen. So we have the ability in this regard to do some things here where it kind of keeps us statically speaking on the air, even if there's a few little hiccups every now and then because, we're tossing things one way to the other. This tornado warning for Pemiscot and Dunklin counties will remain in effect until 7 o'clock. And that is a radar indicated rotation as well. And so we're about to see, I think, some of these expire, where I think on the radio side we can probably safely go back to regular programming. We might keep it here a little bit longer with regard to Western Kentucky and Southern Illinois and kind of see what we've got going on there. Is that a brand new? Sure is. A brand new tornado warning for Carlisle County in Kentucky, Mississippi, and New Madrid counties in Missouri until 7:30. Radar indicated rotation on that one as well.
What were those counties one more time so I can get that on the bottom?
That was for Carlisle County in Kentucky, Mississippi, and New Madrid counties in Missouri. And that'll expire in about 47 minutes, so about 7:30 or so. So that's kind of what's going on there. And I will tell you, the camera that you're seeing, the small version of the camera that you're seeing, is actually... This is that camera right there that's on the screen that we've got going live, and it is angled out in the direction of the approaching storm. So as we get just a tiny bit closer, that wall cloud, that shelf cloud there is really kind of that is the leading edge of what you are. That shelf cloud is what you are seeing right here. And that's what you are visually seeing. So you can kind of follow along there in all those areas. So as we are continuing to monitor, that tornado warning for Southern Illinois and portions of Western Kentucky has been allowed to expire. Everything is fine with regard to tornado warnings, but we do have thunderstorm warnings, potentially with 70-mile-an-hour winds being a possibility on that. So for that area, as of right now, that's kind of what we're looking at. Let me go over here and pack back over to a tilt 2 so we can get a little bit higher up there. And the high winds around the center, it really does, for those of you who are familiar, Highway 60 there in Ballard County, it just seems like the storms just love to just fly right on through there. And then elsewhere, they come in through Bardwell and Arlington toward Carlisle, Hickman counties, and sometimes Fulton counties. There's certain little spots where it just always seems to hit, and it just kind of is what it is. So that's the warning aspect of all of that. I'm going to flip back over here on the on the very top of the screen. We got lightning. The little wall cloud, the shelf cloud there is starting to disappear from the top of the screen there. That means that the storm is more or less approaching. Lots of lightning. Now on the left-hand side of the screen, what looks like lightning on the far left, that's actually a tower that is actually blinking. There is some some lights for airplanes. That's the easiest way I can describe it.
But that lightning has really picked up since last time we blew this up full screen.
It most definitely has. I'm going to pull that back just a little bit. And we are still blinking, flashing, and going crazy in every different direction. But the active tornado warning for you folks in Charleston, Sikeston, just to the south of Sikeston toward Matthews. Here we go with a brand new update. Don't worry about you folks in Metropolis. I'm not going to steer away now that it's approaching. I won't do that to you. It looks like we got a brand new thunderstorm warning just off to the north near Vienna and Dongola. That one's just been issued. I just saw it pop up. I think I just saw it pop up. Remains in effect until 7. Yep.
Is this a new one or is this just a...
I thought I just saw it pop up, but things can... All right, so now we've got the brand new update. I can see the camera starting to shake. We're at 20-mile-an-hour winds out of the Massac County Emergency Management Agency. Bring that over.
Lightning's definitely increased.
Sure has. And the camera is starting to shake a little bit. So we're at 21 miles an hour. This is kind of a real-life test here because there's an anemometer attached to this. There's a weather station here from Massac County Emergency Management. And so these are the things that help a little bit kind of verify 30-mile-an-hour winds. And 30.4 so far. It's the highest that we've seen. 37.
No, I just heard thunder at your end.
You can hear that?
I did. I heard a little rumbling.
Yeah, well, you are correct. But if you look at the radar on the right-hand side, there's a reason for that. It's approaching quickly.
Yeah, it is.
So we're approaching almost 40-mile-an-hour winds, and the camera's shaking pretty vehemently there, and showing that there is a storm there at 40 mile an hour. I haven't maximized the camera because I want to see where the wind measurements are coming from, and when I do that, those disappear and I can no longer see them. So I kind of want to see what's going on here.
Yeah, it's definitely increasing.
It's shaking
there.
pretty good. It's definitely rocking and rolling there for you folks in Metropolis, Western McCracken County. No question about it. Folks in East Prairie, I sure hope you are taking shelter in every aspect because you have a radar-indicated tornado on its way to you. You have seconds left, by the way. I don't want to pretend like we aren't seeing you. Of course we are. We're paying close attention to that as well. And a tornado warning remains in effect from basically Charleston all the way over to basically the Missouri-Kentucky line. The rain has started now in Metropolis, still holding at about 32 miles an hour, at least on this anemometer, but that camera is shaking enough where I question 37 miles. It's hit 40.
40 now.
Lots of lightning. I question how much the winds are there versus the anemometer because it looks like it's shaking pretty good. All the street lights have kicked on.
I mean, those look like they're bigger than 28, 30 miles an hour
agree.
wind, but
I agree. And here in a few minutes, I'll be able to find out exactly.
Contest to that.
I'll be able to confirm or deny. It has gotten darker than it should be darker than it should be at 6:50 in the evening already, where I am currently at. I'm gonna.
Do you have windows in your studio?
I do, and
there you go.
I am looking, and yeah, I've just gone to full screen for it. Is downright coming down. Here's a statute sweep. Here we go. Let's see what we got. And yeah, the leading edge
right on
has
top of
definitely
it.
moved in right on top of it. I hesitate, and I appreciate I appreciate what everybody does in weather. The National Weather Service, everybody, trained weather spotters, storm chasers, you name it. I appreciate it. The thing that
I hear the thunder.
Yeah, yeah, it's pronounced right now. The thing that gives me an interesting concept here is, and I am thankful that we are not. If you've noticed, we are not seeing any power outages. On March 14th, whenever we were doing an 8-hour marathon into 3 and 4 in the morning, we had tens of thousands of people without power. And so far, I've only seen one little outage way up here in the suburbs of in the metro area of St. Louis. Let me get up there. Monroe County, 645 people. It happened at 2:45 this afternoon. So they've had some storm damage. But the fact of the matter is, other than that, there aren't any power outages to speak of. So I'm extremely thankful for that all the way around.
And that's rare too. And you didn't have any yourself.
No,
last time.
we had The power.
You
was
don't know what
definitely-
came through.
The power was most definitely fluctuating on and off for a little bit there. How we
But
kept
we stayed
power.
on the air. That's the important part.
You know, we've got backups for the backups here. So how we stayed on the air is beyond me because I was very much wow. It was a heck of a
Oh, we
storm.
could hear it. On whatever volume you left it, we could hear it, and it was pretty intense. And again, me being in California, being used to those types of storms, I was concerned for you.
Yeah, you're used to these kinds of storms in California.
Well, being used to it, growing up in Leadwood there.
I got you. Yeah. No, I got you. I'm like, California doesn't get this kind of stuff.
Well, we've had some
You
tornadoes.
get the Santa Ana winds. You get you get a few things.
We've had some tornadoes in town last couple years. In fact, there was one earlier this month that was apparently visible from my house, and I was mad that I did not see it because I was out and about and I wasn't expecting it, of course, so I wasn't looking for it. And I somehow missed it.
This is that moment on the screen, and anytime you get near a radar site, this is that moment where it's like, oh, they look like they're slowly dying, et cetera, et cetera. They're getting too close to the radar site, and so what ends up happening is they're not really weakening. They're just getting so close that the tilt that you have the radar site on is not able. It's shooting lower than the actual cloud tops that it needs to see in order to be accurate. So you see me cycling back and forth through multiple avenues to get more of an. Now it looks more grainy, but there's a reason for that. Each one of these little hashes means something. That's actually what a predominantly a meteorologist wants to see versus the smoothed over version for consumers. This is actually a little bit more telling. But whenever you really put the reflectivity and tilt it up just a little bit there into more of an accuracy for what you got going on, it becomes more what it looked like a county or two ago when it was a little bit further away from the radar site. So throughout this broadcast, we have talked about, hey, it's too far away from the radar and it can't see correctly. Well, the same thing happens when it gets a little too close to the radar. It can't see correctly unless you angle things up, and so you have to point it up to be able to see. So if you point it up more correctly, you can see these storms are still packing a punch.
Oh yeah.
But if you put it back on, so they really haven't weakened. If you put it back on here, it kind of looks like that they're kind of weakening, but they're really not. It's because that they're getting too close to the radar to be seen accurately. And then this area, this gray circle, that is where the actual radar is. It's actually for Paducah. It's at the airport. So there are actually no radar returns within a specific radius around the radar because it shoots out and it can't penetrate or pick up anything super close to the actual airport. So that's some things as well. So yeah, we're under the gun here. What I can say safely is that if once this thing moves out of the way,
I'm seeing another one move into the very southern or top of the boot heel there. A tornado warning till
this
7.
right here,
Yeah.
until 7 o'clock. Yeah, I see
Still
that too.
Dunklin County.
And there are several storm chasers moving in on that one as well.
Again, that area was hit pretty hard last
Yeah.
week too, or 2 weeks ago now.
It sure was. This one they've slowed down, moving east at 35 miles an hour. Well, let me get back over to the Paducah radar, please. Thank you. That is one thing I can do. Let me move over to the Fort Campbell radar. And that'll actually pick up the Paducah area when it gets to there. So now you can see, like this is the Paducah NEXRAD, but it's so close. So now you can actually see the strength of them just a little bit better because I've flipped over to a different.
I didn't know Fort Campbell had one. I thought it was too close to have one.
Nope. Fort Campbell has a radar. Evansville. National Weather Service office in Paducah manages 3 different NEXRAD sites, one in Evansville, one in Fort Campbell, and then one in Paducah proper. So they've got a pretty extensive network because we have turned into mostly Tornado Alley at this point over here instead of Oklahoma and Kansas.
Yeah, I mean, that's something that has been misleading for quite some time, that Oklahoma, Kansas, and Texas are Tornado Alley, and it's shifted eastward.
I tell you what, for you folks listening on Show Me Live right now, we thank you for listening. Well, we've got a brand new, hang on.
Yeah, I am ready to
scratch that.
Go
Central Mississippi County, northeastern New Madrid County until 7:30. They have a radar indicated tornado and quarter size hail. Radar indicated at this point. We're going to keep it just a little bit longer, and kind of go from there on what the radar is picking up on here, because I'm thoroughly curious. I'm going to pull the things have calmed quickly down there. I see the stacks from Joppa. They're off in the background, so I know exactly which direction it's pointing in at this particular point. It's fun whenever you know, like even like over in Sikeston and Dexter, I've driven through all these areas and I know it so well. It's like, oh, I know exactly which direction that's pointing in, and so it gives you a lot of expertise that you really can't get if you are outside the area.
There you go, and it helps you with this job for sure.
It absolutely does, and so yeah, these are the things that we're seeing. All right, so I see basically at this particular point. I think at this point we can probably start looking at, even though we've got a little bit more of an update there for the radio side, I feel like we can probably flip it back over to regular programming. And if we want, we can even keep it here a little bit longer. But I think in all honesty, at this particular point, we're moving down to the point, and yes, I know we still have an active tornado warning. And I appreciate the tornado warning, and there might be some rotation right around in that area.
East Prairie.
Yeah, might be, and that, let's see, that's 6:57. It's less than a minute old, so it might be there. It could also be. It's really probably not right here. And I don't think it would be right there, and I don't think it would, but there's little notches there that we're keeping an eye on. But truthfully speaking, I kind of feel like we can probably take Show Me Live and put it back in regular programming. And here on the video side, keep it here just a little bit longer, not a long time. We don't need to, I don't think. Stuff I do think is calming down a little bit, fingers crossed. I said this earlier, and then we had an explosion of tornado warnings, and then I was kicking myself for saying it out loud. But the sun is set. A lot of that extra daytime heat is now the cooling, radiational cooling beginning to kind of take effect there. So in theory, fingers crossed, it should be losing some of its fuel to be able to do something with. At least in theory.
Okay, so I am ready to take it back to programming. Let's hope the system, even though it's an hour behind, will continue to play it normally. And
or you can manually insert. You can also do that too if you want.
Yeah, give me a few minutes. Let me do that real quick to make sure this thing
do that. We'll go ahead and
okay.
do a quick rundown you let me know when you're ready. For those of you listening on Show Me Live, we're going to go back to regular programming in a moment. Let's just do a quick rundown. We've got Mississippi, New Madrid counties under a tornado warning until 7:30. At 6:41, 20 minutes ago, and it's moving off to the east at 35 miles an hour. It was about 8 miles south of Sikeston. So at that particular point.
Okay, I am ready.
All right. For those of you listening to Show Me Live, thanks so much for joining us. For Kyle Douglas, Buddy Jan, Merity Lawson, myself, I'm Matt McLean. Thank you so much for joining us. We are going to go back to regularly scheduled programming already in progress on Show Me Live Radio. And if something else develops where we need to break back in, we will be right here and we will do exactly that. But you are listening to Show Me Live. and back here on the video stream. We'll keep it here for just a little bit longer. Actually, they have dropped the thunderstorm warning for most of Paducah, McCracken County, Ballard County. I think for the most part, we are going to be at a point where I know there's a tornado warning off to the west, but they have actually dropped the thunderstorm warning, which was over my house, oddly enough. Those storms have fizzled out.
Well, that's good news.
And I am hopeful that they will start fizzling out over East Prairie here shortly, and it becomes almost a nothing burger at this point. Not that it hasn't been up until now, because it sure has been, but the hopeful point is that because the radiational cooling is beginning, the sun has set, these storms will quickly dissipate and become just regular garden variety thunder showers in practically April. We're just a couple days away from April, so that's where we are.
Yeah, and those listening or were listening to Show Me Live now have the Tom Menace Show replay from this morning. Airs every Sunday morning from 8 to 10, and then it re-airs from 6 to 8, or in this case, 7 to 9 tonight due to the severe weather. But we're glad to be here to keep you all informed, even as these storms move out of that area into western Kentucky, as we do have some viewers there.
Yep. I think we're at a point where I feel like we're going to be okay. I do feel hopefully that things are going to calm down, and I kind of feel like we can toss it back and just kind of let you know that if something else develops, we will be right here. But for right now, I think we can even dissipate on the video side as well. I think we're going to be okay for the most part. I'll keep a watchful eye on everything that's happening there just south of Charleston and southeast Missouri, and we'll provide updates as necessary.
Yeah, sounds like a plan.
So, if you want to wrap us up, because I'm almost hoarse. I've been talking for 5 hours and 19 minutes, and I haven't even had a single drink of water.
You know, I'm pretty impressed. I've tried to stay on as much as I could. You know, just the time difference here puts me in different positions sometimes. But we thank you for watching, and of course, if you're listening, and be sure to like and subscribe to our pages so that way you know next time we go live. It is always typically for severe weather. It's twice this month already, and it's just the tip of the iceberg as far as severe weather goes for the year, of course. Going into April, I do want to just do a quick weather forecast because we have some more rain coming this coming week. The forecast I'll give you will be for the Farmington area, as that is our usual listening and viewing audience, but the storms possibly continue tonight, gradually becoming partly cloudy, a low around 38, winds from the northwest at 8 to 11, with gusts as high as 22. Tomorrow, partly sunny. You're going to see a high near 56 and a northwest wind at 9 to 11 miles an hour, with mostly clear skies and a low of 36 tomorrow. Winds around 6 miles an hour, becoming calm in the evening. Tuesday is mostly sunny with a high near 65 and a light southeast wind increasing to 6 to 11 miles an hour in the morning. Winds could gust as high as 22. Now, Tuesday night is when another chance of showers and thunderstorms happen. That will be in the overnight hours, most likely. The National Weather Service is predicting anywhere between 1 and 4 a.m., and then showers after 4 a.m. with mostly cloudy skies and low around 55. Winds out of the southeast at 14 to 17 miles an hour with gusts as high as 31. That's pretty high there for just a regular storms. And then Wednesday, showers and thunderstorms are also possible after 10 a.m. with a little warmer, high near 76. And that's a 100% chance there into Wednesday night, showers likely, and possibly a thunderstorm before 1 a.m. Mostly cloudy with a low around 53. So we'll, of course, be here keeping an eye on everything for you. And should we need to interrupt programming again or go live on social media as well, we will do so. For Matt McLean in Paducah, everybody back in southeast Missouri, we got Kyle in Deloge, Merity enjoying her basketball while giving us some updates here. Baseball as well, perhaps, from Farmington, and myself, Buddy, in California. Thank you for watching.